I'd like to make a few introductory remarks. The first one has to do with sort of the purpose of the workshop. So context-rich manipulation, I think it's a very important problem these days. And it has remained the grand challenge for robotics for a long time. And having dexterous manipulation capabilities that can automatically reason through contact with different objects and an unstructured environment, I believe this will widely broaden the spectrum of physical tasks we can automate in this world. So traditionally, model-based methods have tackled context-rich manipulation by utilizing and studying the structure of context models. In contrast, I think as new deep learning algorithms come in, they have enabled a lot of new capabilities, exciting opportunities, as well as challenges for the model-based manipulation community. At the same time, we believe there is so much to improve on those methods that are relatively black box and data hungry. And I think our role is to sort of see how we can improve, interpret, and on these methods with so I think these are a collection of people who believe key to unlocking efficiency and interpretability perhaps lies in sort of how to marry the learning-based methods with the model-based ones. And in addition, I believe we're also a community that's kind of unique in the robotics in a sense that we not only care about making things work, but we also want to be asking why things work. And so I believe there are many questions in the model-based field that we have unanswered that we would still like to answer. And the objective of this workshop is to bring together researchers to discuss model-based manipulation, as well as learning-based manipulation, and review state-of-the-art methods in the field. In conjunction, we aim to facilitate discussions on sort of how we can synthesize model-based approaches and learning-based approaches into a coherent whole to gain both more generalizability and efficiency. So with that in mind, we're going to go ahead with the first speaker very soon. Before that, just a few logistics. If you haven't, if you're speaking at this workshop and haven't checked in with us yet, please do a few minutes at least before your speech so that we can make sure you got the instructions for speakers. And we have a poster session. We have one from 10:50 to 11:30. One from 3:20 to 4, and they're going to be in the next room, 142. So, yeah, please, at 10:50, please go set up your posters. And with that said, I'm going to hand over the floor to, yes.
Okay, so thanks everyone for coming. Our first speaker is Matt Mason. Matt is a professor of robotics and computer science from Carnegie Mellon University. He's also the chief scientist of Berkshire. He is a former director of Robotics Institute of Carnegie Mellon, and he is the winner of 2018 IEEE Robotics and Automation Award, one of the top awards in the field of robotics. So let's welcome Matt, and we are excited to hear your insight.
I put it on top of that computer. Yes. Okay. What if there's a magnet in there? And then I'm going to share screen. And that looks like the right screen. It is. All right. I should just start, right? All the technology is. Okay, well, thank you very much. I'm Matt Shanyi. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. And thanks to all of you for coming. The thing about a talk like this is, you know, there's a lot of pressure, you know, so for the last several weeks, I've been thinking about this moment and how scary it's going to be. And that's actually a great thing, right? The pressure, it helps you think, it helps you focus. And so, you know, we should seek it out. And I thank you for that. Now, in that context, I had a conversation with Shanyi, who works in my lab, several weeks ago. And I hope you don't mind me spilling the beans on this conversation. Shanyi didn't know I was going to do this. I say, I have to give a talk at IROS. It's real soon. And she says, what are you going to talk about? And I say, I don't know. I will talk about our recent stuff for sure. And then maybe action. And Shanyi says, sounds good. What do you mean by action? And I don't know, right? That's why I got to think. But this is why it's good we started several weeks earlier. I wasn't exactly sure what. So let's see. So to continue this story, first I do want to show you some of our recent stuff, and then pick up the thread of that conversation in a moment. And so let me just show you a few things. This is a project done by a guy named Eric Wong, along with his collaborators, on efficient contact mode enumeration. And the strange thing is that, well, let me tell you what's going on here. So here's a cube, and there are two faces that are in contact with two fixed faces. And so that's 8 total contacts. And what this software is doing is going through and enumerating all of the feasible contact modes for these two bodies. And if you think about it, so a contact mode in this case means either it stays in contact or it separates. And there's 8 contacts. So if they all varied independently, that would be 2 to the 8 possible composite contact modes. Now, by taking advantage of this lattice and by identifying the kinematic constraints that eliminate some possibilities, Eric developed a polynomial time. It's polynomial in the number of contacts. So you would think it's going to be 2 to the 8. Some algorithms that some people have used just accept that and do the thing which is worst case exponential, but this algorithm is worst case polynomial. So that's one thing, being able to efficiently enumerate the contact modes. And then this ties into some work of Shanyi's, where she's planning, I'll say, contact-rich manipulation. So she's planning the motion of an object and a robot and the contacts that evolve among them. So there's a sampling-based planner that guides object motions. She searches over all the contact modes that can develop during those motions, and then she also, generates the motions and controls of the robot that can play with the contact mode. So I'll show you some of her experiments. By the way, this is another bit that is part of the context. This is a direct drive gripper. DD hand, it's abbreviated. So that's work of Ankit Bhatia. And it's so quick, it looks like these videos are sped up sometimes. Well, sometimes they are actually, but sometimes they're not. And so it is very quick. And I like it because, I think we have a lot of very, very simple grippers, and then we have a lot of anthropomorphic grippers. And this is sort of in between, and I really think the sweet spot should be in between. But anyway, so it's doing all kinds of interesting things, like it's not just go grasp and move and then place. It's using contact with the environment, using contact with the robot to make interesting things happen. So that's like pulling a bookshelf out, a book out of a bookshelf. There's also, it doesn't have to be just the direct drive gripper. There's also another project at CMU where they have a bunch of fingers, an array of fingers that are operated using a Delta style kinematics. So tiny, tiny Delta robots used as fingers. And her work applies to that as well. Shani is giving doing a poster and giving a presentation, which are tomorrow. And I'm sorry, I forgot to put the details of that here. Rolling over an obstacle. And that device there is obviously not the direct drive hand. That's just a single finger that's compliantly controlled. Anyway, the last thing I wanted to tell you about, And yes, I do want to plug Berkshire Gray, so a little conflict of interest, truth in advertising, whatever. But it actually fits, and we'll come back to it later. But what this shows off is the vacuum gripping that's at the center of many of the Berkshire Gray systems, which are installed in warehouses and so forth. And it is vacuum, and yet it can do things that most vacuum systems can't do. And in particular, you see those baseballs, there's a seam around that baseball that is gaping wide, and an ordinary suction cup gripper wouldn't be able to grab that seam, and certainly wouldn't be able to grab these bath sponges. Okay, usually vacuum grippers have to have a good seal. So we'll come back to that. So that's the context. That's the things that were kind of in the back of our minds when we're having this conversation. So I'm struggling with the question, what do I mean by action? And I did the thing that I guess probably maybe all of us would do at some point. You say, well, let me just start and ask, like, what is the simplest action? I'll start there. What's the simplest action? And the first thing that comes to mind is move. Okay, the robot's just here and you want it to be there, and so it moves. No contact, very, very simple. Then it occurs to me, no, even simpler than that is don't move. Okay, so you don't even have to turn the robot on. So there's our two simplest actions: wait and then move. And I'm going to use C space. So here's wait, C space. So have a reference point, and the gripper, well, that's the whole robot. It's just a disembodied gripper that doesn't even have a degree of freedom, really. And so you have the X and Y of the reference point and the gripper theta, and those define the configuration space. So you got this 3DC space, and there's just a point there, and it just sits there, right? That's the wait. And then the move is it doesn't just sit there, it moves. And an oddly relevant poster was in the Delta terminal, the Delta Club yesterday. I had to share it with you. It said, a line is a dot that went for a walk. That was from Paul Clay. And I thought, wow, it just fits perfectly here. So I'll borrow that. I guess that would be locomotion rather than manipulation, but you don't have to be too picky. Okay, so, those are the first two most simple ones. I couldn't think of anything interesting to do, anything else to do without contact. So at this point, I think, okay, let's have contact. Let's see, I'll have a robot, a fixed shape R, I'll have a fixed shape world, call it W, call this class of actions RW, and the previous class R. And at that point, it's like, oh, wait a minute. This looks suspiciously like a taxonomy. I really didn't plan it. I accidentally started constructing a taxonomy. It was an accident. Actually, I blame you. Okay, I don't know why I constructed a taxonomy. I think it's your fault. It was the pressure of this talk. So I don't know if I can justify it or not, but that's how it happened. So let's make the best of it. Maybe it will lead to some insights. As it turns out, it did lead me to some different ideas. So son of a gun, we're making a taxonomy. And there's another thing here, because it was an accident, I didn't do any real research. And so please, if you have seen this taxonomy before, please tell me, okay? And I'm not sensitive, just yell it right out when you realize that you've seen it before, that's fine. The taxonomies that I know about are more about animals and particularly humans. And so, you may have seen these. I'll just remind you what some taxonomies look like. This is the earliest one I know. This is 106 years old. I don't even have the original document. All I have is this citation from 62. And this is a grasp taxonomy, which a lot of these are grasp taxonomies. This one I think is really interesting. These people were studying gorillas that were feeding on thistles. This is a close-up, this is just the first three actions that they identified. Here I'm zooming out so you can see them all, and there's more than 100 there, I believe. So, that gives you an idea. You begin to think, ooh, the world of manipulation can be very, very large and complicated. This is a Bullock, Ma, and Dollar taxonomy. There's the close-up, and you can see, it's like, Is there motion or is there not motion? Is it in the hand or is it not within the hand? And so these are all binary choices all the way to the taxonomy. And so this is actually kind of comprehensive. Okay, you kind of can't escape this taxonomy, except that they didn't worry about things happening in parallel. So there is that. So you can't escape it. On the other hand, you know, it doesn't go down to the same level of precision that you might see in some others. And this is a taxonomy by Paulius et al. I think that's probably in Yu Sun's group. And I don't have time to talk about it. I think it's a very interesting paper, though. I would suggest that, you know, if you're interested, that you look at that. And there's another thing you could do, which we did, which was to say, let's test them out. So let's follow somebody around with a camera. So we took a test subject, we put her in a convenience store, and we just told her, go pick up things and put them back. Okay, go pick up that, go put it back. And then we shot these things with 120 frames per second, which is nice. So we're looking at something at 1/4 time. And she picks things up and puts them down. But it turns out to be more complicated than we expected. There was some interesting contact there. Tempting to say it was accidental, but I don't think it was. Maybe that time it was. Anyway, so what happens then? You take this and you label it using the taxonomies. And so here's a close-up of one of the labelings, and I'll zoom back in a second. You can see there's 4 rows here. Well, at the very bottom, you see frame numbers, 0, 30, 60. And at the top, intrinsic manipulation. That is a gate, a cyclic manipulation behavior taxonomy by Elliott and Connolly from '84. Pose, this is this Fakes et al. Taxonomy from 2016, which is kind of a super taxonomy. They look at a lot of different taxonomies and put them together. And then BMD, that's the Bullock-Ma dollar taxonomy that we looked at earlier, which is kind of comprehensive. And so if we zoom out, what you see is that these taxonomies don't really, you know, cover what we were observing, except, as I said, the Bullock-Ma dollar taxonomy is kind of comprehensive. Now, there were places where parallel things were happening, and so even the Bullock-Ma dollar taxonomy has some gaps in it. But by and large, you may say about half of what we observed there could be classified by any of these taxonomies. So, you know, here's, I think, the most interesting one. You have to pull that cup out, but you probably have had this experience. If you do it wrong, the whole stack of cups comes out, and then you have to try and push them back in. And so what she did there are some spring detents that are holding the cup in, and she's kind of twisting and rocking a little bit, feeling it past those detents without the second cup getting past those detents. And I think probably as she's twisting like that, I think she can even feel the motion of the second cup relative to the first cup. I think maybe she can, with her tactile sensors, detect that slip. I'm just guessing. That's just my own sort of feeling about that operation. Anyway, it looks interesting to me, and definitely not something that's captured well by any of these taxonomies. So, okay, we're accidentally taxonomizing, but we're going to lean into it. Where were we? Okay, we had just decided that we should look at contact, and so we've got this. We've got the R world. This far left column is what we did first. It's just the robot, and it can wait or it can move. And now we're looking at, you've got a robot and the world, and so you can have contact. And so what motions can you have now? Well, let's see. I guess wait again. I never thought of that before, but you know, if it's just sitting in contact, it could just sit there in contact, right? A compliant wait. Compliant motion, I think we're all familiar with that. Move until touch. And then I never thought about naming it. I don't know if this has a name, but if you move out of contact, what's that called? I don't know. Depart? I just said depart. Maybe it does have a name already, and I'm just not thinking. Oh, yeah. And then I thought, oh, it's the contact-rich manipulation workshop. I don't know what contact-rich means. Maybe it's kind of exposed in this diagram. I don't think this stuff over here, wait and move, that's obviously not contact rich. We should call that contact poor. And then the right columns should be contact rich. And maybe there's some intermediate thing in here. Contact modestly endowed. We'll try that. So, okay. So this is the RW world. I already said this, but here you see it in the C space, right? The point goes for a walk, hits that surface. Now it's taking a walk along the surface. That's the compliant motion. Then it does the depart motion. But you know what I didn't cover here is that there obviously it could make more contacts, right? It could be a compliant move until touch. And so you could be looking at the degrees of contact and, you know, expand the taxonomy that way. But I didn't. Okay. The next domain. I feel so stupid going on. Has anybody ever seen that taxonomy? Whose footsteps am I accidentally running in? Anybody? Let's see. What's that? Thanks. That sounds something. Yeah, no. Yeah. Okay. We should talk or send me something. Yeah. Anyway, let's see. Okay, so suppose you've got just a robot and a movable item, but there's no world, okay? Or at least maybe it's there, but you don't make contact, so who cares? So there's a thing called affixment, okay? In an old Stanford system called AL, they had an actual statement in the language that said affix, and you could affix the object to the world, or you could affix it to the gripper. So if you grasped something, you would then say affix the object to the gripper, and then the simulation that was running alongside it would, you know, would do that. And so if you think about it, affixment actually reduces the an RI problem to an RW problem. Either the item's part of the robot or it's part of the world. Okay, so so we can say that anything that's affixable is covered already, and then we can look only at the cases where the item is moving with respect either to the robot, or sorry, moving with respect to both the robot and the world. And the ones that I came up there are these. You could just hold it. Well, maybe that actually is affixable. So, but anyway, there it is. But what if you move the gripper so that the object moves in the gripper? Okay, I don't know what to call that. Which is ironic because the next thing I'm going to show you is a project where that's what we did, and we didn't know what to call it. Okay, but I'll just call it jostle now. But you know, if you have some coins in your hand, maybe you move your hand this way and that until you get the right coin up, or maybe if you have a cube, you might do something kind of. Oh no, that doesn't count, right? It's only if you move the hand like that. So anyway, I'm just going to call it jostle. We can think of something better. You can release it, throw it, and then there's all of this stuff, and that should be, you know, there's an awful lot there. We can figure out how to enumerate them, and you know, that's what this triangle means. This is like a sub taxonomy that we're not going to fill out, okay? But we could start counting like how many elements in the mechanism and how many contacts and what's the structure of the mechanism and all that stuff could form a taxonomy here. So there's that. Okay, I'm going to go off on a tangent. By the way, where's the time? How am I doing? I have what? Okay, cool. Okay, I'm going to go off on a tangent because we haven't talked about uncertainty, and I think it's important. So, okay, here's the thing. Your sensors aren't perfect. Your arm isn't perfect. You know, you tell your arm to go somewhere. It doesn't. It just goes somewhere like within a millimeter or a tenth of a millimeter or something like that. And your sensors, you know, your vision, you say, I know that that computer is right there. But the reason you know it's right there is partly because it's in contact with the computer under it. Okay, and I put it there. So if somebody had snuck in and like stuck some little pads under it and raised it a millimeter, I wouldn't see the difference, right? The reason I know it's there isn't because just of my sensors, it's also because of contact. So So if you want to think about that, if you want to work with it, then you need to represent the uncertainty. And in the C space, you know, instead of thinking of a dot going for a walk and making a line, you need to think of a blob going for a walk and making a tube. Tube is a blob that went for a walk. And then here's what happens with contact. There's a surface in the C space so that when you make contact with that surface, it flattens the blob. The blob gets projected onto the surface. Now there's an issue here that you need to be careful about, right? I don't really know where that surface is either, right? So in what sense have I eliminated the uncertainty? Well, the beauty of it is that at least sometimes your goal is to be on the surface, right? Many times our goals are defined by contact. And if that's the case, doesn't matter that you don't know exactly where the surface is and you don't know exactly where the robot is. What you do know is that they're in contact. And what precision do you attach to that? I mean, if there's gravity, and so there must be some reactive forces from contact, they're in contact. The accuracy, I don't know how to say anything other than the accuracy is perfect. So, you know, so what you can do is you can, again, make multiple contacts, right? You project it to one, and then you make a compliant guarded move until touch until you hit the next surface. And now you've got just 1 degree of uncertainty. And you make another move, another guarded or another compliant move until touch. Until you're in that corner there and you've eliminated all uncertainty, you know, relative to the goal. And that brings me to this project that Mike Erdman and I did many years ago, 1988, 35 years ago. You know, we didn't think people would appreciate this. For one thing, we didn't think people would think it was robotics. Because what's happening is there's an object sliding around in a tray here, okay? And so that's why we have the opening shot in this video is of this industrial robot holding the tray, even though the only thing that ever moves is the wrist of the robot. It's only 2 degrees of freedom. It just does this, you know, pan and tilt thing, pan and tilt. Anyway, so here's it going. And we're going to have a top view, down view in a second so you can see what's going on. But all it does is tilt this tray. Now I think, thanks to you, thanks to all this pressure, now I think, oh, this is intrinsic dexterity. This is in-hand manipulation. If you were going to make a taxonomy of in-hand manipulation, this would be like you would start by saying, what's the simplest form of in-hand manipulation? And right after the weight in hand that just holds still, I think would be this guy. So so this I think is okay, enough said. Anyway, how does it work? What we're looking at here is you can see that the wrench started in 3 different poses, but they're going to converge to a single pose. And what you're seeing in the upper left is what the robot believes are the possible poses of that wrench in that tray. Okay, and so at the end of these 6 or 7 tilts, the robot has decided that all possibilities are eliminated but one. And this is how it does the planning. So right here, this, can you see this arrow? Yeah, so well, you can't see it very well. And in the upper left, it's cycling through every possible initial pose of the wrench in the tray. And then the pie chart there is the set of all possible tilting motions, and they end up being discretized. You know, either it's going to slide to the left or it's going to slide to the right or it's not. And so you end up with a discrete set of actions. And so it just searches through all of these actions, and then it's going to search a tree, and it's just going to do a breadth first search of all possible sequences of these actions. And the first node it hits where the pose of the object is completely determined, that is the shortest plan that gets you to the knowledge state of knowing where the wrench is. Okay, and so it's a little different, you know. If the first time that Erdman ran that. So Erdman was visiting the manipulation lab at CMU one summer, and we hit on this idea. And the first time that he ran it, he calls me up. I go there, so and he starts it up, and it does this thing that you just saw, and it ends up with a wrench right there where you saw it. And then I say to Mike, "Did it work?" And he said, "I don't know." Because the goal wasn't to be in any particular place. We didn't say put the wrench in a corner, right? We said know where the wrench is. And does it know? Mike hadn't written code where the robot tells us what it knows or what it believes is going to be the pose of the wrench. So he had to do a little bit of work. He sat down with the computer and poked around in the data structures and so forth and figured out, and then turns to me and say, "Yeah, it worked." So very weird. This is if you could zoom in on that tree that I just showed you, this is what you would see. So the numbers across the top of this chart are the edges of that Allen key. We've made a polygonal approximation, so it has 6 edges. And then L means whatever edge it's against, it's in the left corner. M means it's in the middle of that edge, and R means at the right. And J is a mistake. We should never have included that. And so what it does is it starts out and says, okay, it's on an edge. At first it tilts it once. Now it knows it's on an edge, and it's in the middle of the edge because it started in the middle of the tray. And then it says, okay, it could be on any of these edges, and it's in the middle. And so I'm going to just try every different action and look and see what are the possibilities after that. This is the C space. So from the initial analysis, the configuration space here is discrete. And so this is like a bitmap of a bit vector representing the possible configurations of that wrench in the tray. And so it's searching, each one of these is an uncertainty cloud, a blob in the C space. And it just searches until it gets to a blob that is a single pose. And that's how it works. If you're interested in this stuff, it's kind of, I would say, derived from work that was some earlier work that from 1984. So let's see. Okay, enough of that tangent, uncertainty. We're getting near to the end of this little taxonomy. We're going to say there's the robot and the world and the item, and they're all in relative motion, potentially in relative motion in contact. And I'm not going to begin to try and, pull that out. I'm just going to mention a few things. This is something that I was excited about. That I did something in my PhD thesis about this. If you have a block and you don't know exactly where it is, but you want to know and you want to get a very precise grip of it, one thing you see people do is they'll squeeze it like that, and then they'll rotate the gripper and they'll squeeze it like that and grasp it. And that'll eliminate, in theory, it'll eliminate all the uncertainty in X, Y, and theta. Actually, there's a bug in that. It's not quite right, but it's close anyway. And then after I did that, I was visiting in Japan. Hirochika Inoue said to me, like, what are you doing next? And I said, oh, I'm doing something completely different, like tray tilting or something. I don't know. And he said, well, that's a mistake. He was more polite than that. He didn't actually say, you're very stupid. He said, he nodded politely, I'm sure. But then a few years later, he said, like, well, look, you don't just have to have planar motion between the item and the world. You could have 2 contacts. And then you could have this kind of motion, which they called tumbling. Or you could have 1 contact, and now you've got something that behaves like a spherical joint, and they called that pivoting. So there's a hint, I guess, about how one approach that one might use to further tease out that column in the taxonomy. So we're done, because I'm not going to go worry about what happens when you have 2 items, and I'm not going to chase these other columns any further. So how much time do we have now? Okay, cool. I don't think I need 10 minutes, but we'll see. So, okay. We did this taxonomy. Did we get any insights from it? Did we learn anything? I started with what do we mean by action? And then there's a question of what do we mean by simple? And then ultimately, it's kind of inspired by Xiangyi's work, that thing that plans dexterous manipulation. And I'm thinking on how it relates to that planner. Let's start with that. Her planner searches over item motions and contact modes that involve the item in the world, and then contact modes involving the item in the robot. Actually, the contact modes with the item in the robot, she doesn't yet have sliding. I don't know if she's going to do sliding contact, but right now it's just either fixed or separating, right? When you look at that, it's kind of like in the developing of this taxonomy, it's almost like I was searching that same space. It was a way of looking at all the different ways that the contact modes can come together between item, world, and robot. And so, for a moment there, I was thinking, gee, does Xiangyi's planner, is it walking down the taxonomy? And the answer is no, it's not. But they're kind of connected, and it does make me want to sort of think about that some more, and think about the relation of planners to taxonomies. And then let's see, there's a question of what do we mean by action? Well, it seems implicitly, accidentally, what I did was think of actions in terms of making and breaking contacts and compliant motions. How much of manipulation does this cover? Well, I'm sure everybody here is already thinking like, well, what about soft things? What about fluids? What about, what about large assemblies of things? What about a bag of marbles? What about, so there's lots of things that we haven't covered. But in my mind, the most significant one is vacuum cups. So if you think back at the Berkshire Gray thing that was using the vacuum cup, for some reason in this community, we don't find vacuum cups very interesting. I think most people think, well, it's too simple or it's too crude. I don't know why. A vacuum cup can grab something with basically a single contact point, and that means that you can grasp something in clutter much more easily than you can if you require 2 or more contact points. And why is that? Well, a vacuum, you can apply forces that direction or that direction. With ordinary contacts, it's only that direction. How is that not interesting? How is that not a good thing? And if you go to industry, of course, vacuum cups are totally dominant, right? It's something like, I don't know the number. Somebody published a number of 75% of all effectors, of all grasping effectors being vacuum cups. I don't know if that was ages ago. I don't know if it's still current, but vacuum cups definitely are dominant. I'm glad to say there is some work. Sean, you did some work. Ken Goldberg has done some work. Others have done some work on modeling vacuum cups. So maybe this is changing. And then there's the uncertainty thing. So is an action a change of the state of the world with an associated control? Or is it a change in the knowledge state of the robot? And I think, we need to keep both of those things in mind in general. What do we mean by simple? Well, seems like the way I went about the taxonomy, what simple meant was you count the number of bodies and the number of contacts in a rigid body model. And so that would mean deformable things are very complex. And a suction cup would be infinitely complex because, it's deformable, has infinite degrees of freedom. But if you go and ask somebody that's using them why they use them, they're probably going to say, well, it's really simple, right? So there's something there that definitely we have not captured. And then there's this thing that I think is maybe the most interesting thing that popped into my head, which is, what about grasp? Now, some people build systems where they say, go to the grasp point, grasp, Now the item is affixed to the gripper. Go to the place point and ungrasp, and now it's affixed to the object. And what's their model of grasp? The model of grasp is that the object switches affixment from the world to the gripper. It's a very, very simple model. Now, when I did my work on grasping, and I said, holy moly, grasping is much more complicated than that. There's this whole process, and there's a sequence of contacts, and yada, yada, yada. And then the next time I go to a talk where somebody says grasp, equals affixment, and then my reaction then was, I guess I'm disappointed. I'm kind of like, oh, wow, he doesn't realize it's much more complicated than that. But you know what? He was right. He was right. If it works, that's good. So having a very simple model of grasp isn't necessarily wrong. Yeah, the old adage, and I've forgotten the name, probably half of you know the name. I forgot the name. Anyway, there's a guy who said all models are wrong, some are useful. And that's true of all these models, right? And now here's the thing, what is useful is if you implement it in your task domain and it works, then you win, right? And so that extraordinarily simple a model of grasp is sometimes the right model. I think your model should be as simple as possible and no simpler. So now I'm stealing, I think, from Einstein. Or anyway, so there's this issue. There's a line, right? So an abstraction barrier, to borrow from I think that's computer science lingo. Above the abstraction barrier, you see primitives, right? And your planner, it knows what a grasp is. It doesn't need to know the details of the sequences of contacts and so forth, unless sometimes something goes wrong, and then it does need to know. And so the abstraction barrier isn't fixed in a certain place, right? Depending on your task domain, you might need the abstraction barrier to be lower, and your primitives are making and breaking contacts. Or maybe in a different domain where you've done the engineering, or it's just simpler, the abstraction barrier is higher. And then the thing that comes to mind for me that with respect to that is, well, I think there's sometimes when that abstraction barrier doesn't change just with the domain, but moment by moment. And I must be done. Am I done? Time for me to quit? Takeaways. I'm skipping these two slides. I think they're telling me to quit. Oh, 2 minutes. Okay. Next. Okay. What does this lead us to? Do we want to extend the taxonomy? I don't, but maybe you do. I hope you do, because I would love to see trade tilting get labeled the least dexterous manipulation. Let's see, and if I wanted to pursue this, I guess I would look for domains where you need a shifting abstraction barrier. I mean, sometimes when something goes wrong, you just try it again, right? Or you try a different sequence of the primitives that you know about. But maybe sometimes you look at it and say, oh, what's going on here? Oh, when I made this contact, that happened, and so I need to do something different, right? So sometimes I think you need to shift it. And, so did the taxonomizing work? I'm left thinking more respectfully of taxonomies now. It's not just a list of things. It does lead, I think, to some new perspectives. So anyway, as you might have noticed in this slide, Shanyi and I have shifted roles. I used to be your advisor, but now she's helping me figure out what I'm doing. I had a lot of collaborators, and thank my wife, and that's the end. Thanks.
Thank you. Now I'd like to open the floor out for questions this evening. If anyone wants to ask, I guess they could just shout it and then repeat the question.
Sure. There's one. Oh, can you start over with the microphone? Microphone doesn't work.
Yeah, so it sounds like we have more complex and then those actions are more complex. So why it's actually like this? Or I can imagine, for example, you have a pen and you put a box or you put a book on the pen, then you have a lot of complex region. But it's not really complex, right? I mean, it's kind of like you have stock and item.
Right.
So how can we really define this complex, maybe not only
If you're measuring complexity in terms of the number of contacts, I'm trying to repeat it. If you look at a book on a table, there is an infinity of contacts there, and yet actually it's pretty simple. Yeah, I think that's right. And I think this abstraction barrier thing comes into play there. So if I want to, I can say, that's a fixment. I don't need to count the number of contacts at all. If I want to be a little bit more detailed in my model, maybe I want to worry about the sequence of motions that puts it down. I might say, oh, that's 4 contacts. And that's what a lot of people do, is to look at that situation and say it's the corners. I'm going to model it as contact with the corners. Now, somebody else, if you're worrying about like pushing it or you're going to slide it across the table, now that model isn't detailed enough because the variation in the contact and the pressure distribution changes how fast it's going to rotate, or whether it's going to rotate, and what the final point of rotation might be. And so now your model needs to include, at least in principle, the infinity of contacts that you're talking about. So I think that's the answer to your question, that there are variations in the complexity of the model. You should use the simplest model that works, but go no simpler than that.
Okay, so I think one of the overarching themes maybe here is that machine learning and kind of a looming question: should we be using models? Should we be enumerating contact sequences? If our instruction company is infinitely complicated, are we, the real system doesn't have time to visit infinite contact sequences. So should we be letting the data tell us about the relevant contact sequences? So the big short question is, how do we put all the learning based depth-based manipulation into your taxonomy? Or how do those two come together?
Yeah, that's a question I'm gonna have to think about. I will say this, it occurred to me as you're asking, a lot of times the models are implicit. So somebody says, this is what our robot does, and you can kind of see a model behind it. Or you look at their planner, it's like, oh, they think a grasp is just the primitive affixment thing, or whatever they're doing. So now I'm wondering whether we will be able to infer such assumptions from the behavior of learning systems, or the outcomes of learning systems. I think it's easy to say there's no model, and certainly some people have said that to me. I don't think that's the right way to look at it. That's not much of an answer, but it occurs to me anyway. I think I'm done. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, thanks everybody.
Hello. All right. So we have our next speaker, Deits, my former lab mate, who's now working at Boston Dynamics as a robotics engineer. Robin has got his PhD from MIT at 2018 and has been at BD ever since. So if you have watched YouTube and have seen Atlas doing parkour, backflips, and doing this off-axis rotation that lands on its feet. So all of that is powered by the awesome MPC controller written by Robin and other awesome people at Boston Dynamics. So Boston Dynamics has been a leader in locomotion, and they have thought about manipulation for a while. And Robin today is going to tell us more about all those awesome stuff.
Thank you for a very flattering intro. Yeah, let's get straight to it. So I'm from Boston Dynamics. We're trying to create robots that enrich people's lives. We have a few robots that you might see out in the world nowadays and some that are still in the lab. So our products that we have, in case anyone hasn't heard of us, we have Spot, which is out there doing inspection and investigation, looking at Turing factories, reading gauges, all sorts of useful things in the world. We have Stretch, which moves boxes. I got some vacuum grippers for you, Matt, there. And we have Atlas doing R&D. So Spot is primarily right now being used to do things like inspecting sites, autonomous patrols, anything that's repetitive and boring that you can get to on 4 legs. Stretch is out in the world moving boxes, unloading trucks, sucking them up with a big vacuum gripper, putting them back down on conveyors, building pallets, all sorts of things like that. Atlas doesn't have a job yet. Atlas's job is to sort of figure out what a humanoid robot might do. And to figure out what a humanoid robot might do that's useful, we first have to figure out what humanoids can do at all. And so we're really trying to just push the boundaries of what is possible with walking robots. Atlas is all hydraulic, which means that it's essentially all of the problems of an electric robot coupled to all the problems of hydraulic robot. But it means that we get to put our big heavy power plant in the core. So we get a lot of power density and we can do really exciting things with fairly light limbs. For sensing, we have RGB and time of flight. And for manipulation right now, we have these one-off claw grippers. So just big hydraulic clamps. Atlas is a lot of fun to work with because it's very athletic. It can do jumps, flips, all sorts of things that are very hard on any other kind of humanoid platform. It's also good to work with because it's pretty physically robust. We smash this robot into things a lot. And it usually is fine. We try to be good to these robots, but you know, best effort. And I think in all of those cases, the robot just got back up and kept going. But you know, this is a manipulation workshop, so let's talk manipulation. So you know, we've got these big one-off clamps. Is this dexterous manipulation? Is this contact rich? It's kind of the least dexterous thing you could have, except maybe for jostling. We're just clamping onto objects with grippers. I'm going to say yes. I'm going to argue that this is dexterity. This is dexterity in a different sense. I'm going to say that this is dexterous in that the whole robot is the manipulator, right? I'm not going to show you anything that involves really interesting in-hand manipulation because our hands aren't very interesting right now. But I'm going to show you manipulation that involves sort of treating the whole robot as a dexterous system. We're not going to stop our algorithms at the hand. We're going to think about how the whole robot and the object interact with each other. And how we're going to do that is through MPC. We're going to treat MPC not just as a way to track some specific reference trajectory, but as a motion compiler. So how do we take some set of behaviors you want to do? Maybe it's a trajectory, maybe it's some kind of sparse goal like moving the hand somewhere or doing a particular kind of step. Maybe it's even something that we generate with some kind of offline policy. And we're just going to hand it to MPC. And we're going to hand it to the same MPC every time with largely the same tunings and try to sort of develop a system that can combine all the behaviors we're interested in into input that is compatible with an MPC that we can actually run fast enough to work in the real world. In general, I'm going to show a couple of different versions of MPC, but they all have similar properties. We're going to embrace sparsity. We're going to embrace nonlinearity. Everything we do is nonlinear. There are very few actually linear constraints involved in what we do anymore, because as soon as you start having, you know, coupled contact force and position, you have a nonlinear optimization. We're just going to deal with it. We're going to linearize around some solution and keep going best we can. We don't bother with convergence. There's no time for that. It doesn't really matter. And we're going to do whatever we can to exploit the sparsity and the structure of the problem for speed. And frankly, we're going to take apart our solvers and make them as fast as possible because we really, really care about performance. So our original versions of MPC on Atlas from about 4 years ago were really inspired by the offline optimization work that we were doing at the same time. So taking a centroidal optimization, think about the robot as a potato, try to make it do something like a backflip. How do you make a potato do a backflip? And then try to find a kinematic optimization or a kinematic sequence that's compatible with that. And then maybe do some alternation back and forth to try to get those to converge to something that makes coherent sense. And what you get is an optimization that produces mostly feasible results of things like backflips. And so for MPC, we're basically just going to do the same thing. So our first MPC was essentially take our offline optimization, which did this separate centroidal and kinematic optimization, and just run them together. So run the centroidal optimization as fast as possible, take its outputs, pass them to a kinematic optimization, run that all as fast as possible, call that an MPC. And that kind of worked. It had some issues though. So our references needed to be pretty close to feasible. Close is sort of hard to define precisely, but generally they had to look like something the robot could actually do. And our biggest limitation is that the kinematic constraints of the robot, how long the legs are, don't really factor into the centroidal optimization. There are a lot of bad choices you can make about the potato that the robot isn't going to be able to follow. Nonetheless, it's kind of worked, right? We're able to take optimizations of something like a backflip and turn that into execution of that backflip on the real robot. And the real benefit of the structure that we developed for this MPC is that we could change things like what behavior we're doing with a relatively sparse specification. So changing from a backflip to a 360 is sort of just a change in your target angular momentum during the jump. Obviously, there is tuning and iteration on this to actually get this to work. We later, as part of our dance effort, moved on to just sort of thinking about animation as an input to MPC. It's really hard to describe dance in the form of a sequence of center of mass targets. It just doesn't make sense. Animation or dance has style, and style doesn't really translate well into the inputs to an SQP. So instead, we went through animation. So we would take a reference of someone doing a dance, animate it on a rig that at least looked vaguely like Atlas, and then use that directly as a reference for MPC. And so that's how we got Atlas to do like stylistically informed dancing. Same MPC structure, just a new kind of input. And so when we put that all together, what we got is our Atlas dance video. And so what you see in this video is a combination of individually offline optimized behaviors, animated behaviors, and animations that have then gone through optimization as a post-processing step. And we're just stitching those all together to create the reference, and it's getting tracked by the same MPC the whole time. That works really well when you're in a big flat plane. As soon as you start needing to move out into even the most structured of environments that isn't just a single big flat plane, creating a library of every possible motion you would ever want to achieve is just totally infeasible. If I need an individual trajectory for jumping on a 30-centimeter box and a 31-centimeter box and a 32-centimeter box, we would literally spend all of our time just generating those trajectories. And so what we built is a system for warping references. So we take a jump that goes up onto a 30-centimeter box and just kind of stretch it. You can just add, what if you add 1 to all of the Z references? Do you get a trajectory that's physically coherent? No, I mean, you can't just add numbers and get a ballistic result out. But it doesn't really matter. It turns out that if you just sort of stretch the input and let MPC figure it out, it can kind of do it. And so this is just taking a single jump reference and stretching it to different heights of boxes and different lateral displacements between the boxes. And so we were able to build a system where we could jump on a couple of different heights of boxes with a relatively small library. And what we built out of that was an entire video of Atlas doing parkour. So what you're seeing here is a bunch of offline optimized trajectories that have been online are getting stretched and warped to fit the actual dimensions of the environment that we find ourselves in. So we're looking at planes in the environment, figuring out where to jump, and then adjusting whatever references we have available to best fit those. And then stitching those together, and again, tracking them online with this combination of centroidal MPC and then kinematic MPC. And so what that looks like online is that we have this library of behaviors, a bunch of different jumps of different lengths, a bunch of different jog strides. At every tick, we're going to select trajectories that best fit the perception of the environment around us right now, stretch them a little bit so they actually go to where we're supposed to go and not to where they went in the reference, blend it all together, and then hand this sort of vaguely feasible but not really consistent reference to MPC and just hope that MPC can figure it out. And for small values of stretching. You know, if you want to jump 5 centimeters higher, this works great. If you want to jump 20 centimeters farther, it's really started to fall apart, and we would have to add more things to the library to cover those holes. And it really comes down to lacking the kinematic information in the centroidal process. We'd do something smart with the potato, and then the robot isn't a potato, and so it wouldn't work. But it was good enough to do this video. So yeah, where did this fall down? Well, we're not really doing whole body coordination right. We're thinking about the potato, and then we're thinking about the rest of the robot and trying to get them to agree, and they just don't. Our improvisation, I would say, was lacking. In that case, the robot didn't quite make the takeoff and made just some very poor choices about how to land, given that the robot was fine, very robust. We also had a lot of trouble with these performance limiting behaviors. So one of the things that we showed off in that video was doing a vault. The arms are not strong enough to vault. This was at the absolute limit of what the robot can do. We were sort of sitting on the joint limits to make this work. And that was very hard to dial in. And then finally, what we really lacked here was the ability to sort of specify sparse descriptions, what we want the robot to do. It's fine to generate a library of behaviors, but what if you want to do something that's just fundamentally not in the library? All right, so let's talk MPC 2.0, taking all of those lessons and building a new system. Totally jettisoning this separation of centroidal and kinematic optimization. Just don't do it anymore. I'm not going back. We're just going to put them all together. What if you took all the decision variables from all of those problems and put them in one big problem? That couldn't possibly work. Works great. Works fine. Just much better than expected. The solve time sort of increased linearly. This was great. It was a lot of work, but it really kind of did just work. I'm not going back to the separation of centroidal and kinematics. But we're still sort of exploiting the same sparsity structure, trying to find consistent solutions. So what does this look like? So instead of solving a centroidal optimization and then a kinematic one, we're just going to do it all at once. And so you can see that here's the robot running over some boxes and sort of showing you its preview of the MPC horizon. And that's all getting optimized online. And in this case, we have sort of a sensible reference that we're tracking, but it's going to turn out that we don't really need that anymore. Well, what do we get out of this? Well, we get better at dancing. So it's the most important thing that we do. So we'll do some, I think this is Boy with Love. This turned out to work pretty well and really would not have worked with the old system. There's sort of too much whole body coordination. There's too much of trading off, trying to match the reference without slamming the feet into the ground. The potato isn't a good model of the stance. Slightly more usefully, we're able to do more with animation. So the off-axis flip that we did in our last video was entirely animated by hand. So it's a reference that's vaguely realistic. It sort of looks like the robot. It's close to conserving momentum, but you can't just track it. If you were to follow the animation, you would fall. The animation does not obey physics. And so we're actually relying on the solver understanding that, having its own constraints on physics, and doing something smarter. So it's actually tucking its knees in much farther than the animation required. It's shaping its inertia in flight. And a little bit of what that looks like. The robot is actually at the absolute limit of how much it can tuck here. If we tucked any less, or if we tucked any more, the knees would hit the elbows and it wouldn't be able to make it around. That's actually the first time that ever worked, I believe. This doesn't always work. This is the other reason things are fun at Boston Dynamics, is that we get to break these robots. That was a hard one. That robot was not fine. We lost the entire leg, but it's okay. That's why we have 4. What we started to get out of this better MPC is better generalization. So, I talked about us stretching trajectories a little bit. We were really pushing that a lot farther. So here's our backflip, which was designed for a 30-centimeter platform, running on a 30-centimeter platform. What if we just stretch that to flat ground? I've always wanted to do a flat ground backflip on Atlas. Ta-da, flat ground backflips on Atlas. So we can just do those. That worked the first time I tried it with the new controller. And now this is something we do in our daily demos. So we've done hundreds of flat ground backflips with this robot. And it's because the controller can do things like shape its inertia in flight to actually land on the ground. We're also sort of pushing the boundaries of what's possible with step recovery. So here's Atlas running this MPC, getting pushed quite hard. It's hard to convey in a video how hard you have to push this robot. But from the front or the back, I would say it is nearly impossible to push it over. From the side, you can still get it. So that's your tip, is you can still push them over from the side. And finally, we're sort of pushing the boundaries of generative behavior. What if we just drop this whole idea of trajectory libraries? What if we wanted to walk with no offline optimization at all? And I'm pretty proud of this. I feel like this actually looks like walking. We're not quite to like fully straight leg walking, but I think this is the best looking walking I've seen on this robot. And there's no reference here except some very heuristic foot motion and a constant nominal posture. And so MPC is coming up with all of the leg motion, all of the arm motion, all the contact forces is just coming out of MPC. Yeah, and I'm pretty pleased with that. It even has a force pattern that actually kind of mimics real human walking, which I think is just an artifact of the fact that we're conserving similar things. Okay, but the reactive motion and whole body control talk is across the hall. So I'm in the wrong room. So I got to talk about manipulation. So here's some manipulation. So what we're going to do, same MPC, we're just going to tell it, hey, please expect some bonus force on the hands. Right, at this point in time, please close your grippers and expect that there's a little bit of extra force pulling down. And what you get is a solution that can lift a relatively heavy object. That's a 25-pound, so like 10-kilogram curl bar. And MPC is sort of actively compensating for the weight of the object. And you can even see that it's planning ahead into the future. There's no reference or no library reference for picking up an object. It's purely driven by the pose tasks of the hands. But that's really not enough to do full manipulation. We want to manipulate objects that are heavy enough that their momentum matters to the robot, not just knowing ahead of time that you're going to have to compensate for gravity, but you're going to move this object in some way that you maybe don't know a priori. The controller needs to figure that out. And furthermore, we don't want to treat manipulation as a penalty. Sometimes holding an object can actually make you more stable. An acrobat holding a balance pole is more stable than a person not holding a balance pole. How do we make manipulation into an opportunity, not just a problem? And we want to do this generatively. So we can't be bothered to generate a cross product of all possible locomotion behaviors and all possible manipulation behaviors and save that into a library of offline optimizations. It's just not practical. So we're going to generate this online. And then finally, we want to start moving towards what we're going to think about as object-centric specification. So I really don't want to tell the robot to crouch down and then close its hands and then stand up and then turn. I want to tell the object where to go. Ideally, just Atlas, put this box over there. Realistically, Atlas, pick this box up, move it in this path, put it down. But let the robot sort of figure out the robot side of that. And so we're going to call this MPC 3.0, which is the robot and objects. And we're going to expand the existing structure to include the robot and the object that it's manipulating and whatever interactions are happening between the object and the robot. Same MPC, same classes, just a bigger system. And so what that looks like is this video. And so what you're seeing here is a combination of generative behaviors, offline references that are getting stretched online, and then this like generative manipulation. And in all of these cases, the robot is explicitly modeling the object as just another item with dynamics in the world. And it's planning ahead, so it's creating a prediction horizon for the MPC of the object and a simultaneous prediction for the MPC of the robot, and making sure that those are coherent with each other, both in terms of their force balance and in terms of the kinematics. And so that gives us things like bimanual manipulation kind of just falls out of this. It's not easy, but the constraint that, well, the right hand is attached to the object and the left hand is attached to the object implies that the motion of the right and left hand is coordinated. And so we'll do a little bit of generative behavior, the generative box push there, do some library trajectories that we retarget onto boxes, and then do an animated jump at the very end. And all relatively seamless, and a little extra arm wave, which is necessary for balance. Okay, so as I said, we're sort of increasing the fidelity of MPC. We're thinking about a dynamic model of the object. It's not just some disturbance force, it's a real object with dynamics. And there are forces that act on the object, and those forces act equally and oppositely onto the robot. And then we're going to add pose constraints. So the robot is attached to the object, kind of the affix thing that you were talking about, Matt. Although that gets harder. Even with big, heavy hydraulic clamps, we're not really as affixed to anything as you might hope. We certainly can't just assume that the object moves rigidly with the hand, especially in terms of estimating the state of the object. There's always wiggle, and that's a pretty big challenge in this, is if we assume that the robot is connected, both in the MPC and in the estimation, as soon as it starts to wiggle in the hand, it gets harder. But more or less, this kind of works. So we're just going to add object momentum, add the constraints between them. And so this is showing you what the robot's prediction horizon for the plank is. There's a simultaneous prediction for the robot, but it's some visual clutter. But we're going to predict where the plank is going to go, and then it's actually going to go there. The other half of this is the generative side. So how do we actually specify what we want the robot to do? Well, for something like the bag throw, what we did was rather than generate a throw a bag trajectory, we took a 180 jump from our library, probably from 2019, which had no idea about manipulation. And we just added a ballistic path through the bag. We knew where the bag should end up, so we know the ballistic path. And we just add those references together. This is the actual reference that was sent to MPC. Do a jump and make the bag go. And then we just sort of ask MPC to do both of those. And with the appropriate weighting on things like the relative kinematics, what you get is the robot doing, I think, both of those tasks in a pretty sensible way. And I have a slow-mo of that from one of the earlier experiments. I think it's cool to see just how much it's deviating from that 180 reference. Really, the whole body is involved in this manipulation task. That's kind of what I'm getting at with the robot is the manipulator. So no joint is moving in any way that is consistent with what the unoptimized offline reference for the 180 said to do. It's all something totally different that's required in order to make this bag throw possible. It also almost falls over here. And so with this, we start to get the ability to manipulate even heavier objects. So this is Atlas picking up a 35-pound, 15-kilogram curl bar and doing some locomotion with it. And so again, you're seeing sort of a mix of offline trajectories and generative behaviors, all running through the same MPC that you saw in all the previous videos. And lest you think that this stuff always works, there are plenty of ways to cause this to fail. So the backflip is really a pretty limiting behavior for us. The robot has nothing left to do on top of the backflip. You can tell it to do a backflip with a 25-pound curl bar, but it can't. We're just out of torque. One of the things that I would say is a limitation of the MPC is we're not fully aware of the robot's torque limits at all times. Not all parts of the controller are sufficiently aware of that. And so things that are just completely at the torque limits for, say, all of the joints simultaneously, like the backflip, are still pretty hard. This is also a big challenge with the twist flip that we did, is that we, I think, saturated the torque of almost every joint on that robot simultaneously. In addition to heavy objects, we can also now start manipulating objects that are larger in terms of their inertia. So this exhaust pipe doesn't weigh all that much, but has a lot of inertia because it's so long. But we can take this and pick it up. As long as it's part of the control system, we know how to exploit its inertia, and we can do things like parkour with the exhaust pipe. And so I mentioned before that we want to treat this object as an opportunity, not just a penalty. And so this is something that I think we kind of finally get to show off with this controller, is that we're actually better at balance when we're manipulating. So I'm going to take a simulation of Atlas standing on 1 foot, and I'm going to launch a basketball at 20 meters per second at it. Not surprisingly, this does not work. If I just give the robot a pole, I tell it that it is holding a long pole. It's a realistic density. It's not very heavy, but it's very long, so it has a lot of inertia. And I launch the same basketball at it. We're actually able to use the inertia of the pole to stay balanced. So we're doing the acrobat trick. And we didn't have to sort of program this behavior in. This just came out of the horizon of MPC. Its most important objective is not to fall over, and it's allowed to sacrifice the orientation of the pole to make that happen. Having tried this with a version of the controller that didn't involve an MPC horizon, I was never able to make this work because the kinematics of the arm are pretty difficult to work around. And you really need something that's thinking ahead into the future, keeping you away from joint limits, not so myopic that it can't figure out how to move the pole in a way that's consistent with what the robot actually can do. And to do this in real life, here's the robot getting shoved while holding, again, that 15-kilogram curl bar. We had to upgrade from the hockey stick. The hockey stick is it's a little too short for how exciting these recoveries have gotten. So Yuhi's going to push this quite hard, and that works, which is exciting. Okay, so that's a lot about manipulation. We also do a lot of work on perception. You're basically not going to hear anything about that from me today, just because I don't have time and because I'm the wrong person to ask about it. But I think it's pretty exciting. Doing a lot of work on identifying objects from RGB, doing a lot of work on pose estimation from RGB. Historically, we've done a lot of work with point cloud fitting, but the combination of object identification and pose estimation from RGB is a pretty attractive thing for us right now. One thing that we're doing that I think is a little bit unique is that we try to manipulate objects that are pretty big. One of the advantages of the system we built is that very large, very heavy objects aren't really all that scary, but often they're bigger than our field of view of our camera. And so things like estimating the pose of something like that car part from just the part that we can see is a problem that may be a little bit unique to what we're doing. We're also interested in localization. So how does the robot know where it is in the world? Things like building maps from RGB, localizing against them via feature mapping, and then using that to navigate in the world. Okay, so MPC is great. It always works. No. It's a really good abstraction layer. It lets us design behaviors more flexibly. It lets us iterate faster. We have a pretty good ability to interpret what's going on when the robot doesn't work, figure out how to fix it, adjust our costs, model the right parts of the system. But the M in MPC is really the issue. Like if your model of the system is good, it works. When your model fails, it's not. When the object stops being affixed in the way that you thought it was, it's really bad because now your equal and opposite forces aren't because you're not even touching the thing you think you're touching. Also, we're very sensitive to state estimation. And in particular, because we're manipulating an object, we have to think about estimating the state of that object too. That's pretty challenging. We have a nice IMU on the robot. We get pretty good measurements. We have no IMU on the plank. So all of our measurement is indirect through vision, through kinematics, none of which are as precise as we would like them to be. And so that's all to say that, it usually works. I will say, I think we got a working take of this video on the first try, but we also got a lot of not working takes of this video. And in almost all of these cases, it's some kind of contact specification failure. We missed a grasp that we were supposed to make. We slipped off the edge of this mat. The floor was slipperier than our coefficient of friction modeled. The grasp that we got on the bag wasn't as solid as it was supposed to be. So what's next for Atlas? I mean, we want to take Atlas and MPC and perform real jobs. We also want to explore the world beyond MPC. There's a lot of people on the team working on learning. Again, you'll learn that from them better than I can present it. We're also thinking about other things like how do we describe behaviors you might want the robot to do? Programming through offline optimization is hard. Programming through animation is a lot of work. Can we take something like video of people doing a task and turn that into a reference for the robot? So here's two people being videoed, tossing a ball back and forth, and then extracting sort of a kinematic reference for that. So can we take this and just play it back on Atlas and do dodgeball? I don't know. IROS 2024, find out. And if you want to find out really what we're doing next, you should come work for us. So there's our career page. It's a fun place to work. We have good robots. Thank you.
Thanks, Robin, for the brief talk. We have 10 minutes for questions, and I'll start with one.
Yeah, your prerogative.
Okay, so Robin, I'm curious about the role of simulation in the work done on Atlas. And in particular, you had this example where Atlas was trying to do a backflip with a crowbar, and you were saying that it was reaching fault limits. I am curious if it's possible to detect that in simulation.
Yeah. Yeah, we do a lot of simulation. Simulation with contact is super important for us. That behavior worked in sim for what it's worth, but only just barely. So yeah, we do a lot of that, running a behavior in sim. There's an art form to deciding whether something that works in sim will work on the robot. Everything is harder in reality, and so you kind of have to adjust your expectations accordingly. I think there's an opportunity for things like modeling uncertainty in sim that we're not doing enough of. Our simulations are uniformly more precise than our robot. It doesn't have to be that way. We could make the simulation very, very imprecise I suspect then that a lot of things would stop working and our testing would get harder, but it might be more predictive. Yeah, there are a lot of levels at which we try to simulate the robot, but for example, the complete hydraulic dynamics of the system are a little too complex to include in our basic simulation, but they matter. We are limited in top speed by how much fluid we can pump through the pipes that get from the robot's heart to its legs. We can simulate that to some extent, but not precisely.
Thanks for showing the good stuff. I really like your remark about like the whole robot is the manipulator. So I basically have a general question about that. Because when we're thinking about like humans moving a furniture, we use like basically all surfaces on our body, like the arm, the chest, even sometimes with the head. So also like we have other behaviors like opening the door, we use our elbows or our hip. So I would love to hear what do you envision about like how do we incorporate that kind of behavior in this framework, and what would be the challenges?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. So we are thinking explicitly about grasping something against the chest. Okay, let's do a grasp against the chest. Well, that just involves the hands and the chest. So we can probably just add one more contact patch to the system. Okay, but what if you want to grasp with like the hands and the forearms and the like upper arm and the chest? I mean, I could add 5 more contact patches to the system, but like solver performance is going to suffer. I think we're at a good place where sort of this simple model kind of works, and we could add a few more contacts and it wouldn't totally fall apart. If we tried to add all the possible contacts, I think we have to start thinking about things differently. And I think the only thing that saves you is that it seems like it gets simpler again. It gets more complicated for a little while, and then as you add more and more and more contact patches, you get back to the hand with a book on it, which gets it now it's simple again somehow. We don't have an answer in MPC for how to find that simple form again. Yeah, I don't know what the answer there is. I don't know if that's where the learning slots in. Maybe we learn a dynamics that isn't just Newtonian mechanics. I mean, it is Newtonian, but it's Newtonian in a way we're not going to model. But maybe we could learn a function and stick that into our MPC. I don't know. Yeah. Why don't you pass it to the closest person? And yeah.
Thank you again for your great talk. I think in the talk you mentioned that you are using the MPC for optimizing over the dynamics model. So I'm curious about whether this dynamics model is a learning-based model, a physics-based model, and like how accurate, like are you expecting your dynamics model to be if you want the MPC to be useful for the robot to accomplish the task that you have feedback on design?
Right, the model you're seeing here is totally physics derived. It's just F equals ma. It's a whole bunch of F equals ma over and over and over again. We've talked a lot about inserting a learned dynamics model in there, but we haven't done it yet. In terms of accuracy, I mean, in flight, it's really good because F really does equal ma, and F is just gravity, and so everything's great. When you're sort of making solid contact with the world, it's also pretty good. At the boundaries between those states, it's hard. We have impacts with the world that we don't model particularly well. And that's one of the reasons that we need MPC. We can't just track a reference because we have, we're going to land, there's going to be an unexpected impact, and then we have to deal. And that usually means moving the arms a little bit to recover. As soon as it stops being more than a little bit inaccurate, MPC as an idea kind of stops working. So when we make if we kick something that we didn't think was going to be there and we don't account for it, I mean, the robot's just going to fall over.
Hi, thanks for the great talk. I was wondering, do you always model the object surfaces, or how are you parameterizing it such that it's compatible with the MPC? And do you have like varying levels of complexity for the different tasks? Do you have to like estimate the object parameters, things like that?
Very simply and not yet is, I think, the respective answers. So the stuff you see here, the object is a potato. We can add things like collision to it, in which case, yeah, we need to know something about its shape. are keenly aware that estimating object properties is going to be really important for us. But for the kinds of things that we've shown off, we do know how much the plank weighs. And so we're not going to force the robot to figure that out. But that approach doesn't scale. The good news is we have sensing. We have force torque sensors that we could use to determine this stuff. It's just not hooked up right now.
Yeah. So my question is, I love to see that now you're going to, usually manipulation is always with the very light objects, and you're taking it to make more heavy, where you cannot assume that the object is going to do what you're to make the hands do. In that sense, how is your working? You still have a full model of the object, or are you thinking, like, for example, when you're pushing heavy objects, that you don't actually know the inertial dynamics of it, so you need to start to react to them. For example, if you're pushing a shopping cart or a wheelchair, it's very different if it's empty, or if it's got a very heavy person, and how you are able to interact with these unknown dynamics of the object.
Yeah. I mean, I think on the estimation side, as I said, like, we need to do more of that than we're doing now. I think there's another side that you were hinting at with like pushing a heavy object. It doesn't matter how much the object weighs, because the inertial loads aren't really the issue. It's more about the friction between the object and the ground. And that feels like a world where compliance, like compliant control or admittance control or whatever you want to call it, is maybe the more relevant approach. And so that's something we're thinking about right now, is how do you embed the idea of compliance in that sense into MPC? So when we shoved the box off the edge, we did not explicitly model the mass of the box. We just told the robot how hard to push. We knew about how hard you needed to push, like what impulse you needed to provide to make that happen. And so we just did it. How do you generalize that? Nobody's going to tell you ahead of time how many Newton seconds you needed to apply to make something happen. So how do you make the robot push hard enough to make something move without knowing a priori how hard that's going to be? And yeah, that's going to be a question of embedding compliance into MPC in a way that we're still figuring out. Hey, Mike, yeah. Yeah. Where are you going to get stuck on like actually making this work? Yeah. It's bugs. It's always software bugs. Like that's the thing I've learned in the last 5 years, is that all the things, every time I think it's convexity or something like that, I have a bug. It's just wrong. I'm just asking for something dumb and my software's wrong. So unit testing is like weirdly the thing that I think unlocks this stuff. Also literally spending, many engineer years. It takes time, but a lot of that is like bugs. I can't believe how many times I thought something was like mathematically impossible. And I just had it. It was just wrong. Like it was backwards or something, or, a little bit of damping was enough to sort of fix the math part. The math's sort of not as complicated as I thought, and the software is really hard to get right.
Thank you for your very good presentation. So I'm wondering, is it necessary to integrate some explorative action so that you collect enough information about the properties of the tree and then
yeah. Yeah, that's a really good question, right? So how do we have the robot do something to learn the properties of the object before we start relying on knowing these properties? That's a really good question, and I think a really hard one, especially when we're asking this robot to do something very quickly, like run over, pick up this plank as fast as possible and spin with it. There's very little time to figure out how much the plank weighs, but you have to know in order to do the spin correctly. I don't know. I think that's really hard. There are simple things you can do. Lift the object gently every time you pick up an object. We can write down, well, you should lift it up pretty slowly and like wait a few seconds to figure out how much it weighs. I mean, that works, but I don't know. I want to lift the object and literally start jumping with it immediately. I don't know how to combine those at the same time yet.
So unfortunately, we are out of time, but Robin will be around probably. And
sure.
So we'll be
all week.
And thank you everyone for your
So it seems that it's good if you stop. I can start. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Jiayuan Mao, and I'm a first-year PhD student from Tsinghua University, and thanks so much for this opportunity. Well, before talking about our submitted work, I would like to share you some of my understandings of the contact-aware manipulation. Well, by using the phrase contact-aware, I mean there are some cases where manipulation is where contact is very important to the results. Well, in my opinion, whether a certain contact mode is stable and whether the model is effective, these are two very important questions to deal with real-world challenges. Yeah, and the first problem is about the stability of contact. Recent works have shown that contact is an effective description language. In this grid work, by assigning each possible contact with the state that is remaining or separation, we could abstract the contact mode and their transitions. The researchers have shown that manipulation primitives such as pivoting and grasping could be automatically generated, and contact-rich manipulation could be achieved with human-level dexterity, as you can see in the demos. Yeah. However, merely guiding motion planning with contact mode is not enough to achieve robustness. So we agree that closed-loop control methods such as hybrid force velocity control may help a little. However, certain contact modes are naturally unstable. So here my doubt is, do all the contact modes share the similar manipulation stability? I guess the answer is no. So the next question follows up maybe how to mathematically define such stability. Okay, so take the case of packing hole as an example. So imagine the robot regulated with impedance control. To ensure sticking contact, the admissible range is restricted in the cone, and the allowable force error, delta F, is related to the normal force, as you can see. So increased normal force will increase more stability, right? Well, moreover, contact modes are distinguished by their stability intuitively, as you can see in the simplified 2D case, with right contact, non-contact, and left contact. Yeah, the right contact is stable if you guarantee enough normal force. However, if you strictly insert downwards the peg, that is highly unstable because small noise and error would lead the system to adjacent modes, as you can see. So it's still an open question to define the stability. We observe that humans are experts at selecting the stable modes and their transitions. You can see the videos here. Yes, so thus we think explicitly considering stability would increase more robustness by simply imitating human behaviors. Well, our team won this year's second place of this year's April manipulation challenge, and the platform provides sensor output with non-zero biases. So it also has unknown frictions. Yeah, our method could finish more than 90% cases with only open loop control and no sensor needed. Yes. However, our approach still relies on manually designed primitives and could not generalize to other contact-rich manipulation. Yeah, so we are working towards auto-generated motions and better scalability. Well, the second problem is the possibly limited scope of commonly used models, specifically the rigid body contact and Coulomb friction. So you can see all kinds of contacts in the real world are distinguished in the physical mechanism, and it's almost impossible to describe and identify all of them. So we show by this example that machine learning is an effective way to quickly adapt our model to unexpected cases. So this work is from our lab and focuses on magnetic micromanipulation. So this process involves intricate physical coupling problems, making it challenging to analyze the model. So the interaction occurs at the distance, which is different to the traditional rigid body contacts. So to address the modeling challenge, we introduce a decoupling method based on local coordinates and learn the remaining nonlinear components with radial basis functions. Yes, so experiments show that our model achieves better accuracy and data efficiency compared with others, and further enables real-time tracking, control, and navigation. Yeah, as you can see. Though learning-based methods alleviate the need for domain-specific knowledge, whether data efficiency and generalizability could be achieved is still a case-by-case problem. So another problem where traditional contact models may not come into play, I think, is the dynamic manipulation. So as you can see here, the contact geometry may be complex, and online continuous selection of contact points is a challenging process. Well, second, to tackle impulse dynamics and inertial effects, new contact model should be derived. This is especially important, for complex interactions such as patch contact and rolling contact. Yeah. And finally, the rather limited time mixed motion stabilization very challenging. Thus, model efficiency is extremely important for real-time performance. Well, though challenging, dynamic manipulation has increasing amount in real life. So think about carrying large or heavy boxes in the warehouse. Robotic workers could catch, toss, and rotate manipulate the box, reducing damage to humans. Well, to achieve human-level dexterity, which means dynamic manipulation without external context, we plan to design a dual-armor system, as you can see. Here we use a learning-based trajectory generator to compute reference to MPC and stabilize the contact palm with robotic control. And meanwhile, we develop an impact-aware planner and controller for the non-contact palm to switch contact. You can see the figures on the right. So a trade-off between model accuracy and real-time control should be resolved here. And also, a learning-based method that handles contact selection and obstacle avoidance should also be worked out. Well, now I'm excited to move on to our submitted work. And the first part is the motivation. So the fact is, we discovered the potential of non-prehensile manipulation in home and logistics. In these settings, it's common to see objects with unknown properties, and the environment is often filled with obstacles. Well, we know that planar workspace is commonly seen in these settings, and thus planar pushing is a widely applied non-prehensile method. Non-prehensile manipulation moves objects through unilateral context, and it's better than grasping methods because you can use such compact and small vectors. Well, existing methods have limitations because they fail to completely consider these essential aspects for manipulation in cluttered environments. Yes, and what's more important, recent works have shown the promising effect of using reachability analysis as a distance metric in sampling-based planners, especially for these non-holonomic systems. Yeah, the method has superior performance to globally consistent Euclidean distance metric. And in this work, we use reachability analysis to help solve the above-mentioned problems. Well, the main contribution is a non-prehensile manipulation planner for planar pushing with the contact-aware feature, which allows automatic contact switching, clearance of obstacles, and obstacle avoidance simultaneously. So the path is planned with an RT-based planner optimized by a local planner and tracked with an MPC-based controller. Yes. So further, we carried out simulations and real experiments. Now let's talk about the planner CAPP. The planner is short for contact-aware planner push planner. So imagine tasked with a pusher, a slider, fix and move obstacles. We wish to move the slider to go rigid. Well, in RT, when a new sample is taken, we want to find its nearest neighbor in the tree. Well, instead of a terrible Euclidean distance metric, we leverage the idea of reachability analysis and compute the states reachable from the current one in a limited time. So with linearized dynamics, such as that is illustrated as the red region, that is combination of convex sets. So we could project the new sample to its nearest neighbor, and the forward rollout terminates as a connected state. So if the rollout leads to contact with move obstacles, we use the interaction model to predict the outcome. So in this way, we could detect cases such as getting stuck and tell if the state connection is accepted or rejected. So we integrate these techniques in the sampling-based planner and allows an automatic context selection. That's it. So now it's time to present the evaluation results. So first we show the simulation. We design 5 representative problem instances as a test set and consider these 2 baselines. Well, as you can see in the box plot below, compared with the RTC, our method greatly promotes the efficiency and solution quality. And also see the table on the right, our method improves the success rate compared with RTC. And here, CHPPS is a simplified version used in real experiments. It slightly improves success rate without affecting the solution quality. So we give a comparison animation here. We see that RTC tends to generate suboptimal solutions because the path contains many detours and loops. And also we find it possible for RTC to finish tasks through enlarged workspace. However, this is high demanding in practice. Besides, the switching of context is always discrete in RTC, which is unfriendly to control. Yeah, it's also interesting to highlight the real experiments. I think we don't have too much time, so I will skip the first part. So we evaluate our method on a complex planner object retrieval task. You will see that with our proposed context-aware feature, the method could finish tasks that could not be handled by existing methods. Yeah, as you can see in the animation, slider successfully pushed aside the cylindrical object and navigated through the narrow corridor and pushed away the cubic obstacle while approaching the goal location. Yes, and in conclusion here, the active clearance of obstacles helps manipulation in cluster. And simple and analytic model is often enough for interaction prediction. So we don't use heavy physics engine here in the interaction model. And last but not least, proper model simplification is useful for both feasibility and optimality. And that's all. Thank you very much for listening, and feel free to contact me about this work via email. Thank you.
I think we have time for one question.
There's one.
Yeah, thanks. Right.
Yes. Well, for fixed obstacles, that is a avoidance problem. So it's tackled with RTC. So we could do collision check. And for the move obstacles, we will use the interaction model. The input is the slider's motion. More specifically is the pusher's motion. So we will predict the outcome of all the move obstacles and the slider. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for your speech.
Thank you.
We'll now move on to next presentation by Mengchao. PhD student at the University of University. He's going to be telling us about his
how should I control the execution of this movement? So what we tried is to roll out the trajectory in an open loop fashion in the simulation with the same set of parameters used during the planning as the mass, the friction. We did change nothing, but the rollout cannot successfully finish the job. And also, there are some other limitations for the model-based approach to solve this problem, like there is always a model mismatch between the model we used during planning and the one in the real world. And this problem is especially severe for our robot because the robot is soft. Yeah, but everything in the planning are assumed to be rigid. And also, yeah, given a single trajectory, it's always sensitive to the initial pose of the manipulant and also the uncertainties in the physical parameters of the manipulant. And usually, for all these planners can deal with rich contact, usually they still have a relatively long solving time, few seconds to maybe even longer, which hinders the usage of the MPC approach to closed loop. The second possible solution to solve the problem is to use imitation learning. And last week, TRI just released a video which showed many great capabilities of robots in many daily tasks. However, we know behind the scene for most of the imitation learning approaches, it's require a lot of human demonstrations. And another problem for this approach, specifically for our problem, is that most of the teleoperation techniques are designed for end-effector manipulation. And there is no good strategy for us to demonstrating those whole body. And also, yeah, reinforcement learning can possibly solve this problem because we have seen many great capability approaches. Like this method can rotate an arbitrary shaped object to a desired pose. However, we know for most of the model-free reinforcement learning methods, it always requires many expert knowledge in the reward engineering. And also it usually relies on a complex training procedure to make the sim-to-real transfer easy. And even with the great acceleration with GPU, the training time still can take several days. And this leads to the contribution of this work. So we will show a plan-guided reinforcement learning framework. Compared with model-based approach, the output is a closed loop control policy. It's more robust than just a single trajectory. And compared with imitation learning, we are demonstration-free. We don't need any human demonstration. And compared with reinforcement learning, we just need a very simple reward function design, and I will show later. And more importantly, the trained policy can be successfully rolled out on the real hardware. So this method is inspired by a method called adversarial motion priors. This method was proposed for animated character motion generation, and the idea is to train a simulated agent to mimic the motions captured on human. So what makes us think this method can be a good fit for our problem is from this video. So in this work, the researchers applied this method on a quadruped backflipping movement. And what they need to do is to only demonstrate the torso movement for the robot, which you'll see in a second. And then they use the trajectory as a demonstration and use this framework. The method can figure out the movement for the remaining part of the robot, like all the limbs, to finish such a movement. And also, yeah, the movement can be transferred to the real robot smoothly. However, from these examples, you can see they still require some human demonstrations. So we got the idea, maybe we can use the plan trajectories from some model-based planner as a demonstration for us and use this framework to train a closed loop policy. Here is how it works. So we have this box pivoting and lifting task. And look at the policy part. Firstly, it takes in the state of the environment, which is the configuration of the robot and the configuration of the manipulant. And also it takes the reward. So what makes this method special is that we decompose the reward into two parts. The first one is the task reward, which is a standard reward used in the training of RL to measure the completeness of the task. And also we have second part, which is a style reward. The style reward is decided by the output of a discriminator. So the discriminator takes in some state transition from both the demonstrated motion and also the motion generated by the simulated agent, and tries to tell which one is which one. If the simulated agent can greatly mimic the movement of the demonstration, then it will get a high style reward. So by applying this method on our problem, so we used a single planar trajectory from this planar as demonstration, which I showed is not actually feasible if you just roll it out in open loop fashion. We can successfully train a robust manipulation policy in simulation. So here there are some like the box have different sizes, mass, and also friction. But yeah, always the trained policy can robustly deal with these uncertainties and greatly finish the task. And also, as I mentioned, the most amazing part is that the trained policy can be transferred to the real world without any post-processing. So the robustness here comes from actually two parts, I think. The first one is the domain optimization we used during the training of RL. And also the compliance of the robot provides another part for the robustness. And quantitatively, yeah, we compared our method with pure RL, which only has the task reward. And so the total reward is decided by is the combination of this task reward and style reward, and the relative weight is decided by this parameter lambda. So we found lambda equals to 0.9 works well for us for this task. And also, I just want to mention this again, we just need a very simple task reward. So in this case, the reward is composed by mainly depends on the distance of the manipulant to its goal pose. So this is the detranslation and the derotation. And we also included some commonly used penalization used during the RL training, like penalize the velocity for both the robot and the manipulant. We evaluated our trained policy in 1,000 different environment instantiations with different mass, size of the manipulant, and also friction. And we showed that our method always outperforms the standard RL method. Yeah, but there are still some limitations of our approach. So firstly, we did some post-processing for the plan trajectory to make it more plausible. And also, yeah, an object model is needed for the model-based planner. Thirdly, as I mentioned, the relative weight between the task reward and style reward can be different for different tasks. And sometimes we need to do some tuning to find the optimal balance between them. And lastly, yeah, we use the motion capture in the hardware experiments to track the configuration of the manipulant. Yeah, and we hope we can get rid of it in the future. For future work, firstly, yeah, maybe you have already seen like there are many tactile sensors on the robot, but we haven't used it yet. So we want to incorporate those tactile sensors into the training. Hopefully they can help us get rid of the use of Motrack. And also, yeah, possibly we can also deal with some tasks which are more force sensitive. We also want to investigate the impact of the quantity and quality of the demonstrations in the training. So currently we only used a single plan trajectory, and maybe more will be helpful for us to get some different behaviors. And also, yeah, we want to combine several different skills in the training to synthesize more complex behaviors. Finally, yeah, we noticed like the trained policy actually has a little bit different context sequence compared with the plan trajectory from the model-based planner. So yeah, we want to investigate like how this context sequence is modified during the training procedure. And yeah, is there any like what's the reason for the RL to change this context sequence? So this concludes my presentation, and yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the great talk. I was wondering about your thoughts on using the demonstrations feeding into RL versus using the same demonstrations like generated by the planner and then feeding into like as more like behavior cloning thing.
Yeah, so for this problem, I think as I mentioned, if you just roll out the plan trajectory, it cannot successfully get job done. So with this being said, how can you use it as a demonstration for imitation learning, right? So yeah, the plan itself is not feasible actually. So yeah.
Thank for your great time. I'm just wondering that you mentioned that you did some post-processing for that. So I'm wondering what kind of post-processing it is. Yeah.
Oh, so basically, we used some heuristics to encourage the robot to make sure at least one hand is touching the object while they want to switch the contact for the other arm. Otherwise, the object will never be like stable during this trajectory. Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
So you mentioned tuning the task versus style rewards.
Right.
What does that look like? Like, what does too much task look like? What does too much style look like? What happens?
So it depends. So as I said, this can be different for different tasks. And usually there is a sweet point for a specific task. For the others, there is a region like for this thing to work. But for the remaining, usually you cannot train a good policy to actually help you finish the task. Yeah.
Presentation, you were saying that the real success comes from two aspects, one domain randomization and one compliance. Have you looked into how much either maybe compliance or the domain randomization contributes? I can imagine that maybe due to a compliance system, you need less domain randomization and can maybe have faster training times because your compliance system absorbs some of the complexities.
I see. Yeah. It's a good idea. Maybe we should do some experiment to see like their influence on the training policy. But I feel like the robustness are also have different meanings at different stage of the execution. For example, like domain randomization can deal with the uncertainty in the initial pose. So during the training, we can change the pose of the manipulant, so it can get objects from different locations. But like the stability during the holding phase may come from the compliance of the robot, I feel. Yeah.
Thank you. I think we are out of time. So from now on, we have until 11:30 for poster sessions and coffee break. Again, the posters are located in 142, which is the next room. But please come back by 11:30 to listen to a talk by Dr.
And then sorry. For orders to the thing is, this means that it's not working. I guess it's something good. That means it's working. I thought the problem was taking the most sound about me. I didn't really go. Oh, actually, and I figured out in the halfway. But there is also the big platform at the bottom. Oh, that one should be on. Oh, this is the one on. I see. But this is also on. No, this is off there. Okay. Should we start? Or we can wait a few minutes too, just so the people in the other room. I think so. I think people are just coming. Yeah. Do we have the camera? Yes. Screen. think it's 35. Yeah. This is kind of low. I don't know why. What I do? It's just trying to right next slide. Undid the video. How people's videos were. Yeah, shaky before. So I think it's the Wi-Fi. Oh, okay. You want some stuff? I'm good. My testimony is hard. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, just for you. More for speakers. They have no food. Yeah, it didn't eat since 24 hours. Issue.
Hi, everyone. It's my pleasure to introduce Michael Posa. So Michael Posa is an assistant professor in mechanical engineering and applied mechanics at the University of Pennsylvania. And he leads the Dynamic Autonomy and Intelligent Robotics Lab. His group focuses on developing computationally tractable algorithms to enable robots to operate in both dynamically and safely as they interact with their environments. Michael received his PhD from MIT in 2017. He spent time on the MIT DARPA Robotics Challenge and completed his bachelor in mechanical engineering at Stanford in 2007. He received the NSF Career Awards in 2023, the Google Faculty Researcher Award in 2019, and the Young Faculty Researcher Award from the Toyota Research Institute in 2021. So without further ado, I invite Michael to share his expertise and insights on robotic manipulation with us. So Michael, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the kind introduction. This is a workshop, so I didn't prepare that many slides, so feel free to interrupt and shout out if you want to challenge what I'm saying, if you disagree. And I'll start with just acknowledging the lab who's done all the hard work. We've had our first students graduating this summer, which is super exciting as a new faculty, or someone new faculty. Okay, so I forgot that Robin was talking before me. But I felt like I had to include the picture. Like, you've seen this stuff, right? It's awesome, right? Whether it's manipulation in the classical dexterous sense or in Robin's dexterous sense. And yet, so there's still something missing. And I don't have to look far to see it because I can look at my own home. And I don't have a dexterous manipulation robot in my home. The best I have in my home is a robot that manipulates trash into a little basket with some rollers. And there's something missing here, right? The types of robots we can actually deploy, we can actually use right now, I know Spot's getting there, are still somewhat far from what we can see in laboratory settings. And what I'd really like to do is I'd really like to enable robots to go from the first sight of some horrible in-home scene or workplace scene that's full of clutter, things it's never seen before, task maybe somewhat similar, but different fundamentally to something it's done before, and she's going to accomplish a task in a few minutes. And I think this few minutes aspect is a really important part of the goal. First of all, because I think it's doable. I think humans can do this, and I think robots should be able to get to this level of efficiency as well. And really, what this comes down to is this question about data. You know, how much data do we need, and how much do we need right now? Let's say, and how much data should we need if we want to proceed forward? And so for the topic of the talk today, right, this is a model-based manipulation talk. I'm going to talk about model-based control. We're going to follow some sort of framework where we loosely talk about how to learn and identify models, and then what we can do with those models. I think the same philosophy, though, applies to anything, let's say, model-based reinforcement learning, anything where you're trying to understand some kind of predictive nature of our environment. So what's the problem? Why do we need that much data? And I took this figure from a nice paper from Rika Antonova, where they were looking at using differentiable simulation to try to model, in this case, what they call pinball 2D. It's a couple of flippers making contact. And using differential simulation, you can then generate a loss. In this case, it's over 2 possible parameters. And you pretty quickly see how horrible this loss landscape can get. There's these very flat regions. There's these very narrow, steep valleys. There's very sharp spikes. And so I think if you have to ask, why do we need so much data? And particularly for things like context-rich manipulation, I'm going to argue today that it comes from the underlying physics. Okay? That essentially the standard biases you might encode in a machine learning setup are misaligned with the physics of contact, with the dynamics of contact. We're going to talk about how to try to generate better modeling strategies to be data efficient. This applies to both whether using a deep network or some kind of simulator-based parameterization. And then we'll talk about control. Okay, so I'm going to spend as much time as necessary, let's say, on this slide problem here to try to understand it, try to convince you of this fact. So we're looking at a very simple problem here. This is a point mass. It's falling, it's hitting a surface, and it's stopping. And all we really want to do here is learn the height of the surface. And what we see now is that we generate this loss. It looks like take my predicted state conditions, my x primes, pass them through my learn network. In this case, my learn policy, my learn function is really just parameterized by a single scale of the height, and I compute a loss. And what you see here is essentially this loss landscape shown in blue, where on the left, I've underpredicted the height of the surface. And so in my data, I actually never make contact. And because I never make contact, then small changes to the height of the predicted surface actually don't change the simulation. And so I get this very flat loss landscape region. You can always see the problem if you want to try to use gradient descent here, how it's going to struggle. On the other side of the plot, right, it's actually not quite as bad, but it's still pretty bad. And that comes from penetration. So now I've overpredicted the height of the surface, and I get penetration in my data. And now I get whatever mechanical stiffness I want to use to represent contact reflected now in the stiffness of the loss landscape. That's that right-hand side. So a natural thing to do here might be to try to use some kind of soft Rex contact model. And so in honor of Zach and Simon, I've augmented this plot a little bit by including Dojo as well. And so you have 2 variations on soft contact models. One is sort of my implementation of Majoko. That's the one shown in orange. Another one you have an implementation essentially what Dojo's doing in green. And both of these things do a nice job of softening out the contact model. So they, and by softening the contact model, they also therefore soften this loss landscape. And so now we can see optimization problems where if I'm going to minimize here, I might have some hope because it's not as horribly stiff and it's not as horribly flat on one side or the other. But we also see the other problem, which is that by introducing these relaxations, we actually change the answer now. Okay. And so what's happened here is we've fundamentally tied how stiff the model is I'm trying to learn with the stiffness of the underlying optimization problem, underlying learning problem. Yeah. And that might seem inevitable. I think it's sort of the natural response is that, okay, fine, right? But you're going to have to do that. There's no way around that. And I think what I'm going to try to convince you of today, that's actually not necessary. The perspective that it is necessary comes from this line here at the bottom, which says, essentially, if we're doing prediction, so we're taking our x and we're trying to predict our contact forces lambda, and we're trying to predict the next state, then that prediction process inevitably ties me into my stiff contact dynamics. Because I'm using my model to generate predictions, I'm taking that prediction and I'm putting into a loss. If my prediction is stiff, then my loss is stiff. If I want my loss to be soft, I can make my prediction soft. But those things are inherently tied. Instead, we're going to go for something that looks instead like this red line here. This is an implicit loss function. that in many ways gets the best of both worlds. It doesn't change the solution, right? It doesn't introduce bias in the answer, but it does soften the last landscape. And this comes from the fact that in this problem domain, the system identification or model learning domain, we've actually observed state transition. So we don't need to be in the business of saying take X and lambda and predict X prime, because we've measured X prime. And we can use that measurement now to actually jointly predict force. So instead we're saying, given a transition we've observed, X prime, what's the force that could have generated that transition? And does that force match our model? And if you turn those two statements into the loss function, you get something like this curve trend. To give some more context, I'll show the kind of data we're looking at here. So we can also illustrate some of the challenges. So this is data we collected using motion capture. You probably have some idea what's happening. So this is just a SC3 pose over time. There's an impact event. Maybe there's another one. Maybe there's a third one. It looks like some kind of sliding at the end. Excuse me. But we also kind of see here that it's not easy to isolate these events. Maybe the first two are easy to pick out, but the rest are not. So when we're thinking about learning a model from this type of data, I would say anything that starts from the perspective of saying, take your data and pick out when contact is made and when contact is broken at the beginning, you're going to be in for some trouble. You can take this data though, you can collect it with a robot, you can collect it with a person, and you can try to ask a deep neural network to fit it. It seems pretty reasonable. Here we've taken something like 100 tosses and fit a deep neural network to it. And you see the prediction shown in green, it's pretty good. You know, it gets bulk motion relatively right. It sort of figures out where roughly the cube is going to end up, but it does a horrible job at orientation, and it does a horrible job as well at penetration. And why is this? I think the basic answer is this, and I think there's one takeaway from today, it should be this, is that deep networks are biased somehow towards simplicity and smoothness, often coming from something like weight regularization, where you might say that the resulting network is the smoothest interpolator, it's the lowest Lipschitz constant interpolator. But the dynamics we're trying to learn are neither. We've taken this insight and really tried to understand it and tried to explore the phenomena in a couple of different ways. So one thing we did, and this is in many ways the most basic experiment, is we took a simulator, in this case Mengchao, and we changed the stiffness, and we just asked deep networks to learn the resulting dynamics. And what you see should come as no surprise, maybe to people like Matt or people who thought deeply about the underlying dynamics. But as the stiffness goes up, the ability to learn it goes down. And it does so really across the board. It generalizes poorly. In fact, it trains poorly. This comes from that loss landscape we showed before. And this effect extends even beyond what you would assume was sort of the naturally chaotic motion of rolling a die. We also took a more theoretical perspective here and tried to look at the loss function more carefully. I don't know if I can move this Zoom thing out of the way. Try to understand the loss function a little bit better. So what's really going on here is we have some function we're trying to learn, and we've collected some data, and we're really asking how well does the data match the function? And that's essentially what the loss is trying to answer. And if you assume that both your inputs and outputs, in our case, our inputs and outputs are both state measurements, you assume they have noise, then the max likelihood answer here is to do something like graph distance. So take your data point, calculate its distance to the curve, that's the line here on the bottom right, and call that your loss. Of course, this is not tractable. Right? There's an inner optimization problem that says, what is the closest point on the curve? Find that point. That's not easy to compute. So this is not particularly useful practice. So people do something else instead, right? This is what most people do, is that they instead use prediction error. Okay? They instead say, well, rather than calculate distance to the curve, just look at the vertical distance on the graph. Right? Take my input, pass it through my function, compare that with the output. Right? And this works pretty well. In fact, it's equivalent up to the Lipschitz constant. So if the function you're trying to learn has low Lipschitz constant, then in fact this is essentially equivalent. Okay. But you can pretty immediately see the issue here when the function I'm trying to learn is not low Lipschitz. Instead, it looks like this area over on the right of the curve. Well, there's a big gap now between graph distance, which would essentially say this data point on the right fit my model pretty well. There was some noise in X, the X direction, in measurement, but otherwise it could have easily been generated from my function. But if you use prediction error, right, you get this vertical distance and it's very poor result. And you can actually show that this now goes and does things like leads to poor generalization bounds by analyzing the learning problem. Any questions? Otherwise, I'll platform. Okay. All right, so what are we going to do? Well, we're going to do two things. One is we're going to take inspiration from implicit learning, and this includes things like differential simulation. And we're going to learn something that is an implicit representation of physics. All right, this is, I think, not the most exciting part of it, but I'll go give the full story anyway. So we're going to learn something like sine distance. We're going to learn something like Jacobians. We're also going to learn smooth forces, and we're going to take all those things. And if we wanted to simulate, we would take those things and we pass them to your favorite contact force solver. Maybe it's a complementary solver, maybe it's doing Mujoko, maybe it's doing Drake, maybe it's doing Jojo, whatever it is, right? That red box is the hard part of any simulation engine. And so if we want to simulate, we take what we learn and we pass it off to that simulation engine. Okay, so this is what differential simulation does, and this is in fact many ways I think what any kind of implicit learning does. These things we're learning, I said, we can also represent them as deep networks, or we can represent them as geometric primitives. We've done both of those. Okay, but the big thing here is we're actually not going to do that. We're not going to simulate for training. For inference, yes, that's what you have to do. If you want to make predictions into the future, you're going to simulate. But for training, we're not going to simulate. And for training, we're going to take those same features, those geometry features and those continuous force features, and we're going to pass them off to some implicit loss function. This implicit loss, and I'll show the math in a second, is going to hypothesize contact forces. So it's going to say, given what you've tried to learn, right? Given geometry, given time distance, etc., given continuous forces, given the fact that you've observed something hit and stopped, okay? Well, what force matches all that jointly? What force matches the fact that it stopped? What force matches the fact that you had some model that may or may not have predicted contact at that moment in time? Okay, and to do this, I'll think about simulation in general in this implicit form. And this is really what most simulators are doing under the hood. I abstracted the idea a little bit here to convey the point. But most simulators are essentially saying, given X, find lambda, and given state, find a force, and then the force should satisfy some physical criteria. In this case, we're going to talk about strict reinforcing complementarity. So your strict complementarity physics simulator might say, find a force such that force only occurs when you're touching. Okay, and that gets reflected in those constraints. So you could take this concept and you could embed that in your loss. And so now you'd have an optimization problem embedded in your loss itself. So computing the loss requires solving for this force. And so given my observed data, my xi's, find the lambda I that satisfies complementarity exactly. Okay, and this is essentially physics enforcing prediction. So differential simulation with a rigid model is doing exactly this. I'm just writing it this way to make a point. You can also make some kind of soft model. Okay, and again, write it in the same framework where you say, my soft model here now is going to take that constraint and it's just going to relax a little bit. Okay. And again, I think I'm not saying this correctly. This is essentially what Jojo's doing. And so we have this relaxed complementary violation, and now you get a soft simulation. Okay. You're still doing prediction with your soft simulation, but you've generated some gradients because you no longer have this very nasty complementarity hard constraint, some soft version. In this lens, what we're doing is very, very simple. And I think the beauty sort of lies in the simplicity of it, which is to say, we're going to take that constraint and we're going to make it a penalty. There's some magic into exactly how it becomes a penalty, but essentially it becomes a penalty. And this works in this setting because both of these terms in the loss are supposed to be zero once we found the right model. Right, lambda that matches the model generates zero violation. I'm hand waving away some of the math here, and then a model that matches our data should generate essentially very, very small prediction error. And so again, what this is doing here is this term on the left is trying to match the observed motion. So saying, is there a force that generated the XX prime transition that I saw that also matches the physics? And what you get from this is gradients that correspond to both of these things. So even if your model didn't predict contact, maybe the state transition said there really must have been a force. State changed really quickly. Something must have caused that. So I'm going to, my min lambda over here is going to produce a non-zero lambda that gives you a gradient that says, well, okay, you actually probably should have been in contact. Right? That you need to adjust the geometry parameterization of your model to generate contact. Another way to think about this is the fact is that this optimization problem that we end up solving, this min over lambda, is actually easier than simulation. And it's easier than simulation, and I think this is the big insight that led to this being formulated in a tractable way. because we don't have to figure out what x prime is. Because we've measured it, when you look at things like simulation, you get these nasty joint constraints in x prime and lambda, and you have to solve for them both together. And that's really hard. That's where the non-convexity comes in from, say, complementarity. But we've measured x prime. Why are we trying to solve for it? Right? And if, yes, Russ.
Can you do the same thing with the implicit function theorem?
No, so the implicit function theorem will generate a gradient for you, right? So if you solve, let's say, the first version up here, you can solve it, you can differentiate it with implicit function theorem, great, no problems there. But it's very stiff. So you can totally do that, right? And it will produce an answer. I think, and that's what gives you this loss function, the orange loss curve here. Right? You can do it, it'll give you a gradient, but it'll it'll tie in the loss. So these loss curves, if you look at how these curves get generated, I dropped the delta one here, sorry. The orange one here, the magenta one, how wide it is and how relaxed it is depends on essentially your relaxation parameters in Majoko or Jojo. Okay? And so if you want an accurate model, you need to grind those down to 0. If you want a soft model, you can make them big, but you've inevitably tied this loss landscape to that parameter. Our loss curve depends on this alpha parameter. And it turns out it doesn't really matter much what we pick for alpha. We just pick like 1 or 0.1 or something like that. And there's a pretty wide range of things that works. And no matter what you pick for alpha, it actually doesn't change the solution here because you're driving both of these terms ultimately to 0 or very close to 0. The big thing is because we don't simulate, we don't have to get in the business of simulating a softer model or a harder model. We just never simulate in the process of learning. Okay. Satisfied?
I think the magic happens when you put it into the top. That doesn't change where
It is. If you look at, so if you think about in these problems, right, where does x prime appear? So this term, I'll crudely highlight this, okay, right here, is essentially your prediction for x prime. Okay, and if lambda strictly satisfies your model, you're taking your model and you're making predictions. The lambda we get down here never strictly satisfies your model. We have no guarantee that it does. We don't care that it does, and it's just and in fact, we're explicitly rewarded to match the transition. So again, if you've observed a big impact event and your model says you were nowhere near contact, you're still going to say there must have been a non-zero lambda to generate that big delta change in velocity. And so I'm going to get a non-zero lambda and I'm going to get a gradient from that fact here. Okay, we can talk. All right. Okay, so just sort of looking at some results here, one thing you can do is you can try to compare this to, let's say, differentiable physics, or you can compare this to end-to-end learning. And pretty much what we see consistently is that differentiable physics can struggle to train effectively. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, depending on your initialization. We can get very accurate models of geometry here, learning the geometry of the cube as a deep neural network from relatively few tosses. And getting vastly better data efficiency, let's say, than deep learning. And again, just to highlight the point here, how we choose to represent geometry depends on exactly how much of a prior we want to impose. So we can say, we have a deep network that implies geometry, just like a implicit sign distance function might do, or we can say no, it's a polytope, and we're just going to learn vertices, and we're going to learn coefficients of friction and so on alongside that. More recently, and this will be presented at Coral this year by Bibit Bianchini, who also has a poster here. We took the same concept and we asked whether we could also learn all the continuous forces. So essentially, whether we can get some kind of catch-all residual function and geometry at the same time. And it turns out somewhat beautifully that by writing down the loss in this way, you can, to some extent, disambiguate the two. Right? We've over-parameterized the physics representation to say catch-all dynamics term, which in theory could do everything, plus contact. And because everything is biased towards smoothness or biased towards low Lipschitz constant, you can, in many cases, say somewhat imperfectly, but disambiguate the two. And again, what we see here is the consistent outperforming of things like this. more recently, okay, and I'll highlight a poster that we have at the workshop here. This is very preliminary, but it comes down to the simple observation, like that both computer vision and contact dynamics are fundamentally based in geometry to some extent. Okay, they both make observations of geometry and they both rely upon geometry. And so the natural question is, well, if we want to get rid of things like motion capture and we want to move to more general settings, can we use the two to improve one another? This is, as I said, very preliminary, but I encourage you to check out the poster where Bowen is at. But essentially what we see is that we take something like bundle SDF, which is a state-of-the-art deep learning for tracking unknown objects and also learning implicit representations, in this case a time distance function. And you combine that with this content nets approach, where you essentially ask one to inform the other, and you do this in a repeated iterative process. From, in this case, 10 tosses of data, by combining them, you can get incredibly accurate reconstructions of geometry, far better than one by itself, and also some improvement in the ability to track pose over time. Purely, so this is sort of vision, no priors, no motion capture, no nothing, trying to learn geometry and track pose over time. All right, so I'm going to switch gears a little bit. How are we on time?
15 minutes.
Okay, great.
10 minutes for talk, 5 minutes for questions.
Okay, that's great. Any questions on the learning stuff? I'm actually going to stop talking about learning for a little bit. I'm happy to answer questions now. Yeah.
So, very good stuff. So I'm just curious, do you think this thing can be applied to like software objects, like roughly employees or
I think so. Yeah, can be applied to software objects. I think so. It's not something we've tried. In some ways, so software objects makes some things easier because the dynamics are no longer stiff. And so you lose, if you're going back to that cartoon, you lose the problems on the right-hand side, the stiff side. You still have the non-smoothness where you have to make in-bit contact. And so I think software is easier to some extent. Obviously, you now have your state representation, which becomes very difficult depending on how soft things are. But it's something we're interested in for sure. Yeah, Patrick.
You're motivating that the smoothness priors that come along with conventional neural network trainings don't really offer you. What are the physics-inspired neural networks or any of the other tools that bring in biases to bear? Is there something about those that are kind of fundamentally unsuited for these types of contact problems?
So when I think of like physics-inspired neural networks, I'm thinking things like learning Lagrangians or Hamiltonians. Is that, are you something different?
Discrepancy models.
Yeah. I don't think they help. I mean, I think there's two sides of this coin, right? Which one is the representation. And so if you want to use an implicit representation, or you want to use a heavily physics-inspired representation, or you want to use differential simulation, I think that's one important aspect of the problem. But I do think the loss is another one that really has not been studied very effectively. And I think no matter what your representation is, if you then take it and you evaluate your dynamics, and your dynamics are stiff, and then you take that evaluation and you stick it in your loss, you're stuck at that point with a stiff loss. So I think that's somewhat inevitable unless you think more carefully about the loss.
Thanks.
But maybe the other part of your question, right, is like sort of penalty-inspired PNNs. And I think we are in that class, right, where we're looking at complementarity penalties in particular, or structured complementarity penalties. That also, okay. Okay, so talking about control, this is work really led by Al, who's one of the organizers here. And so once we have control, right, once we have a model, right, what are we going to do with it? And the natural, thing we will pull out as control theorists or biases is some kind of linearization. And linearization simply is not good. Linearization fundamentally, I would argue, can only approximate one contact mode, and we have these multimodal or these hybrid dynamics. And so what we've been thinking about is, well, what's the simplest hybrid representation we could use? Right, what's sort of the hybrid analog here? And there's a few choices you can make. The one we went with is something called a linear complementarity system, or LCS. This is a piecewise affine representation, where the pieces correspond to different contact modes. And we've written in this particular complementarity form. What this does essentially is we're going to linearize things that we can linearize. Okay, so you have smooth forces, or you have distance functions or geometry functions, Jacobians and the like, things that are differentiable. we'll differentiate those and we'll linearize those, but we're going to leave the multimodality of the problem. We're going to leave the non-smoothness of the problem. And now we're going to take this and we're going to cast it as an NPC problem, where we really want an NPC algorithm that's going to be able to react to mode changes in real time, discover new contact modes as necessary, and respond to them. Now, because of the complementarity constraints, or because of the hybrid nature of the problem, this is not particularly tractable. This is either a quadratically constrained QP, or equivalently could be written as an MIQP. I would hazard that these things are not likely to be solved in real time in the near future. Although I've said that before and been wrong, looking at Robin. So maybe someone will take a crack at it. But as of right now, you take something like this and you hand it to Garobi, let's say, to solve the MIQP in your orders of magnitude slower than it. I would also say, so once we're thinking about local answers now, which we're going to have to do, there are a lot of algorithms you might try here, and I'm not going to review them all. Some of them seem to work really well and are based on somewhat different principles. I guess I'll shout out some assignments great work on the topic here. So I think, given that we're looking at locality, I think it's important to have some idea of what we want. Like, what does a good local answer look like? Because we're going to be in this empirical business of rating quality of solution. And so what we're really looking for is an algorithm that can uncover new sequences or new schedules. And that's sort of the key thing here, that it's not going to be locked into whatever it predicted before. Okay. The algorithm we came up with is relatively simple. It's based in ADMM. It operates by splitting constraints. So we're going to take the complementarity, the hybrid part of the problem, we're going to ignore it. We're going to solve a QP. We're going to take the solution to that QP, and then we're going to project it back onto the complementarity constraints. And one of the nice things here is that this actually becomes separable in time. So these projections can be done in parallel. They end up being very, very small MIQPs, or perhaps solved by heuristic, and we bring them back together via consensus form. And because it's ADMM, we do this a few times until we run out of time. Totally agree with what Robin said. I mean, solving to completion and so on is, we're not in that business. We run as many steps as we have time for, and we call it good. And what you can see is some of the videos I've been let play here. We can do manipulation for this ball, where we've essentially given it the goal of moving around in a circle. We can do multiple balls at a time. This cart ball as well. But this is not the real problem, right? I started the talk talking about operating clutter, wanting to do manipulation for very hard problems with lots of objects, and that's not where we're at right now. So what's missing? So let's think about a harder task now, so a multi-fingered manipulation task. And start from this observation that, and I think this is in many ways similar to what Matt was talking about earlier. We don't need a model of everything. Right? A model of everything is not necessary, even for very, very hard tasks. Even if I want to think about some kind of in-hand manipulation problem here, modeling 10, 5 fingers, 15 links on my fingers, and so on, is not a particularly useful way to think about this problem. And so what we've been trying to do here is to uncover controllers and corresponding models that have relatively few modes. So these tasks are still hybrid, I would argue, right? We're not going to replace everything with some kind of smooth representation, but we can't capture everything. And so can we design a control policy that can succeed with relatively few modes? And to this, we're again going to lead on this linear complementarity form. I think this is really the first pass in this direction. So we'll suppose our true dynamics have lots of contacts. Maybe we don't even have access to them. They're nonlinear. They have tens of contacts, whatever. And we're going to approximate them with something that has only a few contacts. Now, we can't do a good job of approximating everything here. Right? This really comes down to some notion of task specificity or some kind of task-driven reduction. Right? My two-contact model can't predict the world. That's not possible, but can it predict something useful for task success? And we've said a lot so far on a very simple approach. And I think, as I said, this is really the first pass here, but exciting in its simplicity, which is really just to do this in model learning in an on-policy fashion. So we're going to collect data from a high-dimensional system. We're going to fit a low-dimensional representation to it, specifically a few contact representation. Use that model for real-time control, collect more data, and do this. And somewhat surprisingly, it works really well. So we can solve problems like this planar manipulation problem, which admittedly are not the hardest problem. We can solve that with about 3 to 5 minutes worth of data. Online, training a model, using the model for control, and getting very fast conversion. In this case, the reduced model has something like 32 possible modes, as opposed to the 1,000 or so in the real system. We can also show this on synthetic data, where you really get the chance to play with dimensionality here. And what we've seen is consistently, taking random initial models, fitting well-dimensional representations to them, is that even though we can't capture the true dynamics, we can capture task relevant dynamics, and these things end up actually being surprisingly robust as well to under perturbation. So in this case, for example, showing on the bottom here, bottom left is the true system. In the middle there is what we're learning over time. These things are colored by mode, and so we learn this 4-mode system that reasonably approximates the true system, but only inclusive, only when deployed with a model predictive controller or an optimal policy. Okay. I know it's not a walking, locomotion workshop, but I wanted to just sort of highlight some of the cool work we've done on locomotion in the lab. But thinking about manipulation, I think there's still a very long way to go till we get to something that approaches human-like performance. And I would argue that the main point I try to convey here today is that if you take any kind of standard tool for learning or control, and you try to throw out these context-rich problems, I think you're probably bringing along the wrong bias with you. And it's a bias that's probably been developed for a different problem. And it's not clear that it's the right choice for something like manipulation. I think it's a fallacy to say these are generic tools that have no structure built into them. They have structure, and you should ask whether it's the right structure. Okay. And then lastly, I'll just highlight some things I didn't talk about today. So we've been trying to push past local linearities, this LCS approximation, and to think about control strategies, whether bi-level or sampling-based control strategies that work when linearizations are not sufficient. Bibit's going to give a talk later today on a spot like that, and so I'll let her share the exciting details there. And with that, I'm happy to take any more questions. Thank you all.
Thank you, Michael, for the great talk. We can have a few questions in 5 minutes.
In the task relevant model learning, was that random expression that caused that?
It's on policy expression.
On policy. Like, there's a lot of folks there about,
right?
How do you then? So yeah, how does that loop work? You started it at policy.
We cut some random data first, fit a model, use that model for control. In this case, the controller is encouraged to touch the object. So encouraged to generate relevant data, and then refit a model and do that in a loop.
So regarding the model action, there already the example like with the high degree freedom, how to make it a generalizable, for example.
I think the philosophy is that you're not trying to learn a model that predicts everything, that you're really trying to learn a model that when you use that model for control, you get good performance. And I think that's possible. So if I think about something like this path, right, there's a lot of fluid dynamics that's not going on here, the thing that forms, but probably 2 modes is good enough even to do this, which I think is something that robots can kind of barely do. And so I think that philosophy should extend to even harder problems where you're not trying to capture everything, right? These other modes may not appear because they may be so suboptimal you don't even want to do them, explore them. They may be very similar to nearby modes, and so by ignoring them, you don't lose a whole lot. Or maybe they only occur in sort of transient fashions. And so as I grasp, maybe it's not fine, but sure, as I grasp an object, yeah, my fingers may hit at different times, but those modes don't last very long. It's something that I can ignore that. So I think that's the intuition that we're trying to generalize via optimization.
for the task relevant model reduction, are you thinking about characterizing the task similarity so that you can use the model learn from a single task and generalize it to different tasks rather than learn?
That's a really good question. Trying to characterize task similarity. We're not explicitly thinking about that. I think that's an interesting direction to go. In some very recent work I didn't talk about today, we have shown similar frameworks being very amenable to transfer learning to similar tasks. So in the case of a manipulation problem, transferring to a different object that's starting from a cube essentially and doing a wrench, let's say, it can be done in like minutes, pretty effectively. So I think there's a lot to be explored in the context of task similarity, but we've not thought about it quite.
Use one model of time invariance or time variance.
Time invariance, yeah. Yes. Yes. Maybe the most relevant thing, again, something I can't quite talk about today, is trying to bring in adaptation to this framework, at least for the control framework. So we've been looking at basically time varying representations where you learn them online. So the reduced order model, the example I showed today does in fact change online. It does adapt over time. Yeah, it converges, at least for the same set of tasks we're giving it. But interesting, but I think you get a new task. I think it'll converge pretty quickly. We've shown very similar strategies adapt quickly to new tasks.
Just a quick question. So I wonder if you have ever think about when you learn, for example, a dynamic model, what's the minimum necessary data to learn that model? Like for example, in terms of like optimal control sense, right? So like your optimal solution maybe in the tool we make like just the extremal points, extremal vertices. I think that's what we call. If it's like linear dynamics or close to linear dynamics. So do you think we only need those points to learn a good model for control levels?
I'm not sure I totally follow the question, but I don't know. Practically speaking, as I understand it, there's a pretty big gap between what you might theoretically predict as the minimal amount of data and what you actually need to collect to get, let's say, a quality model out of something. Just coming from the fact that the data itself is pretty noisy. Certainly for something like the context model learning, for we're throwing an object onto a surface and we're trying to learn its geometry from context alone, we really have to see every surface hit the ground, every face of the object hit the ground. So if you only throw a cube once, a bunch of that object didn't hit the ground. On this articulated object that we played with, this sort of jointed object, there's actually parts of this object that will never hit the ground, right? Because they're on the interior of the geometry, and so we actually can't learn those faces because they don't touch the table. I don't know if that answers your question.
Thank you for the question. I think we are slightly out of time, but this is time for the lunch break. We will be back at 1:30.
That's. I mean, it's working for me. I don't know if you guys can see it.
Well, wait a second. I need to open it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll let you do your thing. No worries.
Hello. No, I need to move it to another screen. Sorry. Okay. Right. Make this bigger.
Is it okay if I use that?
Yeah.
Are we ready? Yeah.
Hello, everyone. It's my great, sorry for shuffling too much. It's my great pleasure to introduce Zach Manchester. He's currently assistant professor at Robotics Institute at CMU. He's leading the Robotic Exploration Lab. He did his PhD in aerospace engineering in 2015, and he did a bachelor in physics in 2009 from Cornell University. Then he worked as a postdoctoral fellow in Jiayuan Robotics Lab in Harvard from 2015 to 2017, and he was an assistant professor at Stanford from 2018 to 2020. He received like numerous awards, like NASA Career Early Faculty Award in 2019 and Google Faculty Research Award. His research mainly focuses on building tools from control theory, estimation, game theory, and sort of developing algorithms using this tool. He has been doing really amazing work in the last years on this like multi-contact problems. I'm really looking forward to listen to this talk. And thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks, Al. And thank you guys so much for organizing. It's awesome to be here. It's a great event. All right. Let's get into it. So to start out with and set the stage, I am, as Al alluded to, a space nerd at heart, and my background's actually in aerospace. And so, please click. Okay. This is one of my favorite robots. Curiosity. I was actually just at JPL last week to see this thing. And it's awesome. And so this has been on Mars for a little over 10 years. It's gone 28 kilometers. That's something very impressive. But if you divide those two numbers, that comes down to like 7.5 meters per day. Maybe not that impressive. And the reason is this thing is not very autonomous. Turns out, please change. The way this actually works, I just got to take this picture last Friday. This is the Mars yard at JPL. The way they actually do motion planning for the Mars rover is they have a sandbox outside of Pasadena, and they take pictures all around the rover, and they move boulders around and shovel dirt around this Mars yard to make as close as they can approximate the same environment as on Mars. And then humans go sit there and drive the thing around and do a bunch of rehearsal. And when they figured it out, they're really sure it's going to work, they uplink it to the robot on Mars. That's how it works when they get into a tricky situation. There's very little autonomy in driving here. And I think we should be trying to do stuff like this. These are play great for Zoom, but this is pretty awesome. Contact rich, I think we'd all agree, and all being done online, crazy extreme environment. So I think this is where we want to go, right? With some of our robots. So this is an awesome manipulation example. We'll have some of that later. Okay, so motivation. I want to really impart here, I guess, from my side. The thing I really want you to take away from this talk is this perspective. And maybe I'm like the Kool-Aid too much here, but this is the way I think about pretty much all of the things we do. Everything is optimization, or optimization is everything to me. So let's kind of walk through all the pieces of your kind of control pipeline, let's say, when we're trying to do some of these problems, I think can be thought of and can be posed as optimization. It's not the only way, but I'd argue in a lot of cases it's a good way, and maybe one of the better ways to think about some of these things. So we're all used to think about control as optimization. You've got your model of your robot, and you can write down a cost function that says what you want to do, minimize energy, get to some goal, minimize time, all that good stuff. And we're pretty good at taking stuff like this, discretizing it, throwing it at a computer, minimizing, getting like reasonable answers out. This is roughly what NPC is doing, and lots of other good things. This is one though we're less used to treating as optimization. It turns out you can write down physics as optimization, and probably a lot of you guys, show of hands, anyone heard of Hamilton's principle of least action? Like decent number, right? You probably heard of this, but it probably came up in some, senior level physics course, and you like did some variational derivative stuff that you probably don't really remember, and you get the Euler-Lagrange equations, and then that's all you do after that. You just plug in Euler-Lagrange equations, and then when we discretize, we kind of go at that level and think about running Kutta methods and all this good stuff. Oh, I should have said, yeah. So this is the pose trajectory of your robot. This thing's a Lagrangian, so your kinetic minus potential energy. And then it turns out we can minimize this thing and get physics. But if you take this perspective seriously and kind of forget that whole Lagrange thing for a second, this looks a lot like a trajectory optimization problem. You're just you have a trajectory in there, this pose trajectory. If you kind of take that perspective seriously and use the sorts of tools that we're used to using for control on this, you can discretize time and directly minimize this thing. And that's kind of what that might look like. And turns out this is a good idea in a lot of situations. There's about 25 years of history behind this. It's called discrete mechanics. A guy named Jiayuan Mao pioneered this stuff in the early 2000s. Really cool things that I'll just briefly mention, but there's a whole literature you should check out. You get kind of energy and momentum conservation for free out of these things, which are very cool. There's all kinds of nice group properties that get preserved, lots of cool stuff. The reason we care is now that I've written this in this kind of trajectory optimization looking form, when I do that kind of stuff, we're really good at throwing constraints in, right? Normally we can throw in torque limits and all these inequalities, and I can do that here too. And in particular, what this can do for you, if I take that sort of discretized problem and throw in an inequality like this, where phi is your gap function or sign distance function, the height of your brick, I can just say that the brick's not allowed to go through the floor. It's an inequality constraint. And now I solve this minimization problem in the normal way. And all of a sudden out pops impacts. And the Lagrange multiplier of that constraint becomes your normal impulse and all the things you would kind of expect. But doing it this way, there's good solver tools we can leverage from optimization that really help us attack this problem in a way that's numerically robust. We don't have these issues with stiffness and tuning, stiffness and damping things in our soft contact models and all that kind of stuff. You can also get Coulomb friction by solving optimization problems. This is pretty classic, right? The maximum dissipation principle. So the real Coulomb friction vector B is the one that sucks out the most kinetic energy from your system, subject to lying in this cone called the friction cone. For use your friction coefficient, lambda is your normal force. And we're good at solving this kind of thing. This is a nice convex optimization problem. And then finally, this is some recent work out of the lab by Kevin Tracy, who's hanging out today, on doing collision detection as convex optimization. So this shouldn't be too surprising. If I want to figure out if a couple bodies are in contact or not, if they're convex, I'm really looking for kind of the minimum distance, and that's sort of a convex objective. If the shape's convex, that's kind of a convex constraint. And it turns out you can solve this really nicely. It becomes a really pretty, tiny, really fast convex optimization problem. Okay, so this is kind of roughly all the pieces we typically think of when we're thinking of how to simulate, control, etc., these kind of contact-rich systems. And again, each one of them we can pose really nicely as a little optimization problem that we can solve really well. So I think the question then is, how do we put all these together, right? Basically, I've got this collision problem, that's an optimization problem. I got this Coulomb friction problem, that's an optimization problem, little solver. Impact dynamics, I just told you, we could solve with a nice solver. And then maybe that control problem on top is this trajectory optimization thing or something similar. So how do I hook all of these sort of separate optimization problems together to get reasonable answers? And so to do this, I kind of coined this term, composable optimization. We're going to talk about basically a sort of framework for writing down solvers, like a whole solver. So say an interior point solver, which is what I'm going to talk about next, for each one of these problems. So you can write down a really good, say, second order cone solver for the friction cone problem. whatever you need, right? And then how to hook those solvers together so you can jointly solve this big problem in a really nice way. Okay, so the first piece of the puzzle is, what the individual solvers look like for each block. So what we did is leverage, kind of the several decades worth of research and amazing progress in interior point methods to kind of start out with. So this is, let's say, just a prototypical problem where we've got some objective and some inequality constraint C. And we're trying to minimize with respect to X, but there's some extra parameters that show up in the problem. They're not the decision variables. They're not the things we're trying to minimize, but they show up in the problem. So a good example of this would be, say, the friction problem. The thing I'm trying to solve for would be the friction vector B, but it depends on, the solution to that problem depends on the normal force, lambda, right? So think of X here as the friction vector and theta is your normal force, right? I'm not minimizing over the normal force, but it shows up in the problem and it affects the solution. And likewise, right, the impact dynamics problem, that problem's telling you what the normal force is, but its solution also depends on the friction, right? So in that case, the friction would show up in the theta in that problem. You get the idea, right? Okay, so the trick is when the essential trick behind an interior point method is I take these inequalities and I kind of relax them using a log barrier. And I can imagine kind of shoving this in the objective. And that log function looks sort of like this, right? It sort of smooths out the inequality constraint. And the major win here is that logs are analytic functions. I can take all the derivatives I want. And it turns out they have some nice properties that make doing Newton's method on this work extremely well. You can get really fast convergence. And this has been done to death over 30 years, and we know how to do this essentially. There's some tricks, but on the whole, right? If I have a log barrier, I can do Newton's method, life is good. And you can see this row will show up a little bit later. This is called the barrier parameter sometimes, or the central path parameter. Basically, what you do is you start with it nice and relaxed, so everything's really smooth, and you can start solving your problem that way. And then as you converge, you crank it down until you kind of get as close to that hard brick wall answer as you want, basically. And again, we have good solvers for this kind of thing. We know how to do this to basically machine precision and crank all the stuff down, right? Okay, so we can do that. Smooth, nice. Because it's smooth, we can play the implicit function theorem trick, and I can take the derivatives of the solution, so like the optimal X here, right? Say the friction vector with respect to the theta, say the normal force, and I can get you this Jacobian and all the good stuff, and I can kind of use that in very effective ways. So that's basically each one of the blocks then in that diagram is one of these interior point solvers. And I'm going to be able to then take all the gradients of all of those problems and kind of stack all of their necessary conditions together into one giant problem that I can jointly solve. That's kind of the whole idea. We can do lots of cool things with this. So a couple examples of things we can do with this. If we take just kind of the dynamic C terms, collision detection terms, and smush those together, I can make a simulator. And we kind of did this, and Simon was behind a lot of this work, along with Taylor, another student who's not here today. But basically, the win here is that, first off, I get hard contact, and we can argue about whether that's good or not and whether rigid bodies are a legit thing to do. But you can get hard rigid body contact dynamics with no interpenetration or creep artifacts. I could argue that's a good thing to baseline, that we should be able to do that, right? And then you can add more from there, right? If you want to model compliance, model it. We get these nice kind of conservation properties. And what that really is getting at is that the integration method in here is very stable. I can take big time steps, I can do long-term simulation, and nothing sort of unphysically weird happens that blows up my simulator. And then finally, I can get smooth gradients for doing optimization from this thing. And this may sound contradictory, like often you'll hear people say, smooth contacts, to get gradients. I'm telling you, we can do hard contact simulation, get the hard answer, but I can still give you a nice smooth gradient. That seems weird and contradictory. So what's going on there? This is kind of the idea. So I showed you that row, that barrier parameter that shows up in the interior point method. What we're doing inside Dojo is we're solving the problem where we crank rho all the way down to get that hard answer, but we can cache the previous iterates of the solver with more relaxed values of rho. And so basically the black version is the fully converged hard version here, like of an impact, say, or whatever. And then the pink lines are showing you different values of rho. So I can solve it, and I can return you the X value, that's the black line, the hard contact version, but I can then turn around and give you the gradients using any of the pink lines. And it turns out this works really, really well for doing all kinds of motion planning and control things. So you know what the hard answer is, but you get an informative gradient that tells you something useful around contact transitions. Some other fun things that come out of this that Simon really did a bunch of this, and I think it's super fun. I would call this, so this is what the like fluids or FEA people would call tight coupling versus sort of loose coupling. So I would say most simulators that do contact are what I would call loosely coupled. So you have a collision checker that's telling you if things are in contact or not. And then those set of contact points, say, or whatever, goes into your physics and you just take a step. The problem with that is you get stuff like on the left. So let's say you're trying to do point contact and you've got face-to-face contact between a pair of blocks. What's the closest point between the blocks? It's sort of undefined, right? Because if they're face-to-face, it's sort of a singular problem that can be anything, in the face. And so what a sane sort of contact, closest point solver would do is maybe regularize that and give you the centroid in the middle of the face. That seems reasonable, right? But if you just blindly take that and put it into your physics, you get stuff like on the left, where you can't actually sit two blocks on top of each other because that's sort of wrong, right? And it turns out by jointly solving the collision checking problem with the impact dynamics in one big coupled problem, what we're doing in the physics problem is this least action thing where we're minimizing the action, which is some energy kind of thing, right? So think about it as minimizing energy, roughly speaking. When you put those together, it turns out that least action problem regularizes the collision checking problem, and it ends up giving you the point that minimizes energy or action, right? And that turns out to be the one where everything sits still and balances nicely. So kind of combining these things in a joint way, this is one example of where this is a big win. And generally, this seems to be a good idea to kind of jointly solve all this stuff together. Other things you can do with this, you could do trajectory optimization. That's the hopper on the top left. We can do system ID kind of estimation type stuff, which is this box throwing thing, sort of like what Michael showed, but in sim, where we're estimating out all the box parameters. You can do RL. You've got the half sheet of there. This is though just doing like vanilla gradient descent, not sort of the stochastic stuff, just using the gradients. And then the bottom one is sample-based planning from you guys that Simon implemented, again, just using our gradients in there. So gradients are good, essentially. And these kind of smoothed out gradients give you, again, like a lot of very useful information that you can use in control and planning. Okay, what else can we do this? Well, so we're trying to do control. So this is kind of putting all the pieces together. Unsurprisingly, you can do some trajectory optimization stuff. The problem with this is this is really, really slow. This is like minutes or tens of minutes offline on a workstation to solve one of these problems, even for really simple stuff like you're seeing there. So then we started asking the question, I wanted to put this on the robot and do it online. So then the question becomes, how do we speed this up and where can we start approximating things? So what we did was sort of look at this problem, keep the overall block structure. So this idea of having a custom interior point solver for each block is retained, but we're going to start looking inside each block to start saying, oh, where can I take some shortcuts and approximate? So what we're going to do first off is solve a reference tracking problem. Instead of solving the problem from scratch, I'm going to take some offline reference that I designed by doing trajectory optimization or whatever else. So I have this motion, and now I'm just trying to stabilize it and track it. So inside that control problem, now that the cost function is just some quadratic tracking cost, right? Like I'm trying to minimize squared error from this reference trajectory. So that makes that a lot easier. I'm going to go inside the dynamics, and I'm going to linearize the rigid body dynamics about the reference trajectory. So a crucial thing here is we are not linearizing anything about the contact. This is just your sort of manipulator dynamics. So we're getting like A and B matrices. We're not doing anything in here to the sort of those inequalities that represent impact. Those are retained, right? I'm just kind of locally linearizing around this reference trajectory. Next up, in the collision checking stuff, and this gets into the contact more. So rather than having this giant nonlinear closest distance between objects problem, I'm going to, again, go in and linearize that sign distance function about my reference. But crucially, it's still in there as an inequality constraint. So it's a local approximation, but it's retaining the sort of contact, no contact, inequality constraint stuff. And finally, just because we didn't really have to do this, but it's a small speed up, we also linearize the friction cone. This is classic. So we take the round cone and approximate it by a pyramid, which is kind of a classic thing. So these are kind of all the approximations going on, but crucially, right, we're still retaining this overall block setup, and all of these is still an inequality constraint problem that we're solving with these interior point methods. So we can reason about contact and stick slip and all this kind of stuff still very explicitly in here, right? So we put all this stuff together, and we can do MPC with this. We can get this to run at real-time rates. Just a few fun examples. So something we call pushbot. It's an inverted pendulum with a little pusher. This is linearized about the upright equilibrium, just sitting still, and we hit it, and it is from scratch with no help, right? There's no heuristics in here. There's nothing. It knows that it can put its hand out and reach the wall and push off the wall and create new contact. So there's no contact modes whatsoever in this, right? It's all done from scratch online. I think it's kind of cool. Also, no mode enumeration, right? It knows the linearized time distance function, and I can reason about that. The rest. This is kind of a fun one. So this is a sort of toy model of a quadruped, and it's linearized about it's standing at the origin, trotting in place. That's all we give it. So we give it this periodic reference signal that's trot in place at the origin. And this, I think, is super impressive that all these linearization approximations still hold up. We're just kicking crap out of it. It's flying through the air, kind of flailing around, lands on the ground, reasons about, balancing and foot placement and push recovery kind of stuff, all just kind of, this is all just emergent, right? We get coding and stuff, and then it trots back to the origin and, hangs out there doing its nominal reference tracking thing. So I think this is to me, this is really impressive and shows how far you can take these local linear approximations when you're, again, retaining the overall problem structure in this way, such that it can kind of reason about this stuff. And then we did manage to put this stuff on hardware. I wouldn't say these are super impressive demos, but this is kind of how far you can get with a handful of grad students in a few months. Again, not nearly as impressive as a lot of other things you'll see, but I think the point is, again, we're not doing any kind of mode enumeration. There's no hybrid, no gate specified. It's just tracking a reference. And I think that where this can go next, I think is way more interesting, is we can give this an arbitrary trajectory to track, right? So we don't have to think about modes. We don't have to have a periodic gate. I can just throw anything I want into this. It can make contact with any part of the robot body, presuming I've modeled that as a bunch of convex primitives, and it just goes. And I don't have to be super careful about, there's no, but that's it, right? I can just throw this in there and it just tracks it. Okay, so that's kind of a bunch of stuff we've done in the last couple of years. I want to sort of tease some stuff we're currently thinking about, some stuff that's people here today are going to talk about from the lab, and kind of where we're headed next with some of this stuff. So first off, something I've been really excited about for the last couple of years that I wanted to try is, so points to convex object contact is really easy to do, right? Like point to plane is kind of the stuff we're used to doing. But generally, in our setup, we can do points and convex objects. And a lot of the time, we try to represent the world as convex objects and put points on our feet or points on our gripper. And it's always seemed fundamentally backwards to me because we know everything about the robot geometry a priori. So why not do a nice convex decomposition of the robot offline and then treat the world as points? Because we have nice sensors that do that for us already, right? Point clouds and all this good stuff. So we started looking at, can we directly take a point cloud into the simulator? And this is work by Kevin, who's over there, who's got a poster on this stuff. And so basically what we're doing is using, so if you have really complex, weird geometry like the bunny, just have a bunch of points on the surface, model the robot gripper as a set of convex primitives, and now we can grip the bunny. There's some details in here that I'll let Kevin talk about, but essentially what you're seeing on the left and right here is the left is sort of naive point contact, and the right is some new stuff where we've modeled torsional friction on each point. So this is sort of getting at patch contact effects, but in a kind of hacky way that works pretty well. It looks like for this kind of sparse point representation. So this is the manipulation. It's happening. We're getting into it. Some other things though that I've been really interested in lately. One is I think one of the lessons I've learned from the machine learning community in the last few years is really kind of tooling, software tooling, and accessibility of those tools. And in particular, right, they've been just phenomenal at taking advantage of GPUs and making this easy to do, right? So there's really great packages like PyTorch, et cetera, that make it just super, super easy for me to sit down in a few minutes and take advantage of insane amounts of flops, right? And meanwhile, in this kind of model-based control world, I think we're pretty bad at this. Most of our algorithms are still pretty serial, still really CPU only for the most part. So the stuff on the left is something we just submitted to the ICRA that is going to go up on archive hopefully real soon. That's by some of these guys over here. We managed to get a QP solver essentially like OSQP, running on a GPU. And that Atlas example up there with it getting pushed is the full rigid body dynamics, torque control, the whole mess, where we're solving the QP on a GPU at 2.6 kilohertz, which is kind of nuts. And we can get kind of 30, 40x speedups over OSQP running on a CPU. Again, it's just, it makes sense. You should be able to do this. But we really want to be able to take advantage of this compute. And then the other stuff there, we're starting to think a little bit about more about sample-based planning. This is work by another one of my former students, Taylor Howell, who spent the summer at DeepMind playing around with sample-based kind of planning MPC type stuff on top of Majoko. So there's lots more there to do, I think, also, and that stuff's pretty nicely parallelizable, right? And then this bigger picture idea that I've been really into. So we all talk about the sim to real gap, right? Especially in kind of RL circles. And the way that typically goes, you've got your simulator, blah, blah, blah. You generate some policy or whatever, and you run it on the robot, and it doesn't match. Not a surprise, right? Our models are bad, whatever. But then what we do is usually some kind of transfer learning or something. We try to make the policy better by incorporating data. And so my contention is what we maybe want to think about doing is real to sim. So if I go run this stuff on the robot and I get a bunch of mismatch, why don't I try to take that data and incorporate it back into the simulator? And I think there's tons of great things. So if especially if you're working on a given robot repeatedly, it seems like we should be able to do a better job of modeling this robot, say that, again, we work on these same robots in the lab a lot. So in the dynamics, there's compliance, there's all kinds of weird actuator things that go on, even with, motors, there's, voltage sag if you're doing lots of stuff. And we tend to not really model that and assume we're just getting torque. So I think there's a lot of work to do there. We all know friction is crazy and messy and terrible. Maybe geometry stuff, right? Where we can imagine using parametric models or even, function approximators, just put stuff into the simulator in the right places. And because we can get all these really great gradients, you can imagine dipping this entire thing and trying to, start matching this up better to reality. And I think in the limit, you'd hope that you can sort of shrink that sim to real gap to the point where you don't really need to do transfer learning anymore. Not to say you can't do both, but I think we can get a lot closer. We can reduce the gap, right, by taking this kind of data-driven approach into the simulator in a serious way. Yeah, I think with that, I'd love to plug all of the students who've done all this awesome stuff, many of whom are in the room. So thank you guys. You guys should all talk to them. They're great. And I'm done. That's how you can find me and harass me. I'll take questions.
Great talk. So it was very clear to me how a lot of your everything is an optimization problem sort of works when all of the optimization problems are convex. Are there sort of in practice does non-convex local node stuff give you a huge headache, or do you have any words of advice?
Yeah, only in the trajectory optimizer. So the friction stuff is convex, the collision stuff is convex. The dynamic stuff is non-convex, but there you're always warm starting. So if you imagine doing time stepping in a simulator, you can always use your last, state as to warm start your next state. So there it turns out, and there's actually good theory on this from the variational integrator community. Basically, the problem is locally convex, and what that really means is for small enough time steps, it's your Hessian is always strictly positive definite. So you can wave your hands. That problem is basically convex too. If you take short enough time steps, is essentially what that means. So those are all great, and you can always solve those ones. The top level trajectory optimization one is still a beast. And I would argue with this setup, what we've really done is remove all of the numerical badness associated with stiff contact models. So you don't have mixed integer stuff, and you don't have stiff ODEs that kind of mess things up for you. And it's sort of nice. And roughly speaking, that trade-off problem isn't a whole lot worse than any other nonlinear dynamics you would throw into a trade-off problem like this. It works really well for locomotion stuff, honestly. You can just sit the robot there and tell it to go to the other side of the room, and it'll figure out how to walk. It's pretty terrible with sort of sparsely specified manipulation tasks. So we've tried this stuff, and it's awful, and you really have to give it a lot of intermediate handholding to get reasonable things out of it. So,
all right, no, thanks.
Yeah, Michael.
Thanks, Zach. Going back to the very beginning, the simulating and using your model for very stiff, just well, and very easy gradients and software. you say a little bit more about why that's a good idea? Getting a gradient for a different problem and solving.
Yeah.
Is there theory behind that?
Yeah, so I would say there is theory behind this as a general rule. Like we have not been, sort of as rigorous as maybe we should be in looking at some of this stuff. So I would argue that this isn't very different from basically like quasi-Newton approximations in general. So like if you're doing something like BFGS or Gauss-Newton, pick your favorite, you are essentially in a very similar situation. It's like take BFGS as an example. Sorry if this is like sort of weirdly technical and doesn't make any sense. But quasi-Newton methods like this, right, they're approximating a Hessian using a history of gradients. And in fact, BFGS drops indefinite terms and like guarantees a strictly positive definite Hessian, which is not real, right? And half the time when we solve these anyway, we're doing regularization to sort of, take care of indefinite stuff. So like you're using approximate Jacobians and sort of forming approximate Hessians out of this stuff. I'd argue like it's not much different from any other kind of quasi-Newton thing you might be doing. I think that's sort of one way to talk about it. And then like sort of from that viewpoint, the rigid version, right? Like the X, that's the rigid version, that's showing up in your right-hand side vector, right? And then all your sort of like Jacobian Hessian stuff is the smoothed out stuff. So I mean, I think you can think about it as sort of like a regularizer or some other kind of quasi-Newton-y thing, right? I don't know if that helps at all. Oh, sorry. There's someone else. Someone else is in line there. Sorry, I'll get you next.
It's working. Yes. Thank you for the great talk. And actually, I have two questions. So let me ask two questions if I can. The first question is about the parallelization. So you mentioned that we want to parallelize. I agree with you with that. But when someone talk about GPUs, I wonder how. So it relates to optimization, because GPUs are useful. We want to run downstream of parallelization and very small, and here we're talking about handles. That's my first question. I would like to understand a bit more what you mean. And the second question is about, it's a bit tangential with your presentation, I will say. So many times we do convex optimization because we want to get some good gradients. But what is your perspective about combining gradients with some things like the strategies like path integral? Yeah.
Okay, let's do the first one first. So what we're trying to do here is take that optimization problem and parallelize it, right? So I'm not trying to do like thousands of those problem instances in parallel. I want to take this one big problem with like tons of rigid body dynamics, tons of context stuff, whatever, which might be a huge problem with like millions of decision variables. I want to figure out how to parallelize that so I can take advantage of 5,000 cores to solve that instead of a CPU, right? So that, and it's really hard. Like we've been trying to do this for a long time, frankly, and most of the stuff we tried didn't work. Like kind of naively trying to port a classic like nonlinear programming solver, like we do a lot of collocation, say, or differential dynamic, any of these things, right? If you try to figure out how to like map that onto the GPU, it just doesn't work. We tried a lot of this kind of stuff, and those classic algorithms have lots of serial bottlenecks, and I think it takes a much deeper rethinking of how we're approaching the problem. And like one way to do that is sort of, as you alluded to, these kind of MPPI style like brute force sampling approaches, and those can work, but they have a major cursive dimensionality, right? As you go to higher dimensional input spaces, they do not scale well, right? The brute force sampling stuff. So we tend to do more kind of Newton type things, right? Like second order type things. And there's still lots of opportunity in there. It's just much harder to figure out how to do it. We're starting to make some progress. It's been a long road. We've been messing around with this stuff for a few years, and it looks like there's some hints here with this QP solver I just teased is like the first hint that we might actually be able to do this. And essentially that approach, it looks like should scale. We should be able to basically throw the like monster NPC problem for the whole body dynamics onto a GPU. And really what we're trying to do there is just solve it faster. We always want the solver to go faster, right? We'd love to run that whole body controller to kilohertz if we could, but we just can't right now because of computational limits, and maybe this is the way forward. So I guess that's the first one. And then the second one was something about these kind of stochastic sampling, MPPI kind of thing. So we were, sort of, I would say MPPI curious in my lab. We started messing around with these things. We haven't done a whole lot with them yet. We've started to get some things up and running. I think they're interesting, and they're particularly good. They're complementary, right? There's some stuff that this second order optimization stuff is really good at, namely nailing the dynamics constraints and all this kind of stuff really well. It's great for that. It's really bad though at a lot of other things. So it's super bad at like bug trap problems, like maze-like problems. You're just going to get stuck. And that's where sample-based methods are really good, classically, like RTs and things like this. So I think they're absolutely complementary things, and we should probably be doing both and combining them in various ways. I don't know what the best ways to combine them are. Right? Lots of people play around with this stuff, but yeah, I think there's something there for sure. All right.
Second.
Sorry.
Do you find that there's a lot of sensitivity to the choice of the parameter that you use when you're like choosing which gradient to use? And maybe more broadly speaking, do you have that slide up with all the different approximations you're doing?
Yeah.
Like which of those is maybe the thing you have the most sensitivity to in your problem?
Yeah, I mean, so frankly, no. And like you could talk to Simon about the details, I think, if you want. He did most of the heavy lifting on some of that stuff, but yeah, like not really. Basically, like what we're doing here is really like using classic interior point method tricks. So like, you know, people have been doing that stuff since the 80s, and it was a very hot research area in the 90s and early 2000s, and then people figure out all of the tricks essentially. And now they're just bulletproof. If you want to solve a convex problem, something that's not super huge, you plug it into an interior point method and it's like guaranteed it always works, blah, blah, blah. Like it's really, really bulletproof. And there's a bunch of tricks behind how that happens. There's special line search techniques. There's so-called predictor corrector methods. There's a bunch of things that you have to do to make that work. We're really just using all that. We just directly grab all the tricks from the interior point textbooks basically and use them in here. And it makes a huge difference completely in like getting this stuff to work. And yeah, at the end of the day, it's like I showed that example of picking the robot, and that was just linearized trotting at the origin. Like I think one other way of saying this is like linear control works extremely well, right? That's like it's hard to beat it like locally, right? As long as you're not too far off where you linearize, it's incredibly good. Like LQR is still mind-blowingly good at so many things. It's not good at contact. So what I'm kind of trying to do here is like the closest thing to like, you know, kind of convex MPC, like QP based MPC that I could get to that could reason about contact. Like that's kind of what I want out of this. And yeah, essentially like another way of thinking about this, we're essentially doing like that quadratic objective, and the dynamics are basically LCP dynamics. I don't want to talk about it that way because I think there's a lot of insight to be gained from this everything's optimization and we glue the solvers together perspective. Like I think a main point, you know, of difference from some like ALPS work, for example, where they really embrace this LCP dynamics thing and dig in there. Like for us, that's almost an afterthought or an accident of the setup, right? It is doing that, but like the way you solve it, I think is crucial. And the way to get to the way we solve it is by thinking about all the pieces as little solvers, and like playing all those interior point tricks has ultimately how you can solve it quickly and reliably and robustly and all that stuff. So it's a very roundabout way of getting to like, it's not super sensitive to those parameters. And yeah, it's surprisingly robust. You know, like you can kick it really hard. It is still linearized by reference. So if you kick it too hard, you're going to kind of go outside the basin of attraction or the area where that linearization is valid, and it'll start to blow up on you for sure. That's absolutely going to happen. But that's no different from any other sort of convex LQR kind of thing, right?
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah.
Why not linearize around, where you're gonna be, not where you were supposed to be?
I totally agree with this sentiment. The reason we didn't do this is computational all the way. So what we're doing there, like the way we got this to go fast enough was by doing a ton of insane numerical linear algebra tricks. In particular, we did all this linearizing about the reference. And the reason this is useful from that perspective is that you know all the Jacobians offline ahead of time. So we then built all the KKT systems we were ever going to have to solve and pre-factorized as much as we could offline. So then online, all you're doing is like essentially plugging in the new stuff from your state estimate, the stuff that's different, right, that like is new, and then finishing the factorization and doing a back solve. So it's really all about compute. Like in principle, yes, I would love to do that. But we then have to compute the Jacobians, assemble the KKT system, and factorize from scratch. And it turned out this pre-factorization stuff I'm talking about was an order of magnitude speed up. So that is why. But yeah, I think if you could dial, like this is also like 2 students hacking at this. I think if you had serious development effort behind this, you could totally do it, right? Not at 2 kilohertz, no. I mean, we didn't do this at 2 kilohertz. I think the demo on hardware I showed you was like, what, 30, 40 hertz?
About 100.
Oh, 100 hertz. Oh, it's better than I thought. So 100 hertz. All right, so we are fortunately out of time. Still around no applause. Next up, we have there is about just a basic agreement that we had, talking about our work on statements on the data control for traffic manipulation. Yes. So we're gonna mute you and use our speaker.
So keep myself muted on our
Yeah,
laptop?
yeah. I
Okay.
can also, yeah.
I should be muted already.
So you should be good to go.
Okay, perfect.
All right.
All right, hey everyone. My name is Bibit. I'm a PhD student at Penn, working with my uncle Posa, and I'm excited to present on some work that we have on sampling-based NPC for contact-rich manipulation. We already know that humans day-to-day are extremely capable in leveraging contact when they're trying to do tasks all day. So these examples are people who are experts in their activity or their field. But actually, even the most mundane of tasks that people do every day, such as this person rummaging through a drawer of unknown contents, is actually quite skilled and efficient, despite not having any plan or even preconception of what was in the drawer to begin with. You can see they even use spontaneously some of the other objects in the drawer as a tool to help them open bags of other objects. We also know that robots are making great progress towards being able to do some of these very contact-rich behaviors, enabled by TRI's recent work in diffusion policy, is where this video came from. Though we also know, being in a model-based workshop, that some of the work like this requires human demonstrations beforehand. And so it's not clear how these robots are going to perform if they're asked to do some other task, or even if the objects significantly change from the demonstration to perform the same task. We can swap the assumption of having a demonstration beforehand with the assumption of having a model. And models can be more task agnostic than a demonstration. You can use models for all sorts of kinds of tasks. And in fact, in some previous work that Michael mentioned in more depth during his talk, we can actually build models quite accurately from scratch anyway. So maybe this is a better assumption that might be more realistic for some other scenarios if we want our robots to be able to do things in real time that maybe they weren't prepared to be able to do before. So really, we want a controller that shares a lot of the characteristics of this human rummaging example. It's demonstration independent. It's also contact implicit, yet it ends up being extremely contact rich, but we definitely know that that contact mode sequence was not planned ahead of time. And notably, it's real time. So we know that we can satisfy the first two of these if we formulate an optimization problem such as this with access to the model. The model is going to inform the nonlinear dynamics as well as some notion of how the contact dynamics are going to work. Here we wrote it in complementarity format, which means the contact forces are also a decision variable in the optimization. So you don't have to prescribe them ahead of time. They will be solved for when you're optimizing. Now, really those two things that I already mentioned that give this the full expressivity are really the problem in terms of getting this to work in real time. So the nonlinear dynamics and the complementarity constraints can be quite problematic to deal with if you're trying to do this on the fly and in time to know what your next action should be. What people have done to get around the slowness of this is just replace these two things with something that's simpler and easier to compute really fast. Here, the example that I put up is we take a linear complementarity system, which linearizes some things, but still leaves the contact implicit structure. And this is exactly what Alp's work, C3, does, and is very similar to Simon's work as well. However, this model is local, so let's see how it performs if we use it. So in this example, we're going to have the Franca with a simple spherical end effector whose goal is to manipulate the ball to move in the direction indicated by the arrow. We see what happens is that robot does really one useful push, and then it just hangs out where it was, and in fact is sort of in the way of accomplishing more progress towards the goal. And we'll see on the next slide that this is actually because of the local LCS model, really getting us in this position where we're stuck. So the work that's presented in C3 actually does this very example, but they're able to have much better performance that results in the robot returning back on top of the ball and doing one push after the other. And the way they were able to do that is by heuristics that bake in the fact that we already know that for rolling around a sphere, a pretty good location to put your end effector is right on top of the sphere. And then from there, we can roll out the contact implicit controller, and it can do pretty well. It's not clear what these heuristics should look like if the scenarios become much more complicated. Specifically, if this geometry of the object we're trying to push around is more complicated, or maybe we're trying to do something that that currently requires being able to track a reference trajectory, but we don't have access to one. So while C3 does meet all of these requirements, the one that we need to add in is that we need the controller to be globally aware in some way. So let me show what it means to not be globally aware. In this scenario, our end effector and the object, pretty close to what the LCS is going to effectively do in this scenario, is just consider the point on the object that's closest to the end effector. It'll do the same thing for the object ground interaction, and then it will assume that the object is the union of both hyperplanes, essentially turning this object into something like an infinite wedge. And this works pretty well if the region of the object you want to contact is pretty close to that tangent point. But if you want to do something like move your end effector to the other side of the object, it doesn't actually think you can do that because it thinks you now have to pass through the object to get there. And this is especially not useful if the goal for where you want your object to end up is on the side to the left. This means that the only way for the end effector to move the object towards this object goal is essentially to apply a negative normal force, which we all know, and in fact the optimization knows it can't do since we're embedding in Coulomb friction. So it'll choose to do nothing and stay where it is, instead of make the problem worse and bump the object further away from the goal. However, these LCS views are different depending on where the end effector is relative to the object. So here we show 4 different possible locations where the end effector could be, and the LCS simplification of the object geometry looks drastically different. Some of these are more amenable towards making progress towards the object goal, and this would be reflected in the optimization costs that C3 uses as we formulated before. So what can we do to leverage the fact that if we put our end effector in other places, we realize in some of these regions, we still can make progress towards our goal. We start with the full problem on the left, which is global but slow, and the C3 simplification on the right, which is local but fast. We're going to change both of these things and meet in the middle. The first thing we're going to do is on the left one. Let's just say we don't make contact at all. This means we're not going to be able to move the object really, besides its own autonomous dynamics. But that means we dropped all of our contact-related decision variables from the optimization problem. And the only thing that falls out of our contact complementarity constraint is that the gap function should be non-negative. Now, because of these simplifications, even if we wanted to use the full nonlinear dynamics, this is significantly faster than it was before. It doesn't involve any contact between the robot and the object, but it's global in its collision avoidance optimization objective now. And in fact, even if we didn't want to use the full dynamics, it's fast to approximate because you can just use something like a weighted travel distance. Also notably, we're going to assign this an end position goal. So what should the state at the end of this trajectory be? This is what we're going to pass over to now the right problem. The right problem still uses local LCS dynamics and contact constraints, but that LCS is not local to where the end effector started. It's local now to the ending configuration of the left optimization problem. And because we didn't change the structure of this optimization, it's still as fast as it was before, and thus fine with doing it at real-time rates. If we sample potential values for this intermediate waypoint, and then we find the minimizing sample of the sum of these two parts, then what we end up with is something that allows your robot to explore globally. And then once it's at these different positions, it can act locally in a way that's fast. If we were to plug this into a closed loop controller, the secret sauce is really in this yellow block here. That's going to act as a switch between using the contact implicit controller, C3 on the top, versus trying to move the end effector somewhere that's more advantageous towards making progress to the goal. So let's dig into what that algorithm looks like more specifically. First is we're going to generate a list of samples. I wrote this as being in the full state space of the system, but note that actually the sampling is even more simple than that. The only thing that we can really change if we're claiming that we're not going to make contact between the robot and the object is where the robot ends up. We don't actually have control over where the object goes. So here, the only thing that's different between all of these samples is the three-dimensional end effector location. So it's tractably small and physically meaningful. We're always going to consider the current configuration of the system as the first sample, and then the rest will differ only in their end effector location, but can be otherwise generated however you like. Note that these samples and their respective LCS simplifications of the object can look drastically different, particularly with more complicated geometry. For instance, like this Jack example drawn on the board. Next step is let's compute the cost associated with each sample, as well as the next action if we were to pursue that sample. Recalling from the previous, from a couple slides ago, we know that the cost is going to be a combination of the C3 optimization cost from those configurations, plus some penalty on traveling if your end effector has to move to a new location in order to perform that control goal. If we use the first sample, the next action is just going to be the control input, the first one that was computed in the optimization problem. Then we take whatever next action is associated with the lowest cost, using some hysteresis between deciding to use C3 where you currently are and deciding to move somewhere else. We note that this is making hybrid decisions at two levels. The first level is it's going to decide whether to apply control where it is or move somewhere more advantageous. And the second level is when it does apply that control, it's still the fully contact implicit formulation that we gave earlier. So here we're excited to show some very preliminary results in how this might work. Here we're using the more complicated Jack example. And what we have is there's a goal in green on the left. The sample locations are these light blue dots. In this example, we're sampling on the surface of a sphere around the object. And the optimal sample, the best one that we might pursue if we are going to be in the repositioning mode, is in yellow. So what we see here is that it's going to freely decide whether to run C3, so the contact implicit controller that can make and break contact, and decide to reposition to a new sample. You'll also notice that we're not even considering very many samples at a time, like 1 or 2, but just the fact that we can run our controller at pretty fast rates, we're still able to consider a significant number of samples over like a second. With that in mind, some next steps for this project are to improve the performance on some of our simulation examples. We'd also like to explore some other sampling strategies. The one that we showed earlier may be considered a naive approach, just random sampling on a pretty low dimensional 2D manifold. And it does seem to work surprisingly well, especially if we can consider a high number of samples over a fairly small amount of time. But maybe there are fancier solutions that will just outperform this. Namely, some samples that have been previously computed might actually still be valid in the current system configuration. So maybe there's something that can inform where to next sample based on previous samples that are still valid. And lastly, we'd be very excited to see this running on hardware and are eager to tackle any engineering challenges it takes to get that up and running. With that, I'd like to thank my collaborators as well as the organizers of the workshop. And here's where you can reach out to me if you can't ask a question now or catch me at the poster session. With that, I'll take any questions if there's time.
Thank you. So we're actually running a little bit late on time. So Bibit can be found on the poster session from 3:20, yes. So please stop for our poster session. As our next speaker, we're going to invite Jiayuan Mao. She is a PhD student at MIT, and today she's going to tell us about her work on learning useful manipulation strategy.
Hello everyone, my name is Jiayuan Mao, and today I'm here to present our work, Learning Reusable Manipulation Strategies. So this is a joint work with Thomas, George, and Leslie. I'm sorry about that, my photo isn't really, I'm not wearing a blue shirt, so next time I will prepare a photo for that. So I'm gonna start with everyone just looking at this short video. Okay, so what you can learn from this one single demonstration. So I guess probably you can learn some kind of strategy that you can operate those exhibitor to pick up the cylinder from the ground. So this could include, for example, you want to push to rotate it, you want to exert force on one end so that it tilts a little bit, and you want to move the bucket. So you might not be directly executing when you're actually operating the machine, but you got some basic ideas basically. So our goal in this paper is we want to learn such kind of strategies from one single demonstration, and we want to have a system that can apply all those learned strategies compositionally to solve more complicated tasks. So the overall problem formulation is the following. So we assume that we have a simulator for object manipulation and initial state and some goal states. So this can be represented as we have a state space, initial state, and set of goal states, the action states, and the transition model. So here you can say we have a relatively low level states, includes object poses and joint angles and so on. And we have low level actions such as position commands. So conceivably, given a large amount of data or search budget, a general learning or search algorithm can solve it, but it can be very, very slow. So we're looking at this modified problem formulation, which is we want to solve this kind of task leveraging additional demonstration. So in particular, we assume that we have a single demo and a simulator, and then we're going to apply our learning algorithm to learn some kind of knowledge about manipulation strategies. And during inference time, now given novel goals and novel tasks, we want to leverage the simulator and together with the knowledge of manipulation strategy to reduce a sequence of actions to execute. So the key question we're going to explore in this paper is, what can we learn from this demonstration? Basically, what's the knowledge of manipulation strategies? So our key idea is some manipulation strategies can be modeled by contact relationships among objects. Otherwise, I won't be here talking about contact manipulation. So let's talk about a familiar example, which is hook using. So let's say this little girl is showing her brother this manipulation strategy of using the soup ladle to reach for a distant object. In this case, it's a spoon. So you can extract from this single demonstration, even from this one single picture, that there are a bunch of contact relationships between the hand of the girl and also the ladle and the spoon. They have some contact, and also the spoon is sliding on the floor. So more specifically, so some of the manipulation strategies can be modeled as a sequence of contact relationships among objects. So on the right, I'm showing the structure for this hook using strategy, but I'm going to brief them one by one. So now let's look at a simple example in this simulated environment, where we're going to use this caliper to hook the distant object. So initially, both the caliper and the block, they are sitting on the floor. And we can move our robot to grasp the caliper. And we can, now we have already changed the contact relationship between objects. Now the next step is we're going to keep our grasping on the caliper, but now we're going to exert some contact between the caliper and the block. And of course, later on, we need to place the caliper back onto the table so we are hands-free, and then we can finally grasp the target block. So importantly, this kind of abstract, contact sequence or contact mode switch sequence is really generalizable across different instances and even categories. So here, for example, you can use a similar strategy, try to use the soup ladle to hook the target block. And in real life, you can have this physical robot showing how you can pick up a banana to hook on a tennis ball. And all those things, they share the similar structure at a high level, at this contact, switch level. So what we're going to do is we're going to call this kind of manipulation strategies mechanisms. So here are some of the mechanisms we're going to learn in this paper, but later on we're going to break them down. So at a high level, mechanisms, they are sequences of contact modes, families, and they generalize this. And we want to learn those mechanisms from data, and we want to compose them to solve more complicated tasks. So, so a conventional way to solve this kind of thing, you can say it's just kind of like outputting some it's outputting sequence of motion commands. So if you do this at a top level, then this can be very inefficient. So a conventional way that people do it is we do some kind of task and motion planning, and this is primarily similar to a lot of the works that have been talked about today in this workshop. So I'm going to use a slightly different formulation, but it's roughly the same. So in task and motion planning, we have our domain specification, which composes of predicates that describe object poses, maybe their properties and shapes. And we also have operators that are parameterized by continuous parameters that model content mode families. Like I have an operator called grasp, and it's parameterized by what's the grasping pose that I want to have. All those operators, they have preconditions, effects, and controllers so that they can be chained together and they can be executed at the top level. So now, at test time, given the initial state and maybe some goal, we can have a general discrete and continuous planning algorithm and just generate the control commands for us. So what will in particular paper, we're going to use a 6 basis operation involving interaction between at most 3 objects, but it can be also easily extended to include more complex operators for sure. So what this kind of task and motion planning or bi-level thing give you is now you can reduce your planning horizon to a much shorter planning horizon. In this case, it's 5 steps. If you think about the content mode sequence that you will have to accomplish this task. So what we're going to do is that we're going to extend this formulation by including the mechanisms that we just talked about. So in particular, mechanisms, they are useful macros of operators, basically a useful sequence of operators stacked together. And together with dedicated samplers for the continuous parameter, like when I'm going to use A to hook B, what should be the grasping pose and what's the contact point I want to have between the 2 objects. And similarly, we're going to input those things into a general planning algorithm and give us the control commands. So what this will do, it will further, reduce the planning horizon we need to have. In this case, only 2 steps because you just hook the object and then you grasp the target object, and that's it. So how can you do this kind of learning? This is an overview of the framework. Essentially, there are 2 learning problems I want to solve. The first one, I want to learn the content mode sequence at a very abstract level. And second of all, I want to learn dedicated samplers for parameters for the content modes, like where to grasp, how to move, etc. So in our paper, we assume that the demonstration was given in the simulator. So we assume that we can observe all the content interactions between different objects. So the first part, we assume that is easily done for us. Of course, in general, if you want to learn this from real videos, and this could be more challenging. And we're going to focus on, like after recovering those content mode sequence from the demonstration, what are we going to do with it? So next step is we want to learn mechanism-specific samplers. So given the content modes and the goals, what we're going to do is that we're going to, in simulation, do a lot of self-play with randomly sampled objects and poses. So for example, we're going to play with, this like spoon, try to use different ways to grasp it and different ways to move it. And we're going to do similar experiments with the soup ladle, try different grasping of it, and with a hammer, with a caliper, and so on. Okay, so some of the sampled, trajectory, some of the sampled parameters will be successful, and some of them will be failed. Now we have a data set of successful trials of the sampled parameters and the failed trials. Now, together with using this like successful and failed trials, we can learn basically a classifier or like a sampler in general, which in our case we use a neural network-based sampler that condition on the the shape geometry of the objects and produce contact points, for example, the XY location of the contact or the contact normal directions. So the first set of experiments I'm going to show is learning this kind of mechanisms really improve your efficiency at training at inference time. Sorry. So here we're showing a learning mechanism by our system, which is you push the plate to the edge of the table so they can grasp it, and this involves just sequencing 2 content mode primitives. There's another example which I love it better, which is more closer to the first example that I showed you, which is in order to pick up this little plate, there's another mechanism you can use, which you place a heavy object on one side of it, so it tilts a little bit, and then you can grasp it from the other end. So, more importantly, this kind of learned mechanism can be composed together to solve more complicated tasks. So, for example, in the first case, our goal is to hold the box, and in order to do that, you want to use a caliper as a hook to do that. But the caliper originally is too flat, so they cannot directly grasp it. So the robot chooses to first push it to the side of the table and grasp it and use it as a hook. And here I'm showing another example where the goal is I want to place the box on the ramp, but the ramp is tilted, so if you directly place on it, it will like falling down. So in this case, our system is able to reason about using the hook first as a hook to reach for the distant object, and use it in a different way, which is place it at the bottom edge of the ramp so that it acts kind of like a blocker for the slope, so that the object actually stays on it. And this kind of learning mechanism can also be deployed on physical robots. So here we are showing some demonstration, some like demos that we use some computer vision pipeline to reconstruct object geometry, just very rough object geometry, and it does some like a closed loop control with it. So forgive the very jittery robot motions because of a bug in my controller. I'm sorry about that. So basically, this in this case, the robot learns how to use a banana hook, and then later on, it will place the ball into the ball. And here's another example where the again everything starts from vision, and then the robot needs to hold the plate, but the plate is too thin, so it chooses to first push it to the side of the like a little table on the table, and then grasp it. Okay, so we have been talking about this idea of learning reusable manipulation strategies. So our key idea is manipulation mechanisms. They can be modeled by a sequence of contact relationships among objects. And the advantage of this system includes it has strong generalization across instances and categories, and it has strong compositionality because if you just insert them together and they can naturally compose using the general, discrete, and continuous search algorithm. And finally, it has strong extendability by basically just including different kind of basis operators. So the principles behind the design of the system are twofold. First one, content mode sequences. They are generalizable across categories at even initial states. And we want to learn specific samplers for particular mechanisms so that we can accelerate the planning. And that's it. Thank you for listening, and I'm happy to take questions if we have time.
Thank you. Unfortunately, due to time constraints, we don't have the questions, but yeah, please find Jiayuan at the poster section. That starts next week.
Yes.
So now we're going to have Dr. Kensuke Harada. Dr. Kensuke Harada is a professor and director of robotics manipulation group at Osaka University, Graduate School of Engineering Science. He's also the director of technical logistics, automation, and collaborative research institute at Osaka University. Dr. Harada received his PhD from Kyoto University in 1997. Since then, he spent time as scholars in Hiroshima University and Stanford. And he has also spent a long time at the National Institute of Advanced Industrial Science and Technology as a senior research scientist and a research group. Throughout his career, Dr. Harada has won numerous awards, such as the Manipulation Paper Award at IPA, Outstanding Paper Award at the IEEE International Symposium of Assembly and Task Planning, and Special Contribution Award from SI Division of the Society of Instruments and Tool Machines. Today, we're very excited to hear about Dr. Harada's latest research on contact manipulation.
Thank you for the kind introduction. Today, I would like to talk about the optimization in London. Okay, first of all, these are the problem. We did this research along with three graduate students and two professors. And as we can see from these pictures, there are clutter everywhere. So optimization in clutter is a very important and basic problem. So on the other hand, we are focusing on the industrial application of robotic manipulation in clutter. We can consider two situations. One is in assembly factory, where the parts parts are randomly stuck in the container and are delivered from the parts production company to the assembly line. And in the second application area is the logistic warehouse. And in logistic warehouse, the items are stored in the shelf, and in most of the case, the items are randomly stuck in the shelf. So we are focusing on the robotic manipulation as an industrial application. So these are the contents of today's talk. We focus on two topics. One is the picking of mechanical parts from container. And the second one is to extract items from shelf. And this is the first case. And we focus on the case where the parts are randomly stuck in a container. And in this case, if the shape of the object is simple, there's no problem. But if the shape of the object is complex, the target object will be entangled with neighboring object, and the target object is picked along with the neighboring object. So we consider solving this problem. So this slide summarizes the approach. So there are two approaches to pick up single object from the container. One is to avoid the entanglement. So the other is to actively disentangle the object. And for the approach, we can consider two approaches. One is the analytic approach, and the other is a learning-based approach. And we can consider the approaches like this. And we did many researches, and according to the object type of object, we consider the picking of rigid object and deformable object. And for the approach, we can consider avoid entanglement, also actively disentangle the object. And first, we consider this approach. And let me think about the case where the objects are stuck in the beam. And first, we can select the isolated object, and if we can select the isolated object, it can be picked up. But if we pick up the object again and again, and then gradually there is no object isolated. There is no isolated object, and in that case we have to actively disentangle the object. So this is the overview of our problems. So in this case, the objects are randomly stuck in the main beam, and we have to put in the goal beam. So we assume the buffer beam to once place it in the buffer beam. So first we use the picnet, the deep learning picnet, to check whether it is isolated or not. So if the robot picks the isolated object, then the objects are directly put in the goal beam. However, if it is entangled, the objects are put in the buffer beam. Then we check once again. Then it is the entanglement is solved. Then the objects are put in the goal beam. If not, then we can actively disentangle the object. So this is how we train the neural network. So we train two types of neural network. One is to find the isolated object, and the second one is to actively disentangle the object by pulling it. So this is the experimental result. In this case, the robot can successfully pick the isolated object. So in this case, the robot picked the entangled object, but if the robot put it in the buffer beam, it was disentangled. So in this case, the two objects are entangled. Then the robot tries to actively disentangle them. Okay, like this. And we can realize a pretty high success rate, almost 90%. Then we can show the result on the entangled deformable object. So we focus on the wire harness, and the wire harness is deformable and a cable bundled with rigid components. And it easily forms an entangled state if it put in the clutter beam, if it put in the beam. And in addition, it is very difficult to model the 3D case, and it is very difficult to perform the physics simulation. And since it is very long, and the length often exceeds the robot reachable range. So this is the basic idea of our method. We use the motion primitives. So we find that if we use the helix motion, the robot, the wire harness is likely to be disentangled. And we use another motion primitive, which is called the spinning motion, and we can find the spinning motion is also affected in this entangle the wire harness. And we use 6 motion planes according to the angle of helix motion. So 6 motion means that half circle and full circle, half circle plus spinning motion and a full circle, and a full circle plus spinning motion and 2 full circles and 2 full circle plus spinning motion. Then first, by using the depth sensor, we capture the image of the piled wire harness, and then we detect the grasping force by using the model free grasp detection method. And then by using the neural network, we select the feasible action. Then the robot tries to perform this entangling motion. So this is the result. As we can see from the video, the success rate is pretty high. It's almost 80%. Okay, then let me move on to the next research on using the feedback to disentangle the piled wire harness. So this is the overview of the method. We use the force sensor information to detect the entanglement. And we also use the dynamic manipulation to actively disentangle the piled wire harness. So this is the overview of the method. First, by using the deep learning method, we detect the grasping force. Then, by using the force sensor, the robot tries to pick the wire harness, but at the same time, we monitor the force by using the force sensor attached to the wrist. Then, if the entanglement is detected, the robot tries to swing the object to actively disentangle the object. And if this entanglement cannot be resolved, then by using the dual arm, the robot pulls up the wire harness. Then the robot tries to put it into the golding, but again, if the robot detects the entanglement, then the robot iterates this step once again. And this is the result. And in the left-hand side case, the wire harness is shorter than the right-hand side case. So as we can see from the video, the robot sometimes swing the object to actively disentangle it. And sometimes the robot tries to pull up the object by using the dual arm. So in this case, the success rate is very high. And in the left-hand side case, the success rate is almost 97%. And the right-hand side case, the success rate is almost 80%. Okay, let us move on to the second topic. Then we consider the case where items are put in the shell. So in this case, if we put out the target item from the shell, the neighboring items will come along the target one, and the pile will be collapsed. So in this case, we carefully consider how to deal with we have to consider not to collapse the pile, and how to extract the target item. So we did 3 researches. First, in the first research, we predict the collapse, and by using the collapse prediction, we consider performing the bimanual manipulation to extract the target one. In the second research, by using the first research, we apply it to the sorting task. And in the third research, we consider constructing the graph structure of the showing the relationship of the support relation. And then by using the graph structure, we consider extracting the target item. And in the first research, this is the basic idea of the first research. To extract the target one, we support the neighboring object by using the other hand. So this is the structure of the neural network, and this is the depth image of the file, and this is among the depth image. We select the supported object, and this is the extracted object. This is the support object, and this is the extracted object. And then by using the neural network, we can predict that the file will be collapsed. And this is the experimental result. And first, we select which object to extract, and then we also select which object should be supported. Then the robot can successfully extract the target object from the shell. And this is another experimental result. Okay, let's move on to the next one. And then we consider applying this method to the sorting task. So by using the previous method, we can also predict the support relations. So then by using this method, we can actively manipulate the object to make the space to insert the next object to the shell. So in this case, by using the neural network, we consider that this is stacked or put like this, and by using how the object is placed, by using the estimated information of how the object is placed, and then we select the manipulation strategy to place the object into the shell. So this is the result. So in this case, the robot manipulates the object like this, and there's a space, and the robot can place the next object to the space. Okay, next we move on to the third research, and based on the collapse prediction, we can analyze the scene and construct the graph structure of the support relation. So this is the overview of the method. And by using the collapse prediction, we can estimate that this object is the object 1, object 2 is supported by object 2 is supported by object 1, and object 3 is supported by object 2, like this. And then we can construct a graph structure like this. And this can be used to determine the order of object to external. So in this case, we also use the collapse prediction to construct the graph structure. Like this. And this is the experimental result. Then we can extract the object from the top, and finally, we can extract the target object. And we can also use this result for the bimanual manipulation. And this is the object, and this is the supported object. And we first grasp the support object and extract the target one. Then the target object is safely extracted. And finally, tomorrow we will present this result. If the object is stuck, if the robot extracts the object in almost at the bottom, it would be efficient if the object directly extract the bottom object, and while the robot support the top object by using the other arm. On the other hand, if the robot tries to pick the object almost on the top of the pile, it would be efficient if the robot extract the object by using the pick and place strategy. So we formulate this problem in the POMDB framework, and it will be presented tomorrow. Okay, so thank you very much for listening.
Thanks for the great talk, and I have a question. So one thing I noticed from the presentation is that all the videos are accelerated by
yes.
factor, and some of them are like 100 times faster than
yes.
So what's the reason for system?
Yes. And I'm sorry that I'm already making excuse for this question, but I'm always asking students to move the robot as slow as possible, not to break the robot. This is the main reason. So, but I think that I'm afraid that it avoids the opportunity for students to fine-tune the motion. But yeah, and but I know that we have to fine-tune the motion and yeah, make the robot motion faster. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah,
I just want to make sure it's not the detection is slow or the affordance prediction is slow. Yeah, I just want to make sure.
Yes, and affordance prediction is not very slow because the neural network had already been trained, and it doesn't take so much time.
Okay, that's all.
Yeah.
Also, my question is in your wireless stuff.
Yeah.
So because the shape of the wire is very thin and long.
Yeah.
So I think it's very hard to find the accurate object of the wire.
Yes. Yeah, and in case of wire harness, it is almost impossible to find the isolated object. So in this case, it would be very important to actively disentangle the wire harness. So then I showed two methods for actively disentangling the wire harness.
It's really great talk. I have a question about the speed actually.
Yeah.
It was like you said you were intentionally slow it down.
Yeah.
But if it's faster, that will have different dynamics. So do you think you need to change the algorithm in terms of that?
Yes, and basically, I think that's a very good question. So we trained a neural network, but by using a physics simulation. But I think that as we discussed in this workshop, the dynamics of the physics simulation is not much with the actual case. So if we pull the object very dynamically, then I'm afraid that the error between the physics simulation and the real case becomes very large. And yeah, the unexpected case may occur. So yeah, but anyway, this is a very nice question. Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you again for your great talk. So, and thank you for showing a lot of great robotics and also. My question is regarding like what's the biggest challenge in this like robotic system? Is it like more like vision part or control and planning part? And I see like you mentioned about the designing like some sort of behavior primitive.
Yeah.
And how much effort does it take to design those behavior?
Yes,
like if we want to transfer it to other robotic communication paths, like can we easily expand those existing behavior primitive, or we need to design new behavior primitive for that?
Yes, and in our case, so it is difficult to find a solution. So, and wire harness is very complex, and I think that there is no uniform strategy to disentangle the wire harness. So, to cope with such a difficult case, we have to. It is important to find an adequate solution. And it is sometimes we can use the force sensor, and the other case we can use the vision sensor. But in any case, it is important to find the solution to efficiently solve the case problem. Yeah.
May I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Yes. For the wire disentanglement, I remember you had 87% success rate.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to hear what is the most memorable like failure that you had that the algorithm could not handle.
Yes, and I think that we gave 2 talks, and in the second case, the longer wire harness, the success rate is longer wire harness is almost 80%. So in that case, frankly speaking, I did not prove the completeness of the algorithm. So it's a kind of the heuristic method, and sometimes the entanglement cannot be solved, even if the robot try again and again. So this is a failure case. Yeah.
Thank you very much. There are no further questions. We should round of applause for. So we will have a poster presentation and coffee break until 4 p.m. So please be back in the room. All right.
Supposed to.
No, let's go have.
What do you think? I was asking if you have had your sandwich.
Half of it.
Oh.
Yeah. Hey everyone, thanks for coming back. We're going to have Nima who presents his work. So it's my pleasure to introduce him. So Nima is an assistant professor in the mechanical engineering department at the University of Michigan in Iowa. He leads the manipulation and machine compositions lab. His group develops algorithms, models, and hardware that enable robots to autonomously interact and learn from their environment. So in 2019, Nima received his PhD from MIT, during which he competed in the Amazon Digging Challenge. Throughout his career, he received multiple academic awards, including the Google Faculty Research Award in 2021. He also received numerous paper awards, including a Best Cognitive Robotics Award at IROS. Nima has published many impactful and inspiring works in the field of robotic manipulation. So we are really excited to listen to your talk.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the introduction. And I think robotics will be mad if I did not say that I actually moved my tenure from mechanical to robotics, but cool. So this is a unique opportunity to give a talk that I don't usually get the opportunity to give. So thank you for having me. Surfaces. I think that they're a really, really cool mathematical object and description of the mechanical contact frictional interaction between an object and some environment. I think that's super cool. The tutorial is worth it, I think, and showing a few applications. And my hope really at the end of this is that you appreciate limit surfaces and maybe you'll adopt them into your own planning pipelines. They're super cool. And Matt is standing there, which is making me nervous because he knows a lot more about this than I do. So, all right, so where did we get started? We were just screwing around on my desk at work with Keely and just trying to figure out this interaction. So here, he's interacting with his phone, and you can see for some contact interactions, the phone will basically stick to the table whilst his finger slides with respect to it. And for some contact interactions, they both stick to each other whilst it slides on the table. And so we were thinking, can you come up with a formalism that can describe this interaction, and can you use it for useful things? So you say, well, this is not particularly useful. What do you mean by useful thing? Well, what if I want to move an object in a very precise way on a flat surface? So for example, I have this book and I want to move it to some precise location that I specify a priori. And there's a useful skill for objects that are kind of like pinned in the corner and that you cannot push out from the sides. And so you say, why do you want to do top contacts? Why don't you just use vacuums? Well, books are not really vacuum suckable. And why do you not just push on the sides? Well, I don't have that available to me. So what I want to do is make top contact and pull the object out in a precise way. Cool. So the talk outline today is I'm going to show you about the fundamental tool necessary to reason about these interactions. I will show you our progress on asymmetric dual limit surfaces. And then I will point out a few examples for planar pushing and open problems. So where do we go from here? Okay with everyone? Yeah, nice. Okay, so limit surfaces. Let's talk about them. Here's a point. This green thing represents a point contact with a table for an infinitesimally small object. This is at my desk at work, and I can define some reference frame on my desk, and I can localize the object with this sort of arrow. Now, what I want to do is say, okay, given an instantaneous motion of this object, here represented by v hat, what is the frictional force that I expect to feel? Well, I know that since gravity is orthogonal to this plane, the normal force here is n is equal to mg, and so I expect a frictional force reaction mu times mg in the opposing direction. And so in the plane, I can represent the set of all possible motions. This will be in the twist space. And to this correspondingly, I can represent the set of all expected reaction forces from the point contact due to frictional forces. This is here, for example, a point contact limit curve. So the limit surface in 2D. Cool. And so you may look at this and be like, this looks familiar. What does it look like? I hear enthusiastically the friction cone. That's true. So now we're going to look at this thing and we're going to generalize it to something a bit more interesting. Here, a patch contact. So here's my book. I'm interested in thinking about how does the table act on this book. And so I can, again, define a reference frame. I can find where the center of mass of this object is on the table. And for every point that belongs on the surface of this object, I can say, okay, this is the instantaneous velocity of this point. This is the expected contribution of that point to the inertia of the object on the table. Here, rho is density, gravity, and then dA is the infinitesimal area. And again, it's going to experience some frictional force that is proportional to that mass multiplied by the coefficient of friction. Great, and I can also localize it in the frame of the object. And so the contribution of that one point, the Fc, is equal to this. This is the frictional force from that one point. What you can do is integrate this contribution over the entire surface, and so you're going to get the frictional force net in the linear here. You can also play the same game for the torsional component, and great. Now you can figure out what is the net effective linear and torsional friction provided by the table given any instantaneous velocity of the center of mass, here v hat. Cool so far? Pretty awesome. All right, so I can concatenate those two things, and this is a net wrench applied by the surface to the center of mass of the object, represented as this. So how can I think about this? Geometrically, I can think about all possible motions of the center of mass as belonging to this surface, the sphere in 3D. This is linear velocities Vx and Vy, and angular velocity about the vertical axis. I can push every single point from this sphere through these equations, and I will get a corresponding surface in the wrench space. This is that corresponding surface. This is what we call the limit surface. Cool, so I just took this unit ball, pushed it through these expressions, I got this surface. This represents a set of all possible frictional forces for an instantaneous motion of the center of mass. Nice, cool. So let's look a little bit more carefully about the properties of the surface. All right, so for most surface contact geometries, there's an invertible map, which means you can go from object twists, instantaneous motions, to reaction forces and backwards. So you can query it in both directions. The size of this thing is proportional to the normal force and the friction coefficient. The larger the normal force or the friction coefficient is, the bigger this thing will get, and vice versa. The shape is determined by effectively how large the contact patch is, and the direction of the instantaneous motion of the object is always orthogonal to the surface. So if you tell me, this is the reaction force I get from the table, I can tell you how the object will instantaneously move, and vice versa. And finally, the wrenches that the surface can apply to the object can only be in the interior or on this surface. Cool? Nice. Now, in general, computing this thing is super difficult. It's numerically very inefficient. So Kevin Lynch and Matt, who was standing right there, came up with a nice sort of a simplification. And before those guys, also John Howe, I think, and Mark Bukowski figured out something similar, which is the ellipsoidal approximation to the limit surface. Here, what's really nice about this is that it's computationally efficient, super easy to check, and it's practically quite good. Great, so now we have the limit surface. What can we do with it? Let's go back to the original problem that we were interested in. Again, I'm interested in moving an object with precisely using top contacts. So there are two kind of cases that can happen. The first case is I have the end effector stick to the object and the whole thing slide on the table. And the second case is the end effector will slide with respect to the object and the object will slide with respect to the table. So how can I characterize this, or how can I think about this more carefully? Let's listen to the assumptions. My first assumption is that I have a rigid end effector, a rigid object, and a rigid supporting plane. I have a supporting plane that is horizontal and the gravity vector points into it. The end effector is the center of the object at the start of my interaction, and I have uniform pressure distributions. And finally, I'm in the quasi-static regime. And so for this problem, I'm going to think about the object pose as Q sub O, the end effector pose as Q sub E, and I'm going to think about the relative location of these two poses as Q sub error. And I'm going to again assume that since they're aligned at time t is equal to 0, that relative error is 0 at the beginning. What I'm interested in is pushing this object to some goal configuration. And I'm trying to choose the best action such that I can minimize the error of the object pose with some goal pose. So great. Here's Q error, and I'm trying to minimize this error here. What strategy am I going to employ? My strategy is going to be that I'm going to have the end effector not slip with respect to the object, and just have the end effector go to the goal configuration. If there's no relative slip, then the object will also go to the goal configuration. Fair? So the only question really here left is, how do I choose my end effective motion such that I do not have relative sliding? Cool. To this end, we're going to do some modeling here. We're going to look at this visual again and note that the red is representing one contact patch and the green is representing another contact patch. And so here is the contact patch from the end effector to the object. Here's the contact patch from the object to the surface. And I'm going to represent every wrench from the end effector as W sub E, and every wrench from the contact patch to the surface to the object as W sub O. And effectively what you're doing is you're saying there has to be force balance. And so for every wrench from the end effector, I have to have a wrench corresponding to it from the surface. And so if you think about force balance, it's actually intersecting these two ellipsoids. Cool. And now that I have these two ellipsoids, I can start to reason about the geometry of the problem a little bit more cleverly. Here's ellipsoid number 1, here's ellipsoid number 2. Here's the intersection of the two ellipsoids. If I have a point that is on the surface of this interaction, then I have the end effector sticking to the object whilst the object slides. If I have the wrench within the interior of both ellipsoids, there's no motion. And if I have the interaction lie or the frictional wrench lie on the bottom or top half of this thing, what you're going to have is relative sliding. And so the corresponding, what we really care about is being on the green surface here. The corresponding green surface in wrench space looks like this. So as long as I have my end effector move in that green region, I'm going to have sticking contact between the object and the end effector. So now let's think about what is the effect of normal force on this green region. Here is the canonical version I just showed you. As I decrease my normal force, then the intersection is essentially going to shrink. You're going to have less and less of control actuation until eventually it's so small that you can essentially slide only. The end effector will only slide with respect to the object and the object won't move. And here's a visual of how this intersection evolves as a function of the normal force. Again, you always want to be within the green regions. And here's sort of a top view of that evolution. And now based on this visual, there are essentially 5 situations that can happen as a function of the properties of these two frictional coefficients. The left-hand side one represents for you the linear effective coefficient. The left-hand side is the effective coefficient of friction for torque. The right-hand side is the effective coefficient of friction for linear forces. And so case number 1 is absolutely no motion. Everything is red, red is bad. Case number B and E are such a situation in which the finger that you have is a lot larger than the contact patch between the object and the table. And C and D correspond to when the case that we're studying, where the finger is much smaller than the contact patch between the object and the table. Now that you have this, what you're going to try to do is plan for slippage free twists. So all motions within this, again, green surface. The way that we can kind of think about this is if KV is equal to the tangent of theta of this angle, then it basically represents what is the largest amount of rotation you can have for a single linear motion. Now, this is kind of a scary thing when you're close to that boundary because it can imply that you might actually slip. You might not want to be close to that boundary. So you can effectively shrink this region by multiplying this coefficient that is less than 1 into this angle theta and plan within the resulting green region. That makes it a little bit more conservative, makes your path longer, but now you're much more safe when it comes to sliding. Cool. So now that we have that, we're going to form a planning problem. Again, my planning problem is I want to get my object configuration to some desired goal configuration. And I'm going to fix the amount of normal force I'm going to apply. You can have this also be a variable if you want. We're going to fix it here. And what we're going to plan on is this is the planning problem. It is a little bit complicated, but it really is not. Essentially, the first term in my planner is going to try to minimize the error in object configurations. This is error in object configurations. This next loss is a loss on smoothness. This loss is just telling you I want to be at my goal configuration, assuming some linear interpolation between the beginning and the end. And this final constraint is basically I want to be within that green region. Cool. So if you go ahead and try to evaluate this is what the experimental setup would look like. here's an object, here's some surface, here's an object, here's the robot, it's making contact with it, and what we're going to try to do is for a variety of objects, have them precisely be located in different configurations. You can first do some sysid. We basically take the robot and have it just perform a bunch of random actions trying to move the object to infer what is the effective coefficient of friction. And so for these objects, we went ahead and did some experiments. Here is what the sysid will look like. You only really need to consider a quarter of this whole intersecting ellipsoids, since it's a symmetric object. Cool, you do your sysid, now you have your models, you can go ahead and plan. And so here are some examples of the motions that are produced by our planner. Here, the green is representing the initial configuration, so the arrows are orientations, and the beginnings of the arrows are locations. The red is your goal configuration. You see, you get these beautiful sort of curvy, complicated paths. Let me show you what this kind of looks like on the robot. So on the left-hand side is a sort of naive linear planner. So we're telling you to basically go from this initial configuration to some final configuration and a specific orientation. Left side is linear naive planning, and the right-hand side is our path planned with our approach. The key observation is you can look at the left-hand side, there's a misalignment between the red arrow and the blue arrow. That is representing the misalignments in orientation. The right-hand side is showing for you that the red and blue are oriented, therefore orientations are correct, positions are correct. This is that same path of visualizing configuration space. And again, you can see the path that our plan takes is much longer. However, it ends up being at the correct place in configuration space as opposed to the naive linear planner. And this is sort of like the nice sort of a table visual for a whole bunch of different trajectories. The punchline is, again, we get an order of magnitude better tracking of orientations as opposed to the naive planner. Now, this is kind of a cool application of the limit surfaces. I think they're a really cool object. There's still a lot of things to study about them. And perhaps you might have seen a lot of work in planar pushing. This is, again, going back to the work of Kevin Lynch with Matt and so on. And I kind of want to show those visuals that Matt and Kevin drew a while ago. Again, I think they're really worth thinking about and studying. So here's my object, and this time, instead of having top contact, I'm going to be pushing on the side. My finger can only apply forces within the friction cone. And so if I draw my limit surface again, I can project my friction cone into the reference frame of the object to compute the composite friction wrench. This is the effective friction cone projected into the center of mass of the object. What's really neat is that you can compute the intersection of these two objects now. That purple represents this intersection. All vectors normal to this purple represent instantaneous possible motions of the center of mass of the object. Really cool. And this shows you basically for this intersection, this is the set of places that this is the set of places that the object can go. You can play the same game with two-point contact. So again, you have two friction cones, you can project both of them into the wrench space of the object, and you can compute intersections. And what you'll note here is this was called stable pushing because you get a much larger sort of a region where you can actually achieve motion. Pretty cool. Now, there are still open problems in limit surfaces. There are currently, as far as I'm aware, no real native support for them in simulators, and this might have actually hindered their adoption into our planning pipeline. So it'd be really cool to see if we can get these natively supported. Thinking about their relationship to hydroelastic models would be really cool. Thinking about effective approximations of them with point distributions, and even thinking about efficient models for partial patches. And with that, I think I'll end here and just take questions.
That's a somewhat selfish question.
Please do.
We try to find ways to represent limit surface contact in like an LCP style framework for NPC. And we fail. Do you know how to do that?
No, I failed too. I too have failed. I don't know. I don't know. I think maybe LCP is like not gonna work for this. Part of the reason why I think native support in simulators is a good way to kind of go forward is to think about how do we actually not only just think about simulating them in effective ways, native ways, but also have planning and control frameworks a la Drake style, where it's all like one integrated nice unit. I wish I could do that. It'd be really cool. Yeah.
Thanks for the very well. You say it's all quasi-static. What happens at the initial step of the motion? What happens with the stiction? And you need to consider any discussion for that, or you can assume friction is going to be constant while we're moving and going through or not moving to start.
Yeah, that's a great question. In our experience, it's often been okay to assume static and dynamic friction coefficients are pretty much the same. It's not always true. It will probably depend on material properties that'll be hard to capture. That's not been a huge effect in our experiments. It's not that it won't always be a huge effect. So we've seen with polyurethane, like it's like a much like a stickier surface. Doesn't quite work the same way. It won't quite behave the way that we want it to. It actually does have some residual frictional effects that do affect the model itself, and so sometimes quite effectively wrong. But for most of the regular normal table-like surfaces is okay. But you're right, there might be definitely surfaces for which it might not be okay for. Again, how do you model that? How do you represent that in sim? Seems really hard. That'd be super cool. I've actually yet to see that. Like a dynamically changing limit surface would be super cool. That's Zach.
I have a related question. It's like, how does this, how gracefully does this approximation be great under like, non-perfectly linear things? And like, I guess what I'm really trying to get at is like, if you're like the four-legged table where you're, statically trying to see kind of things going on.
Yeah. So some of that was studied, I think, in the Mark Bukowski's paper. So I'll point that to you to that reference for more details. But if in our experience, I'd say part of what we've played around with is pressure distribution. It's not super sensitive to pressure distribution, even though you make an assumption on uniformity. That's sort of, I think, partial part of the story, and I think how gracefully it falls off. We've yet to hit like a hard limit on that, but I'm sure you can come up with some pathology. So there is a known pathology as like a dumbbell example. So if you have a dumbbell with two basically line contacts and like a line connecting the two dumbbell discs together, that is known to be a pathological geometry for limit surfaces. It does actually reduce to a single sort of line. There's no sort of this whole surface normal blah blah stuff doesn't hold for it. So there are definitely pathological geometries. There's pathological surfaces. Those do exist.
Hi, Professor. Thank you for a great talk. I was first going to ask you if you have two different surfaces with slightly different frictions, if the way you could approach that is to assume both surfaces are with the higher friction, and then you have the narrower red region and it would still work.
Yeah.
But then you showed the rotation, and there, if you have different frictions, the system is going to be, the book is going to be very different. So how do you think you could incorporate different friction materials into this approach?
That's really great. There's probably multiple ways. One kind of fun thing to try to do is to formulate like a mixed integer quadratic program on this and have it be aware, like run state estimation as you're performing the task. If you infer that you've actually transitioned to something that's more sticky or less sticky, switch your representation. That could be a fun thing. What I haven't shown here is we actually have some work with Boeing where we're detecting whether a surface is actually clean or not from the way that you slide on it. And they have these like giant element, like metal plates that they do composite ply lay up on. It's like a chemical procedure that they have ply assemble. And what it does is it leaves a bunch of residual that's like almost imperceptible to vision. So you have like literal people walk on it and just like do that. And it's terrible and it's backbreaking. And so we can infer a lot of that stuff from this in addition to a force torque sensor at the wrist. So it's actually kind of doable. It's super doable if you have inference running online. For these examples, I didn't show inference for that, but it totally works. Yeah.
Hey, thanks for the great talk. I was just wondering, so I realized that you use a lot of bubble gripper.
Yeah.
Work. I was just wondering whether you have any idea on how you can use this type of limit surface approach to the bubble gripper. Like, is there any, like, how can we deal with the added complexity of like that softness, like this, like those kind of stuff? Yeah, just wondering.
That's a great question. So I guess since Russ is standing here, he can probably give you a better answer, which may be that a better tool there would be the hydroelastic models as opposed to the limit surfaces. The limit surfaces might be a better representation for the gel sites, for the gel stems. where having this sort of a patch in plane is a little bit easier to model in this particular way. There's actually some efforts in generalizing the limit surface to known curvature geometries, and it kind of does something. The problem is the ellipsoidal approximation breaks down. Then you're left with this like really awful integration on a 3D surface, or I guess a 2D manifold in a 3D space, which isn't super tractable. If you can come up with a model that is a good approximation to that, that'd be super cool to see. But I think the progress that I've seen on the bubbles side is the hydroelastic version that Russell's worked on and our manipulation by membranes work, which neither of them really worries about that. Well, Russell's explicitly worries about that, ours does not.
Sorry, if we have time, would you mind putting the optimization slide?
Yes. I think I actually know what the question is going to be before you ask it. Okay. Yes, we can solve it to optimality.
That's non-convex.
It's not convex, that's right.
So how do you solve the non-convex?
It's basically we relax the non-convexity, and for this particular problem, the relaxation, we talked to an optimization guy and he convinced us that it's exact. I wish I could tell you a more concrete result than that, but basically the matrix K that I have in the middle, that is semi-definite positive. And the remaining constraints are either inequalities and the cost is convex.
The set you're drawing in green is not convex.
That's right. Did I say that wrong? K must have had a negative term in it.
Possibly,
yeah, I will get you a more solid answer. This was from a little bit ago. I'm flaking on the details, but we talked to a colleague of mine in industrial and operating engineering and showed him the problem, and we're like, he's an expert at solving this style of problem, and he convinced us that the solution technique that we're pursuing does, through a relaxation, solve the optimality.
So, thank you. That was actually the second question.
Ah.
So, just to understand the interpretation, so you're basically saying you're choosing the path in the cube for both the finger and the object. And the only dynamic constraints looping them together is the motion.
We only plan on the configurations of the end effector, but we constrain them to live in the green.
But so, how does that completely determine the motion? And so, if you're on the surface if you're on this boundary of the surface, then I agree you're in the sliding mode, but I don't think you know what the velocity of the object is, right?
This is a
mystics saying, but I feel like there's one step that's not being solved there. You don't know, given your normal forces, the actual magnitude of the velocity, the direction of the
we know the instantaneous tendency of motion. We don't know the velocity. That's right. So we assume that you basically have a unit vector that comes out of this optimization for instantaneous velocity, and we integrate with delta t as a function of time. So qt plus delta t v hat is qt plus 1, and we just assume quasi-static dynamics, so we can just integrate over configurations with this delta notion of motion.
But the magnitude of that update is,
The magnitude of that update, yeah, we just assume it's 1. Yeah. Please do.
You mentioned some of the challenges with deploying the software but I should ask Matt, but you know, Joshi did some nice work right on learning these things via relatively minimal data and setting up constraints. Does that solve the problem too?
What I remember from Jiaju's work is that it was still learning limit surfaces of patch contacts in planar patch contacts, if I remember correctly. It did have very nice sort of properties that you were describing, but it's entirely possible you can take those tools and generalize them to sort of 2D manifolds in 3D space, but not sure exactly how that would go.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah, maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe Matt remembers. Yeah. A little bit of it, yeah. I'm trying to yeah, that stuff, the data set is really handy. So the planar pushing data set that came from Alberto's group is really helpful for evaluating a lot of these things, I think. It is for planar pushing tasks though. So whilst you can get limit surface out of it, it's this part. And this part, I guess. Cool. These are great questions. Again, I hope that I've motivated you enough to say that limit surfaces are really cool. They're really worth studying. Please do try to incorporate them in your work. Support them in your simulators. It'd be really great to see future work in these veins especially. It would be really, really awesome.
Next up, we have Haozhi, who is a PhD student at Berkeley. Given generally hands-on presentation, we're featuring question.
Do we have a no, just share your screen on Zoom and mute yourself.
Okay.
Actually, do we have a charger? Yes, we do. You can plug in. Maybe later. Yeah, I think you're good. Should have enough battery to run until the end of your presentation.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Hunter. I'm a PhD student at UC Berkeley. My advisor is Yi and Jiang. This work is, I'm happy to present this work called Rotated, General in-hand object rotation with vision and touch. This is a joint work with Brent, Sudarshan, Mike, Yi, Roberto, and Jiang. So I'm pretty thankful for the organizer to invite me to speak here and for the inclusion of this work. Because part of the work is kind of black box optimization, learning methods, but there are other parts of work indeed trying to bridge the sim-real gap and how to minimize the gap of real observations and what we can get from the simulations. Slice is not moving.
Maybe it's just the Wi-Fi.
Yes.
Oh. Well, I'm not doing anything weird. Really?
Okay. Is it a compromise that I can use? Okay.
No, I think you should have full control over whatever you're doing.
Maybe for some reason.
Ah.
Maybe that's just this. Okay, I'll just continue this.
Okay, yeah.
Good. Okay. So just to motivate this work for a little bit. So basically what we are trying to do is to enable robots to solve our daily tasks, and specifically in the task of in-hand dexterous manipulation. And we imagine this task happens every day in our daily life. Actually, for example, when we use tools, for example, this hammer, the way we grasp it may be different from the way we use it. And if we imagine that we install the light bulbs, use screwdrivers, or use utensils for doing handwriting, all of these tasks requires we manipulate objects in our hand and using collaborations of our fingers. And in this work, basically, we are showing how can we get a policy trained from simulators and directly deployed to the real world to achieve in-hand object rotation of diverse set of objects and rotate it over a predefined rotation axis. And here we show the rotation over x-axis, and the middle video is showing over the y-axis, and the last video showing over the z-axis. So this is with respect to the hand. And it's generalized to a diverse set of objects. And you can also see that so we didn't specify a gate or a finger gate, of how the fingers should contact the objects, but all of them is by training some reinforcement learning algorithms, and this behaviors emerges. And I also want to note that it's not actually just periodic moving the fingers. So you can see that there are, so the thumb trying to move from the bottom to the front. So sometimes it's a success, then the next motion will begin. So there are cases where it didn't move to the front, and then it will keep trying until it reaches the goal. And our hardware setup is also not very difficult. So we have one Intel RealSense RGB cameras in front of the robot. And then we have 4 image-based touch sensors on the fingertips of the objects. So the policy is actually using a combination of vision and touch to infer the shape of the objects. And here is a small gallery of what the objects we try to do and the rotation axis we tried. And finally, there is some small browser-based demonstration that you can actually zoom in and viewing it from different angles. And then if you want, you can just play it in your Chrome or Safari by scanning the process here. Yeah, and just to give an overview of our method is training entirely in simulation. So there's no real world fine-tuning or like data collection in the real world. So the high-level idea is basically because there are a lot of different discrepancies between simulator and real. So instead of trying to identify the exact systems or the geometry or physical properties of objects we want to manipulate, we are actually trying to build a large set of different objects, and these objects is with different physical properties and geometry shapes, and then trying to directly train a reinforcement learning policy that can manipulate a huge amount of different data sets. And this is not an easy task because of the variance of physical properties. So actually what we modify is we include a lot of which we call privilege policy, including the object's perfect geometries and ground truth physical properties into this policy training. So this is the physical properties and matches. And this is called privileged information because we can only have them in the simulator, we don't have them in the real world. So this is so this policy with this privileged information as input can perform really well in the simulator. But the problem is we cannot transfer it to the real world. So after that, also in the simulation, we are trying to simulate a few different vision and touch observations. So these observations are kind of try to be realistic as possible, but it's noisy. And we use a history of these observations, trying to infer the embedding of the privileged informations, so that and to feed these predicted informations to the policy. So this is something we call the visual tactile policy. And after we get this policy, we can actually deploy it to the real world. And to give a more specific information about what we use during training. So firstly, we create a data set of really different objects. It's a gather of YCD objects, so different mesh data sets from the lab. And we just having this mesh and sample some point clouds from the surfaces, and then using a network called PointNet to build a representation of the shape. And together with the physical parameters such as object's mass, object's coefficient of friction, center of mass, these kind of things, we compress these whole informations into one small vector and then feed it to the policy. So the policy is just in reinforcement. In the simulation, we can train this policy by giving it some rewards and using some model-free reinforcement learning to optimize that. So the reward specifically is trying to, for the rotation paths, is trying to, the rotation reward is defined by the rotation angular velocity projected to the desired axis. And there are also, you penalize other rotation components around other axes. And there are some energy or smoothing terms to obtain more natural behaviors of your final policy. So again, although this is so-called model-free reinforcement learning, but so actually, in my opinion, this is some black box optimization methods you do in the simulator. And I actually view the simulator as basically your model, and then whether this model is accurate affects your simple real transfer abilities. And then now I'll go back to the question of I feed all of these ground truth information to the policy. What should we do if we want to take it from the simulator to the real world? And so in this work, we demonstrate we can use vision and touch to do this transfer. And here, what we could do is still in the simulator, we try to roll out the previous policies. We just interact with different objects in the simulator and collect a stream of vision and tactile informations, and then trying to predict what we feed the ground truth informations in the previous policies. And so the question here is actually we need to find a matching observations from simulation and real world. So here is the question of what can be simulated in the simulator. So I think it's a kind of from my experiments, RGB images is very hard to realistically simulate, and the gap between sim and real is pretty huge. But depth is quite good. So because it obeys some physical properties, it's just a projection between your meshes and using your camera extrinsic and intrinsics. So it turns out we actually only use the object steps as a representation of our vision systems. So in the simulator, we can directly get into object steps. In the real world, we get the RGBD images, and then using the vision technique, some model called segment anything to get the object steps. And there's another technicalities. How do you simulate the touch sensing? Because touch sensing is a very good complement of vision. So vision has occlusions, but touch sensing is bounded on your fingertips, and you can infer object shapes when there is occluded by your hands. But touch is very hard to simulate. And therefore, to have a trade-off between transferabilities and easy to simulate, we choose low-dimensional representations of touch. And here is what it do. So basically, we have an image-based touch sensor here. So the touch sensor will, so if you imagine there is some objects touching it from the right, so the image-based touch sensor will capture the deformations of the gel, and then we can capture what direction is the contact from. So in this case, the objects contact the sensors from the right, and then we can capture there are some displacements from the middle point to the left. And then this is basically tells you this is the direction where between the contact between the objects and the fingers. And this gives us we can further discretize it to an 8-beam vector, and this is fitted as our input to the policy. And this and the simulation we actually do because the simulator can give us a perfect contact positions, and we just pass the contact positions to be a relative offset with respect to the fingertips, and then get the same information from SIM and RIP. Okay. And finally, there are a few experiments and results. So firstly, we started in simulation. So we quantitatively having some comparisons in simulation. The first one is basically, is it really useful to build a large data set of objects? And is it useful to having the point cloud shift representations to the policy? And basically, we show that using, so the oracle is our final policy with point cloud inputs, while the others is without point clouds. And we show that in terms of rotation reward is measured the rotation speed. So it's significantly better than the others. And it especially performs better in non-uniform objects, such as these objects with higher width height length ratios, or there are some irregular objects such as these light bombs or the Stanford Bonnie. And for the kind of regular objects like this cube or these spheres, it improves not as much as the previous objects, but it still improves a little bit. And finally, and another experiment is basically starting when you're trying to catch the performance of your policies privileged informations, when you're trying to match that performance using vision and touch. How does vision and touch helps quantitatively? So we basically shows, firstly, using vision can improve our a baseline of just using proprioceptions improves like quite a bit. So using touch similarly improves quite a bit. And more interestingly, if you use vision and touch simultaneously, you can actually further get performance gains. And this is not only for one measurement of rotation reward, we also measure the time to fall, which is kind of indicator of the stabilities of your rotation. It's normalized from 0 to 1. 1 basically means 20 seconds. And then we also tested on all of the x-axis, y-axis, z-axis rotations. And also, similarly, we also show the relative improvements over baselines. And we found that similarly, using vision and touch gives small improvements on non-uniform objects and shiny objects compared to uniform objects. And also using vision and touch. So we also test our final policies on some of the objects that we never see in the training set. And we found that the relative decrease between this out distribution generalization. So actually using vision and touch can help a lot of this out distribution generalization. And the final simulated environments, we are interested in what is actually learned in this embedding. So basically, after we try to infer the representations, we freeze the representations during rollout. And then we are trying to train a 3D prediction task on these predicted networks. And then what we found is that so in the first stage, even when the learning signal is only the policy reward, there is no reconstruction reward. So the policy can still learn meaningful shape representations in the right hand side in the second column of this. So for the objects like the pair, so you can still recover something like a pair. But for the other things, if you don't use vision and touch, you can only imagine everything like a sphere or cube. And finally, there are some quantitative numbers measured in the real world. We tested on 6 different objects. So this is we compare with previous methods can only do z-axis rotation, but if we want to achieve really the 6-axis XYZ axis rotation, the previous method doesn't success, and our method success on that. And yeah, thank you. And this is thank you for my collaborators. And if you are interested, you can also go to our website.
So yeah, we're running out of time, but I think we have time for one question.
Yes, thank you again for your great talk. What's a simulator that you are using for that? Did you calibrate the simulator before training your policy? And what are typical failure cases that you experienced? And did you see any problem caused by the difference of disparity between the simulator and the real world? So discussion.
So, thank you. So the simulator we use is called IST. It's a simulator by NVIDIA. So they basically run simulation in GPU and it's very fast. So we do calibrate a little bit of the robot controller. So basically trying to do some motions of robots and then trying to match that between sim and real. I think in terms of position accuracy is kind of accurate enough. But what we have found is that when you're actually moving, so the velocity profile is quite different. So that's one thing. And the second thing is, I think, just visually, when I see the simulator rotating different objects, the contact between the fingers and the objects is not realistic enough. So that's why we need to build a lot of randomizations or noises injected into the policy so that it can be like kind of robust in the real world.
Thank you, Haozhi. Next up, we're gonna have Ramkumar and Natarajan. Ramkumar is a student at Penn University, and he's going to be giving a talk on long horizon forecasting planning through context and research and continuous optimization.
Your screen and mute yourself.
Ooh.
Mute yourself.
Yep. So thank you for this opportunity. I'm Ramkumar from the Robotics Institute at Carnegie Mellon. I'm going to be talking about long horizon planning through contact using search and optimization. So we started working in planning through contact with the motivation of putting robots right next to humans in confined spaces. So in these cases, the robots can really help the humans for lifting heavy objects or even reducing the physiological burden by using the environment contact and lifting the objects. So to that end, my collaborators at Vanderbilt they built this robot, the Continuum. Yeah, they built this Continuum robot which has these Continuum links, but then these robots themselves cannot have large massive links or large actuators because they have to be right next to humans. But at the same time, they have the flexibility to go deep inside these confined spaces, and being lightweight, they have to make use of the contact to offset their torque limits and manipulate or lift heavy objects. So right now we are not at the state where we can actually deploy our motion planner on this system. But then the theme of our work has been somewhat similar, where we want the robot to do we want to have a planner that can plan for tasks beyond the robot's capability. So in both the videos that you're seeing here, the robot is actually, this is a Tsinghua arm which has only a 2 kilogram payload limit in its stretched out configuration. And in both these tasks, it's basically trying to manipulate an object that is over 2 kilograms for a different task to go from the start to goal by making contact with the environment. And in the second case, even the robot has to make contact with the environment and not just the payload. So I have a pretty standard outline here, so nothing special, but the new thing that that are introduced in the paper that I submitted to this workshop heavily relies on the previous work. So I'm going to be spending quite a bit of time giving background on what INSAT is and what the INSAT algorithm, which is basically the motion planner behind whatever I showed in the previous slide. And I'm going to then basically dive into what are the new things that we added that dramatically increase the speed of INSAT right now. So the background here is INSAT stands for interleave search and trajectory optimization. So the idea is to combine graph search and optimization, like I said, but in a way such that they combine such that they have their respective strengths with them. So the graph, we wanted to use the graph search in the low dimensional space and the optimization in the full dimensional space. But then the graph search is actually going to call the shots or make decisions on what optimizations to run and with what seeds. And in turn, the optimization is going to basically validate the solution of the graph search or decide what is the right direction for the graph search to proceed. So we are going to use the output of the optimization to use the cost of the optimization, for example, to decide the cost to come in the graph search and drive the graph search in the right direction. So these two methods are interleaved as opposed to running them in sequence. And by doing this, we basically leverage the systematic exploration capability of graph search to explore the space. And in this setup, we typically, I mean, this is a general algorithm, but typically we resort to using the non-convex variables of the domain in the graph search and the dynamics or the derivative variables of the state in the optimization, for the optimization. So before I get into like the how an INSAT graph will look like, I just want to give a very quick like recap of what A star search is. So in the most simplest version, if you take an intermediate stage of A star search, you're going to have a graph like this. You're going to have a bunch of states, and then there is a frontier set of states. Every iteration, you pick a node for expansion, you generate successors for that node, and then you use the dynamic programming principle to update the cost of the successors that you generated. And then when you have a different, in the next iteration, when you pick a different node, and suppose if you have the same successor that you have previously visited, you just update the cost if it is coming to a better parent. So using this recursion principle, you basically can guarantee optimality without basically assuming anything about the convexity of the space. And that's basically awesome. And I mean, INSAT is heavily inspired based on how graph search itself works. And for example, the INSAT graph will look like this compared to an A-star search graph. So like I said, there is a low dimensional search and there is a full dimensional optimization component. So that's what is being represented by all these spheres around circles around these nodes. So there is a low dimensional state which is represented by these nodes, and then there is a full dimensional space that is represented with a circle. So all these red curves are the full dimensional optimized trajectories that were found to these full dimensional spaces. So in the same way, when you pick a node for expansion in INSAT and you generate the successors, instead of basically just rewiring or finding the edge from the parent state, you consider the entire set of ancestors leading up to that state, and then you use them to basically do a very small short horizon incremental optimization. And basically, when that optimization succeeds, you're going to use the incoming trajectory to the parent node and then do a rewiring operation and basically find the trajectory all the way from the start to the newly generated node. So this works because once again, we are basically relying on dynamic programming, and every state that you are expanding will have by definition an incoming trajectory, because that's how you that's the criteria you use to actually prioritize and expand the nodes. So the same thing works for a new state, and the same thing continues. So basically, what does it look like for planning with contact? So the same algorithm that I just described for planning with contact, the low dimensional space is made up of just the joint configuration of the arm, and the full dimensional optimization is basically running in the joint angles, joint velocity, and the contact model parameter space. So like I said, the graph search is basically going to decide what optimizations to run, and the optimization is basically driving the graph search in the right direction. So yeah, I just want to give a very brief prior word. So there are a lot of methods which basically does the same thing sequentially. So you use some kind of graph search to find a discrete path and then use optimization on top of it. But in that case, you're basically committing to a path. And then like if the optimization fails, then the whole there is no way for you to go back. Here we establish a symbiotic relationship between these two. And the other class of methods, which is basically the contact implicit optimization, they just run an optimization, like full-fledged optimization instead of doing any pre-specifying the contact mode. So one work that comes close to this, the one that I'm presenting, is basically Pang's work. So it uses optimization within a simplified optimization within a sampling-based planning. And has some really cool results with quasi-dynamics. So it's quasi-dynamic system, an assumption. So in our work, we in order to help the optimization, we used two like virtual force models. So here we are using a virtual contact normal force model and a virtual contact frictional force model that is basically helping the optimization have force from a distance effect in addition to the contact models that we obtained directly from the simulator. One more detail here is that basically the nice thing is that because we're using graph search to explore the space, you don't have to pre-specify the mode sequence here. The graph search is basically going to exhaustively search the space, and because it's going to enumerate and search the configuration space, you will automatically explore configurations that are in contact. Because, for example, if you have a bunch of trajectories that are not converging when you are away from contact, the graph search will automatically start dropping those nodes and then not expand them, and will take you towards the contact configuration. Yeah, so we're using some very standard optimization here, like because the optimization alone is not the whole thing. We're only relying on short horizon optimization, and this is a contact implicit optimization with some reformulations that basically is pretty effective when we're using something like IROS. So with that, I just gave the background, which was all these were published in ICRA, and I'm just getting to what is basically the new thing that I wanted to present at this workshop. So the new thing is basically the lazy version of INSAT. So if you take the same graph, like I said, this is the low dimensional graph, and say you have these full dimensional spaces for every low dimensional node. And this is some intermediate step, like I said. So when you make an expansion and when you generate a new successor, this incremental optimization that you do can lie anywhere in the full dimensional space between these two nodes. So now there is a discrepancy between the incoming trajectory and outgoing trajectory that you have to resolve for. But then so normally we use a warm starting with the incoming trajectory and the outgoing trajectory to find this whole trajectory to this state being generated. However, we notice that this warm starting step is very fast compared to doing a naive initial seed or starting from scratch, but it's still slower than the whole long horizon optimization. So the lazy INSAT, what it does is basically it systematically procrastinates doing these warm starting. So it maintains only a lower bound on these total costs to this orange node, and then using this lower bound, it doesn't expand or it doesn't compute the whole trajectory. So it uses the lower bound in the priority queue of expansion, and only so if you have like 20 successors coming out of a state, you don't have to compute or you don't have to do the warm starting for all the 20 states. You rather have to do it for only one or two of them that you're expanding. So you wait until you expand the state, and you don't lose any of the theoretical guarantees of the graph search by using this lower bound. So without sacrificing any of the properties, we can use a lower bound to procrastinate expansion, and this gives a dramatic speed up in terms of the whole overall runtime of the algorithm. The other minor optimization is that in many cases, we found that the trajectories themselves does not violate any constraints. They are still within the torque limit, but then they do not satisfy the goal boundary constraint. In those cases, because INSAT basically modifies the graph to generate edges, like after it finds the full dimensional trajectory, it modifies the graph to basically rewire the edge all the way to start. It is completely valid to generate a new node and add it to the graph and directly rewire it to the start state. So with these two optimizations, we were able to bring down, like for planning for a long horizon, like 20 seconds or 25 seconds into the future trajectories from, it was taking like 15 minutes in my previous work, and it has come down to like 3 minutes. So first example I'm going to show is basically the flipping the bulky payload task, where you have this long payload that is like whose weight is larger than the robot's capability, and you have to flip it across this partition. And we tested this across different heights of the partition. So the first example, the first result here is in simulation, where you basically have we have different weights for this object, and then we want the planner to basically find a task, find a plan. And I think, in my opinion, the most interesting one is the 6 kg one, where it's a pretty long 35 second long trajectory, and then the space itself is a bit constrained, so it finds its way around and make sure that throughout its entire trajectory, the object is in contact with the environment, and it finds a plan in that tiny constraint manifold. And we also tested this on the hardware with the actual torque limits, and the reduced torque limits, which is basically just soft limiting the torque limits of that is given by the manufacturer. And you can see that when we reduce the torque limits, once again, like in the actual torque limit case, I think it was able to like lift in a few configurations, but when you reduce it, it was still able to find a path that flips the object and then like brings it to the other side of the partition here. Yes, so I mean, we just have some numerical results on the torque protection that we see in the hardware. So here we have the shelf transfer, which is basically the video that I showed earlier, and the flipping task that I showed just now. And in both the cases, we have like a reduction in the torque, and especially like when we are running the same trajectory, when we have to run the same trajectory in free space, like the joints almost hit close to they're close to the torque limit of the arm. But in this case, because we are able to run a planner that cannot automatically discover contacts, bringing down the torque values, and we have a savings of like around 70% for the flipping task. Right, so I think what these plots right here are just showing the average torque values across the average over several examples, and we see that like without the contact, it is basically the max torque value, which is shown by these like inverted prisms. They are always outside the maximum allowed torque, the torque limit of the arm, and in our case, it's able to with INSAT, it's always able to find a torque limited trajectory. The other the other observation is that like we are also able to see that we were also seeing that every time the torque limit is violated, there is basically a non-zero energy in the system. So which is suggesting that when we have to do something dynamic, we have to use the momentum of the system to basically stay within the torque limit, and that's what this correlation graph is showing. Finally, I just wanted to end up with a single slide that's showing all the the versatility of this algorithm, where you can solve things which are quasi-static all the way to something dynamic. If you're just like in simulation, especially if you're just like blowing up the weight of the payload, the planner without any modification just resorts to showing some swinging behavior, pumping energy into the system, and going to the goal configuration. So in summary, we have a faster and more robust planner for planning and contact, and we're able to expand the reachable workspace by exploiting the dynamic. We also tested it on the real robot. Some of the limitations are its strong reliance on dynamic models as of now and the open loop execution. But I'm going to be addressing at least one of them on Tuesday, using by fundamentally changing the unit of search from expanding states to expanding edges, and how can you use a priority queue of edges to asynchronously run, like solve for different parts of the graph. Yeah, please come to the talk on Tuesday. Thank you.
As is our last speaker, we have time for one question. Yeah.
Thank you for the talk. So one quick question about the A-star part, or the part that you said that the trajectory optimization was informing the low dimensional graph search, and how the cost of the optimized trajectory was like the part that was informing it. So that would give you a cost to go to a particular node. But I'm wondering, do you have a heuristic about the cost to go to the goal as well? And what was that heuristic?
Yeah, so usually we were running a quick backward Dijkstra from the goal state in the task space of the robot. So regardless of the dimensionality of the robot, we were always running a backward Dijkstra in the task space, like the 3D space, from the goal to the entire search space. So that gives you a cost to go for every state of the and then, like, you can do some scaling techniques to basically show that cost is always an underestimate, so that you can have guarantees on bounded optimality and completeness. But yeah, that's what we were doing.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, so this ends all the planned sessions for the workshop. We do have one last exciting event on presenting our best paper.
You need to kick him off.
Oh, I need to kick him off. Okay.
Yeah, from screen sharing.
Oh, okay. So for the best paper of the workshop now, so we considered 4 criteria. First one being, does it consider conflict risk path sufficiently? Does it leverage models? Does the paper have hardware experience, as well as the paper sufficiently high quality? The winner of the best paper workshop, the best paper award of the workshop is, congratulations. So we have a plan guided reinforcement learning for whole body manipulation by Mengchao, Haozhi, and Icon. Thank you for another one.
We don't have anything to give you right now.
We will follow up with the awards. Yeah, so this is the end of the workshop, and I just want to say we saw really a lot of good words and talks and participation, much beyond what I originally anticipated. And I'd like everyone to just give a round of applause for all the speakers and participants of the workshop.
No.
So with that, we're going to end the workshop on leveraging models for configuration manipulation. If you missed any part of the talk, we are going to post the entire talk on YouTube. So yes, thank you so much. See you soon.
Hey, Sophia. How are you doing? Yeah, good to see you. That's bookshop. Take off messages. That's okay.